I'm a big supporter of law enforcement. I have a lot of friends that are cops. I know a lot of people from martial arts that are cops, from the UFC. I know a lot of cops from jiu-jitsu. I knew a lot of cops growing up from all the different martial arts disciplines that I engage in. A lot of cops get into that. There's a lot of good cops. There's a lot of good people out there, but it is a fucking insane job, and so many of them have PTSD.
For sure. But I will say that one of the great myths is that the big threat to the black community in the United States is law enforcement. It's just nonsense. It's not only nonsense, it's counterproductive nonsense. And you're seeing it
But it is a
play
threat.
out.
It is a threat oftentimes.
It is, on a data level, an extraordinarily small threat. Law enforcement as a threat to black life on a generalized level is extraordinarily small. The Washington Post database last year showed a grand total of 15 black Americans shot unarmed across the United States in a country of 42 million black people.
The problem is, when it happens, it doesn't matter what the statistics are. If people see that video, and that video gets shared 200 million times, it looks like there's 200 million white cops killing a black guy.
Well, and this is why I say that the media's treatment of this stuff is just horrific.
It's not just the media, it's social media.
Social media has blown this stuff up, and it's gotten to the point where if you say that's a horrible situation, that's also an anecdotal situation, here's some data. If you present the data, it's like, well, are you ignoring people's lived experiences? That's racist. How can you present the data? The data doesn't take into account the full story. No, but it takes into account an awful lot of the story, which is why it's called data. Right? Like, I just don't... Anecdotal evidence is evidence of an anecdote. It is not evidence of a broad national trend, nor is it evidence that taking a broad national policy like cutting back funding to the police in a time of rising crime is a good idea because you saw a video on YouTube.
Well, I'm sorry, no. That's a terrible idea.
Hello, sound check. Sabi ko, hello, sound check. Let's see. Hindi narinig yung isang sinabi. Let's see. Ano nangyari? Hindi ako nakapick ah.
Actual murders, white people are killed by white people. Black people are killed by black people.
By people you know, mostly.
Right, it's intraracial, right? There's very little interracial crime, like black on white or white on black in the United States. There's a lot of intraracial crime, so a lot of white people victimizing white people and black people victimizing black people. And the question is, how do you stop that? This is why, I don't know if you saw this interview, it was kind of an amazing interview. Terry Crews, the actor, he was on with Don Lemon. Right, and Don Lemon is doing the Black Lives Matter sloganing, and Terry Crews says, well, all lives matter. And Don Lemon says, but no, Black Lives Matter doesn't mean all Black Lives Matter. Right? But Terry Crews said all Black Lives Matter. And he said, no, not all Black Lives Matter, only Black Lives Matter. We're only talking about police brutality right now. And Terry Crews was like, well, why aren't we talking about all Black Lives Matter? Because if Black Lives Matter means you withdraw cops, and withdrawing cops means more dead black people, then why wouldn't those lives matter too? And this is where the sloganeering gets in the way of actual progress. Because
it's where ideology hits facts.
Right, exactly.
It gets very weird. And Terry Crews was called some terrible names for that, but then a video surfaced of Don Lemon from 2013 chastising black
Sounds like
people.
me on that, right? He sounds like me talking
He
about...
sounds exactly like you. It's hilarious. Pull your pants up. Get your shit together. You know, like...
He's literally saying things like, don't have babies out of wedlock,
yes.
right? Stay in school, right? Which, by the way, again, all of this is commonsensical and true for all races. It is not just black people. Young white people in Appalachia need to get their shit together.
Yes.
Everybody needs to get their shit together.
But again, young white people in Appalachia are dealing with the same thing. What's around them all the time is crime. People taking pills. Everyone having babies out of wedlock. People impoverished. No hope. No potential for escape.
I mean, I agree, but the first thing that has to change. So my dad had when I was looking to get married. My dad said the way that you get married is it's not that you find a girl and then you decide to get married. You decide to get married and then you find a girl. Meaning that you have to sort of make up your mind that you're in the mode of.
This might be where we disagree the most. That's a good way to get hooked up with the wrong lady, bro.
Well, you make the life decision that you're at that point in your life when you want to make a decision along those lines.
Get married when you love a girl so much you're willing to do something so fucking stupid that you're willing to get married to her. Because getting married to her is less painful to you than the idea of losing that person. Because I think marriage, the good thing about it is that there's financial protection for the family, particularly when there's children involved. I think that's when it's the most important thing. I think financial protection for the children. I grew up without child support. My father's a deadbeat dad, so I know what it's like to be poor because your father doesn't support you. I think that's horrific. I've seen it in many situations. I know many people that have been the victims. It's disgusting. There are a lot of shitty men out there that don't take care of their kids. White, black, Asian, it's universal. I think that is where the legal definition of marriage and protection of children and protection of the woman who has to take care of these children financially, I think that's significant. When it comes to bringing the state in to somehow or another solidify your love, like, I love you, you love me, but let's bring in a bunch of fucking people we don't know and write it down on paper. That's nonsense.
Well, I totally agree with that, obviously. But
yes.
the point that I'm making is that when you want to make a change in your life, you first have to commit that you want to make the change before you make the change.
Well, sometimes you meet someone, and that's why you want to make a change.
No, but
before then.
Okay, so not to get into marital advice, but I have some. I've been married for 12 years at this point. Thank God, very happy marriage, got 3 kids, and the reason that I say you have to make up your mind that you want to get married before you get married is because you look for a different set of factors then. If you make up your mind you want to get married, what you're going to look for is commonality of values. Who is the person you want to build your life with? Do you share interests? Do you share a vision for the future? Whereas if you sort of fall into it, then you can fall in love with somebody you don't share any of these things with, and it makes it a lot more difficult later on to actually build a life on that.
I don't think you fall in love with someone that you don't share values with. I think you think they're hot and you want to fuck them.
Well, people mix this stuff up pretty regularly.
Well, people are silly. People
are indeed silly.
People tattoo their eyeballs, Ben. They do a lot of dumb shit.
You live in a world I don't, man.
Well, that's not my world. I don't have any friends with eyeballs tattooed. But people make mistakes they get attracted to someone physically. And, particularly men are, and I guess women too, I'm just not one of them, are attracted oftentimes by people they think are sexy, but are a bad choice in terms of a life partner.
Right.
But I don't think you fall in love with those people. They just become
How many
someone
dudes
who's
have married a
mad
girl
at
just
you.
because they thought they were hot? There are a lot.
But men, period. It's not just Jews. Like, the drug of sexual attraction is the most sold drug in the United States. It sells cars. It sells homes. It sells lifestyles.
Pornography.
But what is that? I mean, when you're seeing a woman with a short skirt on and long legs walking like lustfully around a car, what are you saying? You're saying if you buy this car, maybe you can fuck this girl. That's what you're saying.
Well, of course.
The worst fucking false advertising we have in America.
But this is why when it comes to marriage, I think that it's important to actually put your large head before your other one. Jonathan Haidt, in his book called The Happiness Hypothesis.
Great book.
Terrific, right? And he talks about this, right? He talks about the fact that people make a very large-scale mistake about marriage, which is they think that the passion you feel at the very beginning is what you're going to feel 40 years in. And that's not the way this works. It starts off where your passionate love level for somebody, meaning like lust and how much you want to get them in bed and how much you want to be with them all the time, is at like 100. And your level of kind of committed love, right? That level of love where you have shared values, that matters to you like this much.
Yes.
And then over time, after about like 2 years, the passionate love starts to decline. And by the time you're 60, then you better have shared values, because after 60 years, it ain't going to be like it was when you were 20, right? So you have to have in mind what things are going to be like a few years down the road, which is why I say you should be thinking about what your life together is going to be like before you fall into bed together.
That's sound advice. But, well, see, that's where I disagree. Because I don't think there's anything wrong with falling into bed with someone that you're not going to live the rest of your life with. That's where you and I probably disagree.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is a bad idea generally. And again, I think that it is a bad idea because
there's a lot of people out there that have had some really good times with those bad ideas, Ben Shapiro.
And it may be that when I die, I look back and that is one of my great regrets, my friend. But let me just say that I think that the thing that has been foregone is, in my life at least, more than made up for by the relationship that I have with my wife. So I'll go anecdotal there, but I also I'll go data-driven, which is the longer you live together with somebody before you get married, the higher your divorce rate after. So that
higher the divorce rate after.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
If you live for a long time with somebody and then you get married, there is a higher percentage chance you will end up divorced.
That's interesting. I wonder why that is.
Probably because of the open window syndrome. Like, people feel like, okay, I lived with you for 3 years. Why aren't we married yet? Why aren't we married yet? Because the guy's like, oh, the window's still open.
So the
it's
woman
like,
doesn't
I have
feel
nothing
completely committed. So once the guy does sign off, she's like, why didn't you do this 5 years ago?
Well, there's some of that, and also it feels like everybody kind of settled, right? Like if it was, I'm so committed to this, I want to get married right now.
Maybe they just did mushrooms together and realized they really love each other.
Again, different world, man. Like, I mean, but listen, I have a different experience from everybody else. I dated my wife for 3 months. We got engaged. We were married within 10 months. We've been married for 12 years. We're both virgins when we were married, so we're old school.
It clearly works for you. I've tried to be open-minded with basically every kind of way that people live their lives, including like couples that live with other couples and they wife swap, which is.
I feel like that's complicated. I mean, I'll be honest.
It's
like
complicated. People are trying to. I know people that do that, and I almost universally believe that they are distracting themselves from their life. They're distracting themselves from either their career, they're fulfilling the potential, whether it's as an artist or as a creative person or as a person who's pursuing a discipline. I really believe that a lot of times when people complicate their lives with multiple sex partners, and a lot of times what they're doing is they're distracting themselves. And they don't realize it at the time. They just keeps getting pulled into this direction, pulled in that direction. It's because you don't have a primary focus on something that's very important to you.
Yes.
And it doesn't mean that you have to be with this person for the rest of your life. It doesn't mean you have to only be with one person. But when I see a guy that is, involved in swinging or something like that, and they're balancing a bunch of different gals, trust me, you're gonna waste time, man. There's not enough time in this life for that.
It's weird to tie this whole conversation together, but it is true that if you want to be good at a thing or be successful at a thing, you have to commit to the thing.
Yes.
And so that's true whether you're talking marriage, it's true whether you're talking educational success, or whether you're talking career. And people, making bad decisions because distractions are distractions.
Distractions are distractions with every discipline, and I think relationships are a discipline in a lot of ways.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, and it is true that, you have to make the pre-investment, and you have to make the commitment that you're going to continue to invest in the relationship as time goes on.
Yeah.
And that's where people fall off the wagon. It's why you see a lot of divorces around year 3. Right? As that passionate love kind of goes down, and the companionate love is the name of the dream. When the companionate love starts to rise, people are like, well, yeah, but the companionate love ain't as much fun as the passionate love.
It's not.
Of course not. Of course not. I mean, that's just the way it works.
Well, that's nature's biological trick. The ultimate biological trick is like, look, when we were monkeys hiding from eagles, okay, you had to fuck as much as you could and spread that seed around because you likely only had 5 or 6 years on this earth. Right? And
you were dead at age 32, man.
Yeah. You were trying to just get as much of your DNA out there as you possibly could. That's still inside of us. That program is still inside of us. And that program is when you see a man and he's with a beautiful woman, but another beautiful woman walks by, he's like looking at her and thinking, maybe I can do better. That's a thing that is programmed into your DNA. But you have to understand what that is. If you're a man and you understand what that is, you go, oh, this is nature and it's a dirty little trick. Dirty little trick, trying to get me to spread my seed. Brett Weinstein, he illuminated this in a really interesting way. He was saying to me, what's the difference between beautiful and hot? And I said, I don't know, what is the difference? And he's like, beautiful is someone who you look at and you're like, wow, that person looks beautiful. That's lovely. They have a beautiful face or wonderful eyes. They look great. Hot is someone who's wearing like a short skirt and their tits are popping out, and you look at that person, you go, this is an opportunity to spread my DNA with no commitment, and that's what that is. That's the pull. And hot, that kind of hot is what's sold. That cheap, quick, fast food sort of thing. That's what porn is. Porn is all hot. Porn is not beautiful. It's not. I don't think porn is bad either. But porn is all hot. It's all dirty girls. It's all your stepmom. Your dad's off playing golf. It's that kind of shit. You know, it's like you're the pizza guy. You show up and two girls are having a pillow fight.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
That.
It's your lizard brain versus your prefrontal cortex.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's your monkey brain.
Exactly.
It's that monkey that wants to hide from the eagle. That's what it is. It's like I could just do this real quick.
And across the board, you're gonna have a better life. It may not be a hotter life, but you're gonna have a better life if you use the prefrontal cortex a little more often.
Yes, unless you're Hugh Hefner. I don't know if he had a good life or not.
He seemed. I know some people who work with him near the end. He seemed miserable.
Well, towards the end, I'm sure he's miserable. He's an 80-year-old guy hanging out with 20-year-olds. What the fuck do you have to say to these people? Right? It's like you were talking about with O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson had a
mostly peaceful
day. Well, his life is mostly annoying. The time that he gets to fuck them, when you're 80 years old, you only get to fuck those 24-year-olds for like, well, how long can he last?
I mean, once every 6 weeks? What do you think?
Well, he's on probably all kinds of drugs that keep his dick hard, but I would imagine, like, he couldn't run on a treadmill for 20 minutes, right?
Right.
At that age. So how is he going to have sex for 20 minutes? So even if he's having sex, like, it's probably exhausting. And the rest of the day, he's just listening to them talk about TikTok and all kinds of other stupid shit.
He's like, remember when Frank Sinatra was here and we were banging everything in sight? And he's like, those were the good old days.
I was wearing a robe. I had a pipe. We were having fun. I had a TV show. I had my own channel. He had a Playboy channel for a while. Yeah, I think it's the image of it is way more interesting than the actual act of living that life.
Yep, and I think that, again, that goes back to, every bad decision people make is tied into this. Is the image of things looks way better than the actuality of things. It's true in politics, it's true in love, it's true in a lot of things.
Yeah.
And so you actually have to look at the actuality of things. And
you don't want to be an 80-year-old guy living in 5 girls. You just don't. You just don't. That guy lived in hell, I guarantee you. I bet his life was mostly annoying. But every now and then, while he's having sex with those 24-year-olds, he's probably like, I can't believe this is real.
It's true. For that 30 seconds.
Yeah, I can't believe this perfect body and I get to, like, with this wrinkly sack of rocks that he has as a body, he gets to have sex with this beautiful, perfect specimen of a female human being.
And then she's like, buy me stuff, and he's like,
exactly.
Oh, God.
That's all he has to do. Make me famous.
Yeah, worked out great.
Well,
The grotto, by the end, it seemed like it was pretty dingy.
Dude, I went there. I
really?
hosted
Okay.
a marijuana policy project thing there once. And, of course...
Sounds like a lot of policy. Sounds like a lot of policy happening.
But one of the things he did was, like, we were wandering around
It's
the
like an
grotto.
AEI summit. It's like when I go to Heritage Foundation. That's what it sounds like right there.
It was a fun night. What I remember. There was a lot of marijuana being smoked. It was quite a blurry evening. But I remember thinking, like, oh my God, this grotto is so outdated. Like, it had, like, a fucking old-ass phone there, and, like, I'm like, how many people fucked in here? Like, how weird is this place?
Generations of human residue in here.
Yeah. And maybe not, like, the best times either, Like, a lot of it is, it's what you think it is versus what it is.
Yep. Well, let's all work on it. It is.
Yeah.
Let's work on thinking about what things are rather than what we would like them to be, because
it's hard.
accepting reality is a hard one.
That's
Accepting
a
reality is a
problem.
real tough one.
Yeah, that's a problem. It's hard with advertising too, right? Because advertising shows you.
And social media.
Yeah.
Right.
Social media is, well, that's the other Jonathan Haidt book, The Coddling of the American Mind, which is amazing. And it really illuminates, and I'm waiting for my kids to read it. I think maybe this year is a good time for my 12-year-old just to understand that this is a real issue with children that are comparing their lives to these. I want to show you something. I haven't actually put this up anywhere, but this is actually important because this is so goddamn crazy. I want to show you something. This is something that my daughter did. My daughter is 10, okay? That's her. Look at that.
Oh my God. That's not a 10-year-old.
You're right. It's not a 10.
That's like a 20-year-old right there.
Exactly. How's that possible? How's that my 10-year-old daughter?
Yeah, you want to watch a YouTube makeup tutorial or something?
No, she used a fucking app.
Ah.
She used an app that turned her into. It turned her into a woman. Like, what the fuck is that? So, like, when you're seeing things like that, what is that? How are they doing that? And who's doing that? So, if you're a girl and you are overweight, or you don't like the structure of your face, or whatever the problem, you have acne, and you see a girl like that, and she's like, can't believe I'm graduating high school, LOL, what do I do now? And you see this, that's not even her.
Right.
This is my 10-year-old. She doesn't look anything like that. Like, she's like, Daddy, look, this is what I look like. I go, that is not what you look like. I don't know what the fuck you just did. That's not what you look like. And so I had her go through this with me and show me what she did. I'm like, show me how you did this. Like, what are you doing? She's using some weird app, like was it Khloe Kardashian, the one who changed her whole head?
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
It's such a recipe for failure. It's
really
is.
crazy.
It's such a recipe for failure because you're always going to fall short of that. And it's one thing to shoot for better. It's another thing to shoot for the unobtainable and then be upset when you can never reach the unobtainable.
But it's sick. It's sick because these people don't even look like that, and then you look at that and you go, why don't I look like that? Like, they don't even look like that.
Right.
The amount of people that actually look like that image that I just showed you is so small and so unattainable.
And then it has broader societal ramifications because then it turns into stories about, society doesn't accept me for the way that I am. Society values that look, and that means society is flawed. And it's like, well, how about this? How about, like, people are flawed, society's flawed, you're flawed, do the best you can.
Everything is flawed.
Everything is flawed.
But that's not even really what the problem is. What the problem is, we've created a technology that we're not equipped to manage. We're not equipped to navigate social media. We didn't grow up with it. We didn't evolve with it. This is some
It's
new
evolving
thing.
us now. No, it's true. It's 100% true. I mean, they've built these apps that are specifically designed to be addictive, right? I mean, they're specifically designed to prey on certain parts of your brain that you're not really in control of, that are mostly subconscious. And that is scary stuff, for sure. I mean, you can be manipulated by that stuff. You can make people aware of it.
Very easily.
My kids aren't getting, like, I seriously will not give them a smartphone until they're probably mid-teens, late teens.
Will they get a gun first?
Probably. Probably. Yeah. I feel like it's better logic. I mean, I'd rather that my 13-year-old know how to shoot than my 13-year-old know how to browse porn.
Yes, I think that is good logic. That's a real issue with boys. Boys that have access instantaneous. I mean, if you give a boy a phone, you're basically saying, here, little fella, go watch people fuck. Because they're gone. That's the first thing they're going to do when you're not around.
And there are all sorts of studies that demonstrate that this leads to relationship and sexual insufficiency later, and it ain't good. It ain't good. I mean, this is not an argument to ban porn or anything, but, like, the way that it has integrated into so many really young people's lives, I'm talking, like, young teens.
Right.
What percentage of American males are addicted to porn at this point?
It's a giant percentage.
It's got to be 50%, right? I mean, it's got to be extraordinarily high percentage, and none of that is good for relations between men and women. No. And then you got this weird dynamic where it used to be that the feminist movement sort of recognized what social conservatives did, that this is pretty objectifying and not necessarily great for women.
Now
and then
now it's sex workers. It's weird.
It is weird. They went completely the other direction. And I just thought, in what Hugh Hefner fantasy did women decide that all the women at Hugh Hefner's mansion were actually super duper empowered? Like that does not seem like the most super empowering lifestyle. Like, you make your choices, man. It's a free country. But my wife's a doctor, and I feel like that's more empowering than, like, getting screwed by an 80-year-old for pocket change.
Depends on what kind of car you buy, though.
My wife's a doctor. She can get whatever car she damn well pleases, my friend.
What happened that became, like, empowerment? Like, where was the shift?
I think there was a shift, and it's a shift that's happened throughout American society that went from the notion that men were acting like pigs and they should stop acting like pigs to what if everybody acted like pigs? And so instead of just saying that standards exist and people don't live up to them, but the standards are actually not a bad thing, we just decided, you know what, we don't want to be hypocrites, we're getting rid of all standards whatsoever. Everybody shouldn't have standards, and if you believe that anybody should have standards, then you're a hypocrite. And when all the standards go, then everything goes. So, like, I actually kind of agree with the original feminist idea that men were kind of acting like sexist jackasses and they should stop that. The solution to that was not, okay, now women should imitate men at their worst, and that's a better society. I just don't think that that's again, it's a free country. Do what you want on the legislative level, but as a cultural matter, I don't think that leads to a lot of human happiness.
I look at it like sexual televangelists. That's what I look at like pornography like. I think that you should be allowed to rip people off with a really obvious ruse. Like if you're one of those late night people that can put hands on people and raise them from the dead, if you're one of those people, I feel like, God, that's so obvious. It's almost like a good little pitfall to have out there in society to teach people that some folks can be deceptive. And I feel like really manipulative women that trick old guys into marrying them and then take all their money, I feel like that's sexual televangelism.
That's deserved. Yeah. At a certain point, you're like, okay, I sign off on this.
Come on, stupid. Yeah. You didn't see this coming? It's like,
listen, this is a great country. I mean, it really is. Like, you can make money doing pretty much anything. Like, when people say it's hard to make money in this country, there are a lot of people making money a lot of different ways in this country. And, I mean, for God's sake, Colin Kaepernick is making millions of dollars kneeling for the national anthem. It feels like, and calling America racist while cashing the check. This is a great damned country.
Well, now we're getting into the weeds. I just wanted to talk about girls ripping dudes off.
I know you did, but we can go back there, man. That's okay.
But the Colin Kaepernick thing, all right. Don't you think that at least some good has come out of him doing that, where it sort of raised awareness for police brutality? Just put it to the forefront. Let people understand that this is a problem.
No,
not at all.
No, because I think that he made a serious error, which is that the most positive movements in American social history have been ones that don't kneel for the flag, but say, in the name of the flag, you should do X. Right? So Martin Luther King said, in the name of the flag, civil rights are necessary. Booker T. Washington said, in the name of the flag, civil rights are necessary. They didn't say the American flag stands for racism and Jim Crow. They said the American flag stands for something beyond that. Live up to the American flag.
But here's my...
Trashing the American flag is like endemic of police brutality. First of all, it's bullshit. But second of all, it's actually divisive on an issue that does not need to be divisive. Like, nobody is in favor of police brutality, nor should anyone be.
Right. Here's a counterpoint. Why is it trashing the American flag to take a knee? Isn't that, in some ways, just another gesture of respect? Like, you are not doing what everybody wants you to do, which is put your hand over your heart, but you're doing something that's also respectful and silent. You're not standing up and going, fuck the American flag, fuck these people. You're actually taking it to another level of respect. You're taking a knee. You're bending the knee. Whether you're doing it for something that you want to talk about later, saying, I'm not going to stand up because this is my way of acknowledging the fact that there have been a lot of people that have been mistreated by police and murdered by police, and this is how I do it. This is how I treat racist police killing black people. I take that moment to take a knee. Like, how is that so disrespectful? Like, how is that it's a silent gesture. It's not uniform. Like, it's not doing this thing that everybody else is doing, but you're doing something that's very respectful. You're taking a knee.
Well, that's certainly not the way that he intended it when it first started that way. I mean, if you want to interpret it that way, you can.
How do you know what his intention was?
Because he literally talked about it. I mean, he said that America
he wanted to highlight that.
Right, he said America is a systemically racist country. He wore socks with pictures of cops as pigs on them. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Colin Kaepernick is a terrible spokesperson for this movement. Like, again, these should be
many people that have taken a knee. And don't you think that if you just look at the gesture itself, isn't taking a knee even more respectful than standing with your hand over your heart?
I mean, then I imagine millions of us would routinely take a knee for the American flag. I mean, the idea
if that was the thing you had to do.
If the idea, but again,
and this guy decided to stand and put his hand over his heart. Really, it's sort of a traditional thing that we're arguing over.
Well, I mean, it isn't the way that it was originally expressed. It sort of morphed over time to the point where it doesn't necessarily mean what he originally meant it to mean.
It's not like he's going, fuck you, while everybody else has their hand over their heart in silence.
But
he's taking a knee.
He did mean it as an FU. I mean, there's no question that's what he meant it as. And it wasn't even over something that actually made sense. Like, you understand during the civil rights movement, when people are raising the black power fist at the Olympics to say, like, we're fighting for civil rights, Jim Crow is still in operation around the country.
Right.
Colin Kaepernick taking the knee to symbolize that America's police are systemically brutal and racist is just, it's factually untrue, and to attribute that to the American flag is really kind of nasty.
But he's not a statistician, right? So he's looking...
Ah! Ha? Yeah.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's chase down a few bulk holes.
Payday. This one is in the
Prepare for
bag.
battle. 30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
They say whoever wins this fight will get to call all the shots. But me? I don't want anybody calling the shots. First blood. This one's gonna be a scorcher.
Tis mine.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Trending time. One in the groove.
Sorry.
Time to kill something? You ever feel really exposed? I'm keen. Always was a bright spark. It's almost like divine intervention. If I'm always on the right trail. Any of you creeps got something better? Any blood trails?
Dire structures are fortified.
Did you see a branch move? I'm keen. Might need to get myself a new shooting rig if this keeps up. Yeah. Got any scrog? No, this way. No, that way. Hardly see nothing down here. Yeah, I see it. Whoa. Just desserts. Yeah. What, another one? Listen. Paws are peddling. I got heaps of them. It's more for fun than sport. Always wanted to go this way. When's the murder start? Spruce the place up a bit. Just... Yep. Yep. Whoops. Ah, nuts!
Hirap ang patamaan.
This way. Not yet. I always do. The last laugh? They can have it. I'm not going to be laughing after what I do to him. Hope I read it right. Ripper! I'll lead the way.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Yeah. What? This way? I'll suss it. Oaknut! There's good, there's better, and then there's plain old me. It's how I live. Anyone know where we're going? Hello, tree. Ha! My tail's a sail. Uh-huh. What's over here? Ripper. Trampin' time.
Tis mine.
Middle tower is under attack.
Nothing to it. It's all on the way. This way. I'm king. That's the one.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your
Well,
middle
hit them.
tower is under attack.
Don't any of you ever get tired of congratulating yourselves? I'll suss it. Probably the right way. Wicked. How about a shortcut? Double trouble. Yeah, I see it. Ugh. I'll lead the way. Bark rot. My tail's a sail. Nah, yeah. I'm always on the right trail. Get him off me, nuthead! Now you
Consider thyself purified.
just follow my tail.
Silence seal you.
Yeah. I'm under attack! Served up like a snap.
Too many irons in the fire. We hardly knew you. Just as well.
What on earth was that all about? Better not end up
I
anywhere
seal
sus.
you all in silence.
Always a step ahead. Leave it. Good news. I've decided how I'm gonna kill you. Listen. Come on. Yeah.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
For the record, I did hit the tree. It doesn't hurt the. Hey, ow! Yep. Don't let him hide me! Not ready.
My words of power.
Yeah, don't put a big head. Don't let it get guess what comes next. Not here. I said these things take time! Did you see a bunch move? Maybe I'll catch you littering, bro. Here we go. Time to kill something?
Bountiful.
What? This way?
Wala naman ang baho dito, di ba? Lahat ng
Hey, how you going in there? I'm keen. Look at this clown. When's the murder start? Hang on, of course.
Thou seest me not.
It's how I live. One in the groove. Yep. Ready for some kick? Oh, did that clip you? How about a warm fuzzy? You live in all sorts of rubbish. That all went straight to the top. Did you fall out of the nest as a baby? Okay, so this is what a god complex feels like. Cool. Ripper. No! Wait, if the Gleipnir's
Your
here,
top tower
then
is under
he's...
attack.
I gotta go. Yeah.
Your top tower has fallen.
No, this way. Any blood
The
trails?
enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Anyone know where we're going? Sweet as, I should get heaps of these. You couldn't. I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty. Uh-huh. Just follow my trail. You're going to regret this. That's the one. Eat this. Nah, yeah. I'm keen. Fresh out, mate. Wicked. Time to kill something? Rack off. I just like taking what's yours. No worries.
'Tis mine.
I'm under attack! Trees. Ripper. Who we fighting?
Leia lang kakain eh.
Acorn in your eye!
Leia lang.
I
Kung hindi
hate to
masirap, kainin namin ng lahat. Si Jaja bawal.
Yeah.
Yeah? Hindi tuloy. Bakit daw?
I'm always on the right trail.
Bakit? Nakala ko planado na yung lahat.
I'll lead the way.
Hindi, walang reschedule na lang para.
Open up! Got ya! Stand right there. Things never easy, eh? Hey!
I was the last of my
reckoning.
kind.
Right on. Keep at it. Now you tell me. Yeah, I see it. A forest from the trees. Pause a peddling. Trembling time. Rattle the dogs. What? This way? I got heaps of them. Yep. You couldn't stop me. Who doesn't love the swirly bits? Always a step ahead. Sure.
Burnt offerings. An inch of an egg.
When's the murder start? Functional and feel good. Everything got just a little bit keener. Uh-huh. No, this way. throw some shade. Probably the right way. Yeah. Just follow my trail. You earned it. In the stringer. Ugh. Listen. Now I'm the naughty one. Did you see a branch move? Yep. Get him off me! Of course I underestimated you. Look at you.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
That'd rock anybody out. I'm not sure this isn't killing me. It's how I live. Hey, you want to see now to kill some fertilizer? Look, I don't need to be a god here. Let's just win this thing already. Any blood trails? I got heaps of them. I'm keen. Leave it. Sprout shot. My tail's a sail.
Monster kill!
Just follow my tail. One in the groove. Just doing my part. Enough yakking. Nah, yeah. A forest? Ah. Well, I could have been invisible. How could you? You monster!
Tis mine.
Your middle tower is on.
At things like the Eric Gardner case, or which is a terrible one, right?
Yeah.
There's cases that you see, like when the guy's just selling loose cigarettes and they're strangling
of
them in
course.
front of the store. It's a terrible case.
smell
You
something?
see something like that, and that motivates him to do that. And I
It's
know what
gotta
you're
be
saying.
the
That these are
last one.
anecdotes, and this doesn't encompass the full statistics of cops versus
Anyone know
black
who we got?
men and how what is exactly is
Ever
happening.
seen some
But
food for
that's not
thought?
his area of expertise anyway. He has an
Well, I mean,
issue.
I agree with that. So
He has
making him a spokesperson for a movement where he has no expertise is a weird thing to do.
how did he-
There are plenty of people who talk about this with actual statistical
Right, but if you're
knowledge.
a famous
Scrub.
person and you decide to take this big stand publicly like that,
After you get
become
benched for Blaine
a
Gabbert,
spokesperson.
yeah. After you get benched for Blaine Gabbert and take millions of bucks from a major corporation, closely oppressed.
Blaine, is that the
Blaine
guy who
Gabbert was the
passed
guy.
him?
Yeah, the immortal Blaine Gabbert, the Hall of Famer Blaine Gabbert.
Nah, yeah. Yep. Wicked. Yeah. Hey, listen to this. Wing it!
And I command.
It's all on the way. Did you see a always on the right trail. My tail's a
The
stallion.
enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Got any scrog? When's the murder start? You smell something?
Silence all.
Mate, it's a solid workout. That's a
Chill
bingo.
out.
Now I'm under attack.
Magic thyself out of that.
Nothing's better. Anyone left you a dollar? One.
Out. Double kill.
Gabbert, who
I
played
know
like
nothing about
no
sports.
Blaine Gabbert was an NFL quarterback who sucked. I mean, he was terrible, and they benched Colin Kaepernick for him, and it was after he got benched that he started doing the kneeling for the American flag.
I am
Which is a pretty good gig. I'll
sports
admit.
broadcaster who knows nothing about sports.
Listen,
People try to talk to me about
if he had
and
explained,
Jamie
let's
makes
put
fun
this
of me all
way.
the
If he had
time
explained it the way that you're explaining it, meaning we're not living up to the American flag, which is why I'm kneeling, I wouldn't be arguing with it. He didn't explain it that way. That wasn't the way it went down.
but it's just him. What do you think about there's certain guys that like lock arms during the American flag?
I never
Why is
problem with that.
everyone
Okay,
always
locking
blaming
arms is
me?
okay, but kneeling's bad.
Well, no, the way that he characterized his kneeling was bad.
Okay,
Meaning,
him.
like,
but what about other people that kneel?
if they
Drop your
characterize it
gold
differently, it
and
means a
run
different thing.
along.
Okay.
Right? I mean,
see what you're saying.
meaning like what it originally was is what it was. I'm not
Right.
going to retcon
No,
what he
that's-
meant at the time.
He was the first to do it, right?
Right. And then he made millions of dollars for his bravery. Again, I don't think it takes a whole hell of a lot of bravery to be benched for Blaine Gabbert, take a knee,
Yeah.
make millions of bucks from Nike.
I wish
while
I knew who
proclaiming
this
that
Blaine Gabbert fellow was.
terrible QB rating is all you really need to know. Not a good quarterback is the answer.
So is Colin Kaepernick? I mean, I don't. As an athlete, is he not good? Like,
He's a terrific athlete. He's just not a very good quarterback.
okay.
So, I mean, he had one fantastic season. He led
Yeah.
the 49ers to the Super Bowl. And then, like a lot of kind of one-hit wonders in sports, people kind of figured him out too. And his QB rating started to decline. But, I mean, look, bottom line is that
To kill something? Here's a
making him the
happy little
spokesperson of a
fella.
movement where he really...
You could butt on my essence.
I don't like the idea that you are going to
Sure,
attribute to
yeah.
all of America a sin that is, number one, anecdotal in nature, and number two, cannot be attributed to America's highest ideals. You're doing it wrong.
Where
If
do
you
you
want to
think
fight
you're going?
police brutality, say America is not living up to her promises. Say that the promise of America, like there is a way to convince. Every successful social movement in American history has done this. The gay rights movement did this. The gay rights movement said, listen, everybody in America has been guaranteed a certain level of freedom. And we're not being guaranteed that level of freedom. Right? The freedom to
Got heaps
pursue
of them.
happiness is not being guaranteed to us.
It's how
We're
I
just
live.
asking that we be left alone. Leave us alone. And it took time, but most Americans came around to that perspective.
That's the one.
The same thing holds true on race. The same thing holds true on police brutality. If you make an invocation and you say to Americans, as Americans, I know that over time my fellow Americans are going to come to realize that they need to live in accordance with the fundamental principles that founded the country.
See my
That's unifying. To say that the American flag is inherently non-unifying is really
This is goodbye.
bad. Like to the point where you now have college campuses where if you fly an American flag, there have been cases where people are asked to take it down because it's too
You
divisive.
can
Like that.
always use my
That's
truth.
That's
That
wild.
does seem crazy.
Just follow my
When
trail.
you say it's anecdotal, that he's reacting to something that's anecdotal, but there's many of those anecdotes, and you see them over and over again. The problem is
Yeah, you
they're
gotta
so
work
they're so prevalent. There's so many videos.
So this
My
is-
friend Joe Shelley is a kickboxer, and his entire Instagram has been dedicated to bad cops over the last few months, just showing all these videos of bad cops. I mean, yes, it's anecdotal, but goddamn, there's a lot of anecdotes.
There's 330 million police interactions every year. So
Yes.
yeah, I mean that's
Now, what was the initial interaction that what was his motivation to do that? Was there a single instance of police brutality that caused him to do that?
I'm trying to remember which season he did this. This would have been 3-4 years ago. So I'm trying to remember. I don't think it was the Michael Brown situation because I remember there were protests in the NFL over Michael Brown. right? Which was actually a bad anecdote. Like that was a bad one for people to pick. People were doing the hands up, don't shoot. That didn't actually happen.
Right, he actually tried to grab the gun from the cop.
He gun went off in the car. He charged the cop by witness testimony. All the witnesses were black. You know,
The Eric Gardner one is much cleaner, right?
well, the Eric Garner one is cleaner in terms of police brutality. It's not super clean in terms of racism or even cause of death. So this is one of the problems. Police brutality for sure. It's kind of like, it's actually, you know, I'm warning people now that what happens in the George Floyd case with Derek Chauvin, like they should be warned up front. I want this police officer punished. I think everyone wants the police officer punished. The defense is going to make a case that the police officer is not responsible for George Floyd's death in exactly the same way that the New York police officers made the case that they were not responsible for Eric Garner's death. And the autopsy, the initial autopsy tends to support that. So what that suggests is not that Derek Chauvin is good or clean or decent, but if you're going to charge him with murder, that's a hard charge to make, just on a legal level. So I'm warning people now of that because the next move will be, obviously the system is racist. If Derek Chauvin doesn't get convicted of first-degree murder, it's going to be very hard to convict him. I think to charge him with second. It's going to be very difficult to convict him with second.
Well, he has to be charged with second, right? Because at first would mean premeditated.
Right, third. Well, he was charged with third originally, and then Keith Ellison, the AG over there, elevated it to second degree. I think it's very difficult to make the case for second-degree murder.
What were you pulling up, Jamie? You had something you want to say?
Yeah, I had this part of when this actually started in 2016. He started sitting. Let's keep doing that. He started by sitting, and people started getting video of him sitting as the preseason was starting. So he then talked to a teammate. They discussed kneeling was the best thing for him to do at the time.
Do you remember? Do you know which incident kind of kicked it off?
That's why I was going to play the video of it. So I had here the actual first video of him talking about him donating $1 million to the local community. I think he had guns drawn on him, which is probably what started.
Okay.
But here's him talking about that.
And I've been very blessed to be in this position and be able to make the kind of money I do. And I have to help these people. I have to help these communities. It's not right that they're not put in the position to succeed or given those opportunities to succeed. And as far as taking a knee tonight, Eric, as well as myself, had a long conversation with Nate Boyer, who is a military vet, and we were talking to him about how can we get the message back on track and not take away from the military, not take away from pride in our country, but keep the focus on what the issues really are. And as we talked about it, we came up with taking the knee because there are issues that still need to be addressed. And it was also a way to try to show more respect to the men and women that fight for this country.
Okay, so that's better, obviously.
But that's him.
Scroll down for a second, because I think
but
that
that's 2016.
So
that's
look at this one.
Though.
Okay, look at the one right below that. Okay, this is the one I'm talking about.
I'm not going to stand up to show pride in a flag for a country that oppresses black people and people of color. To
that's
me,
the sentence right there.
So that's a different.
The video we just watched
tenor.
was 4 or 5 days after these statements were made. So he said he changed after talking to someone. He made changes to what was going on.
Right. So the initial explanation is the one that I was talking about.
Okay, so he revised his feelings on it.
And then,
well, that's super reasonable.
It started with this.
Kaepernick had guns drawn on him by cops for being one of the only black guys in his town. Yeah, that seems super reasonable, what he said there, about having
the second take after talking to the military. Yeah, that's better.
Military, rather, yeah.
Although he recently released a video that sort of goes back to the original explanation, suggesting that America is endemically and systemically racist, which is a problem.
That's a hot take right now. It's good. It's very popular.
Yeah, no, that's the big one. Yeah. That's the big one.
Yeah. Well, how do you think we get back on track? How do we find balance? I always hope that things go really far in one direction and then really far in the other direction and sort of.
Listen, I end up in the same place I always end up, which is we gotta learn to leave each other the F alone. I mean, seriously, like that's the only way this is gonna work. Because we either have to decide we want to share a country and live together with each other, or we have to decide we don't.
Yeah.
If we want to live together and share a country, then we have to stop basically making crazy demands of one another. And this is what the cancel culture is all about. But we got to stop that. We got to recognize that people may not agree with you. People may do things differently than you, and that's okay. Like, as much as I dislike what Colin Kaepernick's doing, I don't think that he should be blackballed from the NFL. If I were an NFL owner, by the way, I'd hire him in a second. You know the kind of press I'd get for hiring Colin Kaepernick? I'd make a boatload of Colin Kaepernick. That's a great deal. Like,
so how come people aren't doing it?
I mean, I assume because he's not that great a quarterback. I mean, like if he were Tom Brady, I think that he would, be getting a contract. He also, I mean, there was that whole situation last year with Kaepernick where he wanted to do tryouts for the NFL, and then he sort of broke the NFL's rules in doing the tryouts, and he wanted it filmed in a certain way and all this sort of stuff. But like, I'd hire him as a backup quarterback because here's the thing: you're either going to please one half of the population or please the other. Either he's amazing, in which case you've got a winning team and a great story, or he gets sacked every other down, in which case half the country cheers. So, yeah, that's for sure.
But how do we? I mean, this is probably one of the most racially divisive times in my memory, in my lifetime. I don't remember things being. Everybody's worried about everything being racist. Every single thing that anyone does. Syrup is racist. Pancakes are racist.
Oh, it's evolved into all the. You saw this Trader Joe's story, right?
You were telling me earlier.
This is wild. So Trader Joe's is called Trader Joe's, right? Which is not racist, I guess. But apparently they have Mexican products that they were calling Trader Jose's. And some bored person in their basement decided to create a petition that got signed by some 2,400 other bored people about why it shouldn't be called Trader Jose's because that's racist. So apparently it's cultural appropriation if you're Trader Joe's and you make a burrito. But if you call it Trader Jose's, then that's, I think they called it exoticizing Mexican people. Yeah, it's making them exotic and other. So Trader Joe's pulled it down. Trader Joe's is gonna not use this anymore.
17-year-old called out. 17-year-old called out Trader Joe's. Now the chain is dropping offensive labeling.
Offensive to whom? Who? Like, how many Hispanics were picketing outside Trader Joe's being, now that I saw that Trader Jose beer.
Right. Listen, I'm Italian. Do you think Papa Gino's, is that really, I mean, is that really an Italian who made that company? Like, how many different, like, different pizza companies and all these not run by Italians at all?
Honestly, God, I'd love to see the racial breakdown of the people who signed this petition. I would bet 90% of them are white.
Yeah.
90%, right?
White, live in the suburbs, hate their parents. Yeah. What did you say? What was the word they used for it?
Exoticizing.
Exoticizing.
I think, they said, yeah.
Oh my God, that is so adorable. Exoticizing. I was talking to you about Rick Bayless, who's a famous chef of Mexican cuisine, who is a white man who adores Mexican food. I mean, I love the guy. I love listening to his videos. I love Mexican food, so watching this guy's videos, it's like I love someone who's really into something. I get a kick out of even like there's a guy I used to watch on PBS that would make furniture with ancient tools. I could use like ancient different old-timey saws and chisels and shit, and he would make these wooden chairs and tables and furniture.
It's just called the Amish, right? I mean,
but he kind of looked like that. But he was really dressed like an old-timey guy, and he had this old-timey shop, and he would make this stuff. And I loved watching him, and I don't give a fuck about his shitty furniture. I don't. But what I cared about was the fact that this guy was really passionate about his thing, and it was very attractive to me. And I feel the same way when I watch this guy, Rick Bayless, talk about Mexican cuisine. He loves it. He takes regular trips to Mexico and learns how to cook these dishes in the traditional way, and then talks about it with this great passion. But the guy just got shit all over. They were just like, you're culturally appropriating. You shouldn't be doing this. You're a white man.
Let me just say this generally. Cultural appropriation is a bunch of horseshit. And the reason it's a bunch of horseshit is because, you know what's the best in life? All the things that are good from everybody else's culture. Like, the reason people live in major cities is to go to all the different restaurants from all of the different cultures. And why is cultural... I'm so confused as to why cultural appropriation is bad. Cultural appropriation is the greatest thing that has ever happened to planet Earth. If we're all siloed off into our own little cultures, you know how much things would suck? It would just be terrible. So this kind of stuff is just crazy.
It drives me nuts. I grew up teaching Taekwondo, which is a Korean martial art. I learned to count in Korean. I had to speak all the techniques in Korean.
Because you hate Koreans. That's clearly the problem.
I culturally appropriated the shit out of my childhood.
Yeah, exactly. This is all crazy, and there's no apparent end to it. Like, there's no limiting principle.
There's no limit. There's no limit.
I read a column this morning by somebody, I think it was in the Washington Post, saying that we should just keep changing the name of everything. Like, literally, forever. We should just keep changing the name of everything. She said, there was this town, and I think I found a non-offensive name for the town, but if I found something else that was offensive, like 3 years from now, we should change the name of the town. I just thought, okay, so we are living in 1984, right? Orwell talked about renaming everything. Because
people will find a way. They'll find a way to be mad.
Well, here's my controversial statement, okay?
Okay.
My controversial statement is, if you have to go this far to find things to be offended over, there's not that much to be offended over. If you have to go so far that you have to be offended by Trader Jose's, you got nothing going on in your life. There's a dramatic demand for being offended and acting like a victim. And there just ain't like there are actual victims in this country.
Yes.
And internationally, they're seriously actual victims.
Yeah.
But we don't focus on any of those folks, right? We
No.
focus instead on like the dumbest bullcrap you ever heard. You know, about renaming libraries and listen. I'm fine with you want to take a Confederate statue and put it in a museum. Fine. I mean, those guys were jerks. They're terrible people. Fine, go for it. But like you're talking about, we're gonna fix the world by renaming
It's almost
Washington
like
D.C. because
divine
Washington was
intervention. If I
bad.
believe
Like,
in
what
this
did you do
stuff.
lately?
Which
Did you do
you
what
do
Washington did?
not.
Like, I understand we don't put up statues to people for all the bad crap they did. Martin Luther King had a real bad record with the ladies. Okay, we don't put up statues to Martin Luther King because we were saying he was great with women.
I think everybody was bad with women back then.
Everyone
just
is
how
bad.
it
Period.
was done.
Human beings suck. Okay, so either get rid of all the statues or recognize that human beings suck.
Worse, obviously.
For
Some of
sure,
them
and
suck
there are
worse.
gradations of suck.
Do
But
you remember back when they were
Only the
tearing
way.
down those Civil War statues and Trump, in all of his wisdom, was like, what are they going to do next? What about Lincoln? What about they're going to take down George Washington? And everybody's like, oh, he's so crazy. Meanwhile, that's exactly what they were doing. That was what they were doing. I mean, in Chicago, well, that was actually Christopher Columbus, who was legitimately a bad guy.
he was. I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Also, everyone was bad. Like literally, all the people like enslavement, brutal treatment of people.
Right.
Fairly commonplace.
But do you think there's an
Just
argument
adding
to be
on to
said
perfect.
that maybe we shouldn't celebrate those
be
bad
the right
people
way.
anymore? That we know what they really were.
Not
all
really. I
about?
think we should just talk about the bad
Yeah.
people. Like I don't think we're the only good people in history.
Right,
I think
do you
there's.
think they should have a
Sneaky little
statue of
scumbags.
Genghis Khan?
I don't know. What did Genghis Khan do that was good? That had good results?
Well, he opened up trade to China.
Okay, if you want to put up a trade to China statue for Genghis
But he
Khan
also
at the Trade
killed
Federation.
10% of the population.
Yeah, true enough. And
Yeah.
what? Impregnated the other 10% or something? It's
he
something
fucked
wild.
everybody. he literally raped his way through Asia.
The point of a Christopher Columbus statue is not all the bad things he did to the Arawaks. The point of a Christopher Columbus statue is we are glad that Western civilization came to the Western Hemisphere. I kind of agree with that principle. I think it is a good thing that Western civilization came to the Western Hemisphere. And yes, there was a lot of brutality. And yes, there was a lot of cruelty. And we should talk about all those things. But this notion that the only cruelty that has ever existed in human history came at the behest of Western civilization, that everything was a Rousseauian paradise before Christopher Columbus came, that Christopher Columbus doesn't deserve a statue in specific, that we should like
it.
either make the argument that everybody was a product of their time and therefore no one deserves a statue,
Call me crazy
or
now.
recognize that when there's a statue of Christopher Columbus, we are not honoring how he treated the Arawaks. No one ever thought
I
that we put up a
usually like
statue to
cheese
Christopher
myself.
Columbus because he was
I'll
really
make it
sweet to the
exception.
natives on the other end of that.
off me.
Right? That nobody's.
So what is the purpose of a
It's how I live.
statue? Like when you have a Christopher Columbus statue, like what is the purpose of that statue?
No,
We
you
know,
can't
we
hit
all
nothing
know
if you
who
don't
he
go
is.
there.
We all know what he did. Why do we have an enormous bronze version of him in the middle of a park?
I mean, presumably to say that Western civilization arriving here was a good thing,
G'day.
right? Or to have the conversation. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
It's a monument to an historical
Just
event,
follow my
right?
trail.
right. Or listen, Columbia University is named after Columbus, right? The idea of America as Columbia, right, which was an alternative name for America,
tails
was
are
after
saying-
Columbus because he was a discoverer.
Well, that's a weird one, right? We're named after Amerigo Vespucci. Nobody knows who the fuck that guy is.
Yeah, he's been lost in the time.
He's totally been lost.
But there is this idea
Yeah.
that has settled in that and it's really of high irritation to me that we are now the only good people who have ever lived.
Always on the right
Everyone who
trail.
came before us was just a horrible person, and we are the only good humans who have ever. Like, isn't the world lucky to have us? We're the only people who have ever lived who are completely sinless, and we can look from our perch at the top of morality at everyone who came before us and say that those people were all garbage compared to us. Now, there were people who were garbage compared to us. But I really don't think that Washington was among the people who you can say was garbage compared to you. Like, I don't think that you living in 1770 are a better person than George Washington. I think you stand atop the legacy that George Washington helped build.
Well, I have news for those people that were trying to break into Amazon Go. History is going to look back at you like you're a piece of shit.
I
The
see
people in the future that would never shatter property and never spray paint things and never attack people for filming things with their cell phones,
Pause
they're
it,
going to look
Caitlin.
back at these violent actions and they're going to look back and they're not going to be kind. They're the same way. I mean, it's
Time to kill something?
every single generation, hopefully, if society doesn't implode, we don't have nuclear war, every single generation is going to learn from the mistakes of the past and
Sweet
hopefully
ass,
improve.
I should get
That's
heaps
what
of
we're
these.
hoping for. And we should be happy that we can look back
Here's a
on
hat
a
for
lot
little
of these
fella. It's
people
more for
and
fun
say,
than
we understand now how deeply flawed they were and what was wrong with George Washington and what was wrong with Thomas Jefferson. Although he did draft the Declaration of Independence, he was a slave owner. And this is one of the contradictions of our society and our culture. That
And fathered kids with a slave. I mean,
yes.
I mean, you don't have to shortchange the
Yes.
evils of human beings in order to recognize
I always
either
do still
the
have a
direction
storm.
of American history or recognize the good things about people. People are a little more complex than I think we want to think of them as. And this is one of the arenas that this sort of gets back to the point about the system. If you recognize that human beings are capable of great sin and also capable of doing great things, what you really want is a system that of checks and balances that prevents people from gaining too much power to hurt other people. And what you also want to recognize is that the flaws of human beings are not necessarily the flaws of the system. And that just changing the system is not going to change the underlying flaws of human beings. Which means you actually have to think through the policies that you're promulgating before you implement them.
Clearly, if you say this, you're not paying attention to what happened at Chaz or Chop. Because they had it nailed. It was paradise for a short period of time. That's one of my favorite stories of this year because these people basically took over this gigantic chunk of Seattle and said, we're going to show you how it's done. They wind up being the police. They wind up beating the fuck out of people who did anything they didn't want them to do, including film things. They wind up, you saw murder. You saw massive graffiti. You certainly saw borders. There were borders put up. They kept cops from coming in. They kept a lot of people from coming in.
Beating up journalists.
They beat up journalists. They took over private property. So they appropriated private property. These are not buildings they built. They didn't make a deal. They didn't barter. They didn't have some sort of a beautiful, mutually beneficial agreement with these people that own these buildings. No, fuck you. They took them over. They took them over and started spray painting shit all over them. It's crazy. But it shows you, like, your childlike idea of what you can do that's better. You don't really understand that the founding fathers really did put into place all these checks and balances to keep someone from abusing power. And as much as Trump would like to overcome all of that, you see time and time again, he's a great example in many ways of how this system really is beautifully engineered from 300 fucking years ago.
Because the founders did understand the problem of human nature, which is people want power and they want to hurt other people very often. And you still need government in order to do things, but there better be broad-scale agreement on the things you want to do, or a small majority of people can really hurt a huge minority of people, right? This is what they call tyranny of the mob, right? They were very much afraid of this, and that's stuff that is worth remembering. You know, the tearing down that system because you want to build something more beautiful. If it looks like Chaz or Chop, that ain't a thing.
Well, it's this idealistic. They have blinders on. They have this narrow tunnel vision view of what they think this utopian future could be.
I think they think that human beings are going to be fundamentally transformed by a different system.
Yeah.
So they look at the problems. One of the biggest problems we have in American politics is the myopia with which we look at the United States. So when you're dating somebody, it's very easy to see all the problems with the person you're dating. When you're married to someone, it's certainly easy for my wife to see all the problems with me, and there are plenty. But when she looks at all the other people, then she's like, okay, well, he's less flawed than the others, right? When you look at the United States, it's very easy to see all the different flaws in the United States because, of course, they exist. This is a society filled with humans, 330 million of them. But when you look abroad and you look at other examples of civilizations over time, and then you look back at the United States, I think maybe the system isn't quite that bad. Because the fact is that for all the problems we got, the biggest problems that humanity faces and has faced are not happening in the United States. They're happening everywhere else. China right now is shipping Uyghur Muslims on trains after shaving their heads to concentration camps where they are being forcibly sterilized. There are actual problems on planet Earth. That is not to say there aren't problems in the United States, but they are not the same in terms of degree, and they are not the same in terms of scope. And to pretend that the system of the United States needs to be ripped down from the inside, and that if you build a beautiful new system, that you will shape humanity such that we are all saints and no sinners, you're out of your mind.
I agree with you. And it's the Uyghur situation is shockingly undercovered.
Oh my God. Well, it demonstrates that when people said never again, they were full of crap. They're just full of crap. I mean, it's just not true. And this is one area where the United States should absolutely be taking a leading role. It is obvious that China is a nefarious actor. China's been stealing our technology. The Chinese government is attempting to extend its rule of tyranny over Hong Kong. They just subjected 7.5 million people to their direct tyranny in violation of treaty. And the response has basically been muted from the Western world. And did you see that video of the Chinese ambassador in Britain being asked on the BBC about that tape?
No, I didn't.
It's fantastic. So the BBC interviewer shows him the tape of the people being pushed onto trains, right? And he says, "What is this?" And the Chinese ambassador says, "I can't see it. I'm not sure what you're talking about." He's literally saying that the screen is huge. It's right behind him. Like he's looking right at it. And he acts as though he can't see it. And then he starts talking about the natural beauty of the region. Right? He won't deal with it. He won't explain what it is. And the rest of the world is just like, well, you know what? This is where, you know, in the sporting world, The story that's undercovered in the sporting world is the blowback that the NBA gave to Daryl Morey, the Houston Rockets GM, for saying free Hong Kong. Right. You can't even get anybody in the NBA to condemn China while China's subjecting 1 million Uyghurs to abject slavery. Mark Cuban just had an exchange with Ted Cruz the other day, where he was going after Cruz for something, and Cruz said, well, just, you know, he questioned Cruz's balls or something, and Cruz came back at him and said, well, do you have the balls to condemn China? And Cuban said something like, well, you know, I don't want to get involved in the internal affairs of another country. I thought, well, that is not an internal affairs question. It's one thing to say I don't want to get involved in the tax rates of other countries. It's another thing to say shaving people's heads, shipping them on trains to concentration camps where you force them into labor and or sterilize them. That seems like not an internal issue that you're not allowed to criticize, really.
Yeah, that's a big one. But the China thing is so crazy because so many business interests have this connection with them, and so much of the money that they generate is because of China. I mean, the NBA films. There's so much of our culture that kowtows to China. We're so connected to them, and that's one of the things that we really found out from this pandemic is how many things are built there, how much of our medicine, how much we rely on China.
It also demonstrates the lie of the idea that if you trade with somebody, then they're going to liberalize.
Yeah.
Right? That was something that was pushed over the last 30, 40 years real hard, which is we'll help them out economically, we'll have mutual trade, it'll be good for both of us, and they'll liberalize because once they realize it's good to be part of the world economy, then they won't be tyrants anymore. Instead, they just took all the chips off the table and said, no, actually, I'm going to double down on this, and we're going to get more tyrannical, not less. I mean, Xi is the most powerful Chinese leader since Mao. It's incredible.
We don't have much time. You have a heart out in 1 minute. I just want to know, what do you think goes down in November? And how hopeful are you for the future? Because it seems to me like we're fucked no matter who wins. Because the chaos that we're seeing, the civil unrest that we're seeing, it's going to either accelerate or spread one way or the other.
So I think that if we're going to hold together, we have to make a decision. Either fundamentally the American system is good but flawed, and we need to work on the flaws within the system, or fundamentally the American system sucks and was rooted in slavery and bigotry, and we need to rip down the entire system. The latter is not really a great recipe. So we can have normal political arguments within the former, or the country is toast. As far as what goes down in November, look, right now the polling data says Trump gets skunked. Right? I mean, right now the polling data's got Biden up 10, 12 points in the polls.
But didn't the polling data in 2016 say that Hillary was going to steamroll?
On the national data, not so, on the national data, they were kind of right. So on the national data, the final Real Clear Politics poll average was like 3 points. Hillary won by 3 points in the popular vote. The state polls were really wrong, particularly in Wisconsin, in Michigan, and Pennsylvania. On this one, because Trump is universally losing in like all the swing states and is in spitting distance in Texas, he's got a lot of ground to make up right now. Listen, Biden is running almost the ideal campaign. He's not alive. He's a not alive person. And as it turns out, beating a dead horse is actually kind of tough, right? He's like, because he's not threatening. He's fundamentally non-threatening. You look at Biden, and do you feel threatened by Biden? I don't feel threatened by Biden. The man's not alive. You can't threaten me with a corpse, right? And so Trump, who is innately volatile and looking for something to kind of attack,
is his own worst enemy.
Is his own worst enemy. Like with Hillary, the untold story of 2016 is that Trump didn't win, Hillary lost. Yeah. People hated Hillary's guts, and the stat that proves it is that people who hated both Trump and Hillary broke for Trump pretty heavily.
Yeah.
Right now, people who don't like either Biden or Trump are breaking nearly universally for Biden because Trump is so off-putting. And I've said for a long time, politics is about the art of making it hard to vote for your opponent and easy to vote for you. And Trump is fairly good at number one, and he is awful. He is god-awful at number two. Making it easy to vote for him, that's a toughie. That's
well
a toughie.
Said. Well said. Thank you, Ben Shapiro. Always a good time, man.
Good to see you, dude.
Always enjoy seeing you. All right, that's it. Bye, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you.
Do I look tired? Octarine core.
Maybe you're resentful and irritated because you're young and you're still at the bottom of the heap, and you've got other problems.
The fuck? I'm getting back to this one.
And the influences that you have around you. Someone has to do something to influence those kids in a different way. Look, I was very fortunate when I was young that I discovered martial arts, and it kept me from being what I could have potentially been a bad kid. It gave me something to focus on. And I didn't grow up in a bad environment, but it wasn't the best. there's a lot of people out there that grow up in horrific environments and they never have that thing. They never have something. They don't have a father around, or they don't have a mother around, or whatever bad influences they have are overwhelming, and they don't. It's very difficult for someone to just, air quotes, get their shit together. It's very difficult.
For sure.
That's why, to this day, there's so many books about losing weight. Don't you think everybody wants to lose weight that's fat? They do. Everybody who's fat wants to be thin. They do. But it's fucking hard.
For sure.
And that's nothing in comparison to changing your whole life.
But you would say about somebody losing weight, you know what's not useful here is lamenting how bad your family has had it with regard to losing weight. Like, at a certain point, if you want to lose the weight, you got to figure out a way to lose the weight.
That's true, but this is based on the information that I have. I have this vast scope of information that I've been able to absorb. If you're in these isolated environments and everyone around you is involved in gangs and crime and drugs, it's very difficult to model yourself after something that you don't see in real life.
Well, so totally true, and that's why, again, more information needs to get into areas. I agree with a lot of the opportunities that need to be provided by education. Getting people to be educated outside their local public school would be a good change.
Yeah.
Being able to like move outside your crap local public school and go somewhere else would be good.
The best influences for kids that grow up in these environments seem to be people that have gotten out and then come back and talk to them.
Right.
And tell them how to do it.
But
and
none of this has to do.
Be done.
But to go back to the original conversation, none of this has to do with telling kids that you live in an evil country that's seeking to keep you down.
Well, maybe not, but there has been a very small amount of emphasis placed on taking these impoverished communities and figure out how to engineer them out of this situation.
Well, I don't think that's true. So I don't think that's true. Yeah, I mean, the amount that we've spent on a federal level and a state level on educational programs and poverty programs
over time, but
no, on a year-to-year level. I mean, these are enormous quantities of money. This is not really a money problem. It really is not a money problem in just terms of you could sign everybody a check tomorrow, right? The predicate. So the predicate for the slavery reparations movement is exactly this: sign everybody a $80,000 check, and the problem will be alleviated.
No, well,
I don't think that's right.
I think they'll spend the $80,000 and they'll be right back where they started from. But I do think that there is an argument that there can be some way of engineering, whether it's community centers or education or doing something differently in these places to chip away at this problem.
So on that stuff, we totally agree. The only point that I'm making about the 1619 Project is when you teach people that they are the victims of a society, it makes it very difficult for them to succeed. The story of Black America should be a story of unbelievably brave people triumphing over systems that suck. Right? I mean, that is the story of Black America. Most Black Americans do not live under the poverty line in the United States. There's a huge Black middle class. There's a Black upper class too.
Let's simplify this if we can.
Sure.
If Ben Shapiro is the king of the world, how do you fix Baltimore? How do you fix Detroit? How do you fix the south side of Chicago?
Okay, so here's the unpopular view, but it happens to be correct. The first thing you have to do is you have to load the place with police. You got to load the place with police because you have to stop crime. Once you stop crime, then businesses are happy to invest in those areas. You're not going to get businesses to invest in those areas and provide jobs unless the crime is gone. You need, in fact, one of the reasons that you have such a vast differential in racial crime in the United States is because of white racism. And this is a point that Jane Levy, writer for the LA Times, has made. She wrote a book called Ghetto Side, and she points out that the reason that black crime was so high in the early 20th century and late 19th century is because basically white communities said to black communities, you're on your own, right? Enjoy. And so the crime rates ended up spiking because there were no police there. You have to make sure that law-abiding people are protected, that law-abiding businesses are protected, that people want to live there, that people want to invest there. You have to have a reestablishment of faith in churches, right? You need social institutions outside of government that are promoting things like family. You need more, one of the reasons you need more companies in these areas is they can offer educational opportunities to kids, internships, deals to go to college and then come back and work for us for a couple of years. Right? You need an opportunity, the same way that opportunity is built anywhere else on earth. You need to provide a safe space for business to work and for free speech to flourish and for education to be valued. You need to go in, you need to make clear to every kid, if you graduate high school, then you will have a shot at college, which, by the way, is 100% true today. If you're a black kid and you graduate high school with any level of achievement, you will have a very solid shot of at least going to a community college, and if you score even decently on the SATs, of going to a very high-level college, right? Affirmative action programs are extraordinarily common across the United States. But the first message is, we are going to ensure that law and order prevail here, a safe space for life, liberty, and property. and ownership of private property. And we are going to make sure that you as a law-abiding citizen have the opportunity to succeed. Because the biggest obstacle to young black kids growing up in the inner city, again, is not history. It is in the moment. The drugs, the crime, the fact that there are no fathers in a lot of these areas. Roland Fryer, black professor at Harvard, he's done excellent work showing that actually the number one factor in allowing kids to rise is not even having a father in the home. It's how many fathers there are generally in a community. So you can have a single mom, but if there are a lot of other male father figures around, that helps fill in the gap, right? These are practical things. Giving kids the ability to pick the school they go to so they don't have to go to the local crappy public school if it's a local crappy public school would be a solution here. But this all starts with the notion that it is not racist in the slightest to suggest that law and order have to prevail and that law-abiding people should be protected in their exercise of their rights.
I think you're 100% right on that, and I think although that might be an unpopular opinion, I agree with you. I think that is very important. Now, what do you do in this environment when you look at the way people distrust the police now? In particular, I mean, I've been reading stories about cops going to Five Guys Burgers and they can't get served because people won't serve cops. And this idea that all cops are bad. And this is a really disturbing perspective to me because you're seeing what's happening right now in Chicago. You're seeing what's happening right now in New York, where you have this massive uptick in violent crime because it's perceived that the police presence has been diminished greatly. So how do you reaffirm the trust in law enforcement, and what do you do to reform law enforcement? Because clearly there are some people that are cops that should not be cops.
Yes, there are a few things that you can do right off the bat, and that people right, left, and center have sort of talked about. And one of them is that you can abridge qualified immunity in certain areas. So qualified immunity is the idea that you're not liable to civil suit if you don't do something bad that has specifically had a precedent in law. So you could do something bad, but as long as nobody else has done the same exact bad thing before, you're not subjected to civil liability. You could curb that. It's a little complicated. So qualified immunity generally means that if I do something bad, then as a police officer, if I act within the scope of my general reasonable authority, you can't sue me for it. The actual way
that you do something bad, what if you shoot somebody while you're operating
right? So the reason that qualified immunity, as currently understood under Supreme Court doctrine, is too broad, is because that the standard used to be you would have to act as a reasonable police officer. If you acted as a reasonable police officer and you took a reasonable action, right? Somebody went for their waistband, they had an object in there, you didn't know if it was a gun, you shot them, right? You wouldn't presumably be suable because that's still reasonable. You track a guy down, you shoot him in the back, and then you plant the gun on him, that presumably would be suable, right? He'd be personally liable. So the way that Supreme Court has done this is they broaden qualified immunity to such an extent that you can still, bottom line is you can still get away with some bad stuff and not be sued for it. So that needs to be curbed. That's one thing. Second, police union contracts need to be utterly redone across the country. Police union contracts right now protect a lot of bad cops, right? But because the police unions are designed to protect the members of the union, just like any other union. And so what that means is that police unions, I'm not a fan of public sector unions generally, but police unions need to be abridged in their ability to protect cops who do something wrong. Third, you need to have a national registry of cops who are disciplined for violation of procedure so that they can't just leave LAPD and then go work for Ferguson PD or something. Right? Those are some easy things that you could do right off the bat. But the biggest thing right now, the biggest factor in terms of lack of faith between police and citizens really is the media, because there's been a lot of talk about the racial constituency of police forces. The majority of the LAPD is minority. The majority of the Baltimore PD is minority. I believe that a huge percentage of the Chicago PD is minority. So it really is not about, lots of white cops in black neighborhoods. In Baltimore, it's a lot of black cops in black neighborhoods. And that has not solved the problem of people mistrusting the police on an endemic level.
Well, it's an inherently difficult job.
It's a rotten job, man. I mean, I have nothing but for good cops. They're heroes, and the vast majority of cops are good cops, and they're heroes.
Yeah, I read a meme the other day that's very accurate. It said if you have 130 good cops and 12 cops, or 12 cops that are bad, you have 12 bad cops. If you have 130 good cops and 12 bad cops, but the 130 won't do anything about the 12 bad cops, you've got 142 bad cops.
Yeah. And I think that that's right.
Yeah, I think that's right, too.
I think that it is also true that our standard of what constitutes a bad cop has, in some ways, become much more stringent. So, for example, there are cases that have become national stories in which a cop was labeled a bad cop and he wasn't a bad cop.
Right, but there are
Right.
bad cops.
For sure.
Look. Here's a great example. The cops that pushed down that old man in where was it? Buffalo, New York. Is that
Yeah,
where it was?
yeah. Cracked his skull. Yep.
That's fucking crazy. I
Yeah.
mean, and that's white on white crime, right? I mean, is a white guy pushes this old man down, and the most bonkers part about that was the way the president reacted. Like, oh, the way he felt seemed funny. Maybe he was Antifa.
Yeah.
Maybe he was undercover. Like, there was literally the worst possible reaction to watching an elderly senior citizen get pushed down by a young, strong man.
You mean President Trump had the worst possible
was
reaction to
the
a thing?
worst
To a thing? I can't believe it.
Reaction. Yeah, I mean,
Unknown.
there's-
President Trump having bad reactions to
Look,
things.
I'm a big supporter of law enforcement. I have a lot of friends that are cops. I know a lot of people from martial arts that are cops from the UFC. I know a lot of cops from jiu-jitsu. I knew a lot of cops growing up from all the different martial arts disciplines that I engage in. A lot of cops get involved in that. There's a lot of good cops. There's a lot of good people out there, but it is a fucking insane job, and so many of them have PTSD.
For sure. But I will say that one of the great myths is that the big threat to the black community in the United States is law enforcement. It's just nonsense. It's not only nonsense, it's counterproductive nonsense. And you're seeing it.
But it is a
play out.
threat. It is a threat oftentimes.
It is on a data level an extraordinarily small threat. Law enforcement as a threat to black life on a generalized level is extraordinarily small. The Washington Post database last year showed a grand total of 15 black Americans shot unarmed across the United States in a country of 42 million black people.
The problem is when it happens, it doesn't matter what the statistics are. If people see that video and that video gets shared 200 million times, it looks like there's 200 million white cops killing a black guy.
Well, and this is why I say that the media's treatment of this stuff is just horrific.
It's not just the media; it's social media.
Social media has blown this stuff up, and it's gotten to the point where if you say that's a horrible situation, that's also an anecdotal situation. Here's some data. If you present the data, it's like, well, are you ignoring people's lived experiences? That's racist. How can you present the data? The data doesn't take into account the full story. No, but it takes into account an awful lot of the story, which is why it's called data. Right? Like, I just don't. Anecdotal evidence is evidence of an anecdote. It is not evidence of a broad national trend, nor is it evidence that taking a broad national policy like cutting back funding to the police in a time of rising crime is a good idea because you saw a video on YouTube.
Well, I think
I'm
we
sorry,
both
no.
agree that's a terrible idea. But when you look at these videos, the positive side, if there is any positive side, is that they're accountable now. And this has been going on forever. If you talk to people that are black that grew up in poverty-stricken areas, they will tell you horrific stories about being abused by cops. And I think the number is like 25% more likely a black person or brown person getting any sort of interaction with a cop is 25% more likely to become physical or for them to be abused. That's real.
Right.
I mean, when you look at the statistics of them being killed, yeah, white people get killed more by cops than black people. But there's way more white people.
No, even on a percentage basis, you have to use the control group of crime. You can't use the control group of raw population. So you have to look at people who are in situations where a deadly interaction is likely. There have been multiple studies that show that black people are not in more danger of being shot by cops than white people. But it is true that low-level uses of force between cops and black people are worse than low-level uses of force between cops and white people, right? That's the Roland Fryer study. There are a few confounds that have yet to be sort of worked out.
I think probably white people are less likely to believe that the cop's going to kill them, whereas black people are probably convinced the cop's going to kill them. That might play a factor in why there's more white people being killed by cops.
I mean, that may very well be true. It may also be that low-level uses of force may be disparate. If you think that the cop's likely to be a racist, then you might be more likely to resist the cop, and then he might be more likely to rough you up. So it's very difficult to rub out the confounds there. The one thing that we know for sure is that the greatest threat to black life, just like the greatest threat to white life, is members of your own race killing you. Like if you're talking about actual murders, white people are killed by white people. Black people are killed by black people.
By people you know, mostly.
Right. It's interracial, right? There's very little interracial crime, like black on white or white on black in the United States. There's a lot of intra-racial crimes, a lot of white people victimizing white people and black people victimizing black people. And the question is, how do you stop that? This is why. I don't know if you saw this interview. It was kind of an amazing interview. Terry Crews, the actor, he was on with Don Lemon, right? And Don Lemon is doing the Black Lives Matter sloganing, and Terry Crews says, "Well, all lives matter," and Don Lemon says, "But no, Black Lives Matter doesn't mean all Black Lives matter." Right? But Terry Crews said all Black Lives Matter, and he said, no, not all Black Lives Matter, only Black Lives Matter. We're only talking about police brutality right now. And Terry Crews was like, well, why aren't we talking about all Black Lives Matter? Because if Black Lives Matter means you withdraw cops, and withdrawing cops means more dead black people, then why wouldn't those lives matter too? And this is where the sloganeering gets in the way of actual progress, because
it's where ideology hits facts.
Right,
And
exactly.
It gets very weird. And Terry Crews was called some terrible names for that, but then a video surfaced of Don Lemon from 2013 chastising black
sounds like
people.
me on that, right? He sounds like me talking
He sounds exactly like you. It's hilarious. Pull your pants up. Get your shit together. You know, like...
He's literally saying things like, don't have babies out of wedlock,
Yes.
right? Stay in school, right? Which, by the way, again, all of this is commonsensical and true for all races. It is not just black people. Young white people in Appalachia need to get their shit together.
Yes.
Everybody needs to get their shit together.
But again, young white people in Appalachia are dealing with the same thing. What's around them all the time is crime, people taking pills, everyone having babies out of wedlock, people impoverished, no hope, no potential for escape.
I mean, I
is-
agree, but the first thing that has to change, so my dad had when I was looking to get married, my dad said the way that you get married is it's not that you find a girl and then you decide to get married. You decide to get married and then you find a girl, meaning that you have to sort of make up your mind that you're in the mode of.
This might be where we disagree the most. That's a good way to get hooked up with the wrong lady, bro.
Well, you make the life decision that you're at that point in your life when you want to make a decision
This
along
is what
those
I
lines.
think. Get married when you love a girl so much you're willing.
I mean, I
is-
agree, but the first thing that has to change, so my dad had when I was looking to get married, my dad said the way that you get married is it's not that you find a girl and then you decide to get married. You decide to get married and then you find a girl, meaning that you have to sort of make up your mind that you're in the mode of.
This might be where we disagree the most. That's a good way to get hooked up with the wrong lady, bro.
Well, you make the life decision that you're at that point in your life when you want to make a decision
This is
along
what
those
I
lines.
think. Get married when you love a girl so much you're willing to do something so fucking stupid that you're willing to get married to her. Because getting married to her is
How old were we when you got
less-
married?
less painful to you than the idea of losing that person. Because I think marriage, the good thing about it is that there's financial protection for the family, particularly when there's children involved. I think that's when it's the most important thing. I think financial protection for the children. Look, I grew up without child support. My father was a deadbeat dad. So I know what it's like to be poor because your father doesn't support you. I think that's horrific. I've seen it in many situations. I know many people that have been the victim of this. It's disgusting. There are a lot of shitty men out there that don't take care of their kids. White, black, Asian, it's universal. I think that is where the legal
And it's
definition of
already
marriage
icing over.
and protection
Now?
of children and protection of the woman who has to take care of these children financially, I think that's significant. When it comes to bringing the state in to somehow or another solidify your love, like, I love you, you love me, but let's bring in a bunch of fucking people we don't know and write it down on paper. That's nonsense.
Well, I totally agree with that, obviously. But
Yes.
the point that I'm making is that when you want to make a change in your life, you first have to commit that you want to make the change before you make the change.
Well, sometimes you meet someone, that's why you want to make a change.
No, but
because before then,
okay, so not to get into marital advice here, but like but I have some, I've been married for 12 years at this point. Thank God, very happy marriage. We have 3 kids, and the reason that I say you have to make up your mind that you want to get married before you get married is because you look for a different set of factors then. If you make up your mind you want to get married, what you're going to look for is commonality of values. Who is the person you want to build your life with? Do you share interests? Do you share a vision for the future? Whereas if you sort of fall into it, then you can fall in love with somebody you don't share any of these things with, and it makes it a lot more difficult later on to actually
I don't think
build a life
that's
on
true.
that.
I don't think you fall in love with someone that you don't share values with. I think you think they're hot and you want to fuck them.
Well, people mix this stuff up pretty regularly.
Well, people are silly.
People are indeed silly.
People tattoo their eyeballs, Ben. They do a lot of dumb shit.
You live in a world I don't, man.
Well, that's not my world. I don't have any friends with eyeballs tattooed. But people make mistakes they get attracted to someone physically. And, particularly men are, and I guess women too, I'm just not one of them, are attracted oftentimes by people they think are sexy, but are a bad choice in terms of a life partner.
Right.
But I don't think you fall in love with those people. They just become
How many
someone
dudes
who's
have married a
mad
girl
at
just
you.
because they thought they were hot?
A
There
lot.
are a lot.
But
So-
men, period. It's not just Jews. Like, the drug of sexual attraction is the most sold drug in the United States. It sells cars.
Oh,
it
yeah.
sells homes. Literally, it sells lifestyles.
Pornography.
Yeah, but what is that? I mean, when you're seeing a woman with a short skirt on and long legs walking like lustfully around a car, what are you saying? You're saying if you buy this car, maybe you can fuck this girl. That's what you're saying.
Well,
It's
of course.
like the worst fucking false advertising we have in America.
But this is why, when it comes to marriage, I think that it's important to actually put your large head before your other one. Jonathan Haidt, in his book, he has a book called The Happiness Hypothesis.
Great book.
Terrific, right?
Yeah.
He talks about this, right? He talks about the fact that people make a very large-scale mistake about marriage, which is they
Yes.
think that the passion you feel at the very beginning is what you're going to feel 40 years in. And that's not the way this works. It starts off where your passionate love level for somebody, meaning like lust and how much you want to get them in bed and how much you want to be with them all the time, is at like 100. And your level of kind of committed love, right? That level of love where you have shared values, that matters to you like this much.
Yes.
And then over time, after about like 2 years, the passionate love starts to decline. And by the time you're 60, then you better have shared values, because after 60 years, it ain't going to be like it was when you were 20, right? So you have to have in mind what things are going to be like a few years down the road, which is why I say you should be thinking about what your life together is going to be like before you fall into bed together.
That's sound advice. But, well, see, that's where I disagree. Because I don't think there's anything wrong with falling into bed with someone that you're not going to live the rest of your life with. That's where you and I probably disagree.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is a bad idea generally. And again, I think that it is a bad idea because
There's a lot of people out there that have had some really good times with those bad ideas, Ben Shapiro.
And it may be that when I die, I look back and that is one of my great regrets, my friend. But let me just say that I think that the thing that has been foregone is, in my life at least, more than made up for by the relationship that I have with my wife. So I'll go anecdotal there. But I also I'll go data-driven, which is the longer you live together with somebody before you get married, the higher your divorce rate after. So that
higher the divorce rate after.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
If you live for a long time with somebody and then you get married, there is a higher percentage chance you will end up divorced.
That's interesting. I wonder why that is.
Probably because of the open window syndrome. Like, people feel like, okay, I lived with you for 3 years. Why aren't we married yet? Why aren't we married yet? Because the guy's like, oh, the window's still open.
So the woman
it's like,
doesn't
I have
feel
nothing.
completely committed. So once the guy does sign off, she's like, why didn't you do this 5 years ago?
Oh, well, there's some of that, and also it feels like everybody kind of settled. Right, like if it was, I'm so committed to this, I want to get married right now.
Maybe they just did mushrooms together and realized they really love each other.
Again,
So
different
you wouldn't
world,
know
man.
about
Like, I mean, but listen, I have a different experience from everybody else. I dated my wife for 3 months. We got engaged. We were married within 10 months. We were married for 12 years. We're both virgins when we were married, so we're old school.
It clearly works for you. I've tried to be open-minded with basically every kind of way that people live their lives, including like couples that live with other couples and they wife swap, which is.
I feel like that's complicated. I mean,
Fuck
I'll be
yeah,
honest.
it's complicated. I always think those people are trying to. I know people that do that, and I almost universally believe that they are distracting themselves from their life. They're distracting themselves from either their career, they're fulfilling the potential, whether it's as an artist or as a creative person or as a person who's pursuing a discipline. I really believe that a lot of times when people complicate their lives with multiple sex partners, and a lot of times what they're doing is they're distracting themselves. And they don't realize it at the time. They just keeps getting pulled into this direction, pulled in that direction. It's because you don't have a primary focus on something that's very important to you.
Yes.
And it doesn't mean that you have to be with this person for the rest of your life. It doesn't mean you have to only be with one person. But when I see a guy that is, involved in swinging or something like that, and they're balancing a bunch of different gals, trust me, you're gonna waste time, man. There's not enough time in this life for that.
It's weird to tie this whole conversation together, but it is true that if you want to be good at a thing or be successful at a thing, you have to commit to the thing.
Yes.
And so that's true whether you're talking marriage, it's true whether you're talking educational success, or whether you're talking career. And people, making bad decisions because distractions are distractions.
Distractions are distractions with every discipline, and I think relationships are a discipline in a lot of ways.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, and it is true that you have to make the pre-investment, and you have to make the commitment that you're going to continue to invest in the relationship as time goes on.
Yeah.
And that's where people fall off the wagon. It's why you see a lot of divorces around year 3. Right? As that passionate love kind of goes down, and the companionate love is the name of the term. When the companionate love starts to rise, people are like, well, yeah, but the companionate love ain't as much fun as the passionate love.
It's not.
Like, of course not. Of course not.
Just
I mean,
how it is.
that's just the way it works.
Well, that's nature's biological trick. The ultimate biological trick is like, look, when we were monkeys, hiding from eagles. Okay, you had to fuck as much as you could and spread that seed around because you likely only had 5 or 6 years on this earth, right? And
You were dead at age 32,
yeah,
man.
you were trying to just get as much of your DNA out there as you possibly could. That's still inside of us. That program is still inside of us. And that program is when you see a man, and he's with a beautiful woman, but another beautiful woman walks by, he's like looking at her and thinking, maybe I can do better. That's a thing that is programmed into your DNA. But you have to understand what that is. If you're a man and you understand what that is, you go, oh, this is nature, and it's a dirty little trick. Dirty little trick, trying to get me to spread my seed. Brett Weinstein, he illuminated this in a really interesting way. He was saying to me, what's the difference between beautiful and hot? And I said, I don't know, what is the difference? He's like, beautiful is someone who you look at and you're like, wow, that person looks beautiful. That's lovely. They have a beautiful face or wonderful eyes. They look great. Hot is someone who's wearing like a short skirt and their tits are popping out. And you look at that person, you go, this is an opportunity to spread my DNA with no commitment. And that's what that is. That's the pull. And hot, that kind of hot is what's sold. That cheap, quick, fast food sort of thing. That's what porn is. Porn is all hot. Porn is not beautiful. It's not, I don't think porn's bad either. But porn is all hot. It's all dirty girls. It's all your stepmom, your dad's off playing golf. It's that kind of shit. You know, it's like you're the pizza guy. You show up and two girls are having a pillow fight.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
That.
No, it's your lizard brain versus your prefrontal cortex.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's your monkey brain.
Exactly.
It's that monkey that wants to hide from the eagle. That's what it is. It's like huh, I could just do this real quick.
And across the board, you're gonna have a better life. It may not be a hotter life, but you're gonna have a better life if you use the prefrontal cortex a little more often.
Yes, unless you're Hugh Hefner. I don't know if he had a good life or not.
He seemed. I know some people who worked with him near the end.
Yeah.
He seemed kind of miserable. I mean,
towards the end, I'm
toward
sure
the
he's
end.
miserable. He's an 80-year-old guy hanging out with 20-year-olds. What the fuck do you have to say to these people? Right? It's like you were talking about with O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson had a
mostly peaceful
peaceful day. Well, his life is mostly annoying. The time that he gets to fuck them, when you're 80 years old, you only get to fuck those 24-year-olds for like, well, how long can he last?
I mean, once every 6 weeks? What do you think?
Well, he's on probably all kinds of drugs that keep his dick hard, but I would imagine, like, he couldn't run on a treadmill for 20 minutes, right?
Right.
At that age. So how is he going to have sex for 20 minutes? So even if he's having sex, like, it's probably exhausting. And the rest of the day, he's just listening to them talk about TikTok and all kinds of other stupid shit. He's like,
remember when Frank Sinatra was here and we were banging everything in sight? And he's like, those were the good old days.
I was wearing a robe. I had a pipe. We were having fun. I had a TV show. I had my own channel. He had a Playboy channel for a while. Yeah, I think it's the image of it is way more interesting than the actual act of living that life.
Yep, and I think that, again, that goes back to, every bad decision people make is tied into this. The image of things looks way better than the actuality of things. It's true in politics. It's true in love. It's true in a lot of things.
Yeah.
And so you actually have to look at the actuality of things. And
you don't want to be an 80-year-old guy living with 5 24-year-old girls. You just don't. You just don't. That guy lived in hell, I guarantee you. I bet his life was mostly annoying. But every now and then, while he's having sex with those 24-year-olds, he's probably like, I can't even believe this is real.
It's true. For that 30 seconds.
Yeah, I can't believe his perfect body and I get to, like, with this wrinkly sack of rocks that he has as a body, he gets to have sex with this beautiful, perfect specimen of a female human being.
And then she's like, buy me stuff. And he's like,
exactly.
Oh, God, this is
all he has to do. Make me famous. Yeah.
Yeah, worked out great.
Well,
the grotto. By the end, it seemed like it was pretty dingy.
Dude, I went there. I
really?
hosted
Okay.
a marijuana policy project thing there once, and of course,
sounds like a lot of policy. Sounds like a lot of policy happening.
But one of the things he did was, like, we were wandering around.
It's like an
grotto.
AEI summit. It's like when I go to Heritage Foundation. That's what it sounds like right there.
It was a fun night. What I remember, there was a lot of marijuana being smoked. It was quite a blurry evening. But I remember thinking, like, my God, this grotto is so outdated. Like, it had like a fucking old ass phone there, and like, I'm like, how many people fucked in here? Like, how weird is this
There's just
place?
generations of human residue in here.
Yeah, and maybe not like the best times either. It's like a lot of it is it's what you think it is versus what it is. You know?
Yep. Well, let's all work on.
That's a lot of life.
It is.
Yeah.
Let's work on thinking about what things are rather than what we would like them to be, because accepting reality is a hard one. Accepting reality is a real tough one.
Yeah, that's a problem. It's a problem with advertising too, right? Because advertising shows you.
And social media.
Yeah.
Right.
Social media is, well, that's the other Jonathan Haidt book, Coddling of the American Mind, which is amazing. And it really illuminates, and I'm waiting for my kids to read it. I think maybe this year is a good time for my 12-year-old just to understand that this is a real issue with children that are comparing their lives to these. Here's an example. I wanted to show you something. I haven't actually put this up anywhere, but this is actually important because this is so goddamn crazy. I want to show you something. This is something that my daughter did. This is my daughter is 10. Okay, that's her. Look at that.
Oh my God, that's not a 10-year-old.
You're right. It's not a 10-year-old.
That's like a 20-year-old right there.
Exactly. How's that possible?
Not a 10-year-old.
That's her. Look at that.
Oh my God.
More like
that's not a 10-year-old.
You're right. It's not a 10-year-old.
That's like a 20-year-old right there.
Exactly. How's that possible? How's that my 10-year-old daughter?
Yeah, but you would watch a YouTube makeup tutorial or something?
No, she used a fucking app.
Ah.
She used an app that turned her into. It turned her into a woman. Like, what the fuck is that? So, like, when you're seeing things like that, what is that? How are they doing that? And who's doing that? So, if you're a girl and you are overweight, or you don't like the structure of your face, or whatever is bothering you, you have acne, and you see a girl like that, and she's like, can't believe I'm graduating high school, LOL, what do I do now? And you see this, that's not even her.
Right.
This is my 10-year-old. She doesn't look anything like that. Like, she's like, Daddy, look, this is what I look like. I go, that is not what you look like. I don't know what the fuck you just did. That's not what you look like. And so I had her go through this with me and show me what she did. I'm like, show me how you did this. Like, what are you doing? She's using some weird app like was it Khloe Kardashian, the one who changed her whole head?
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
It's such a recipe for failure. It really is. It's such a recipe for failure because you're always going to fall short of that. And it's one thing to shoot for better. It's another thing to shoot for the unobtainable and then be upset when you can never reach the unobtainable.
But it's sick. It's sick because these people don't even look like that. And then you look at that and you go, why don't I look like that? Like, they don't even look like that.
Right.
The amount of people that actually look like that image that I just showed you is so small and it's so unattainable.
And then it has broader societal ramifications because then it turns into stories about, well, society doesn't accept me for the way that I am. Society values that look, and that means society is flawed. And it's like, well, how about this? How about, like, people are flawed, society's flawed, you're flawed, do the best you can.
Everything is flawed.
Everything is flawed.
But that's not even really what the problem is. What the problem is, we've created a technology that we're not equipped to manage. We're not equipped to navigate social media. We didn't grow up with it. We didn't evolve with it. This is some
It's
new
involving
thing.
us now. No, it's true. It's 100% true. I mean, they've built these apps that are specifically designed to be addictive, right? I mean, they're specifically designed to prey on certain parts of your brain that you're not really in control of, that are mostly subconscious. And that is scary stuff, for sure. I mean, you can be manipulated by that stuff. You can make people aware of it.
Very easily.
My kids aren't getting, like, I seriously will not give them a smartphone until they're probably mid-teens, late teens.
Will they get a gun first?
Probably.
Fresh meat!
Probably. Yeah. I feel like it's better logic. I mean, I'd rather that my 13-year-old know how to shoot than my 13-year-old know how to browse porn.
Yes, I think that is good logic. You know, that's a real issue with boys. Boys that have access instantaneous. I mean, if you give a boy a phone, you're basically saying, here, little fella, go watch people fuck.
Correct.
Because they're gonna. That's the first thing they're gonna do when you're not around.
And there are all sorts of studies that demonstrate that this leads to relationship and sexual insufficiency later, and it ain't good. It ain't good. I mean, this is not an argument to ban porn or anything, but like the way that it has integrated into so many really young people's lives. I'm talking like young teens.
Right.
What percentage of American males do you think are addicted to porn at this point?
It's a giant percentage.
It's got to be 50%, right? I mean,
think
it's
you're
got to
probably
be
right.
extraordinarily high
Yeah.
percentage, and none of that is good for relations between men and women. And then you got this weird dynamic where it used to be that the feminist movement sort of recognized what social conservatives did, that this is pretty objectifying and not necessarily great for women.
Now
and
it's
then
like
it's like now
raising
it's
sex workers. It's weird.
it is weird. They went completely the other direction. And I just thought, in what Hugh Hefner fantasy did women decide that all the women at Hugh Hefner's mansion were actually super duper empowered? Like that does not seem like the most super empowering lifestyle. Like, you make your choices, man. It's a free country. But my wife's a doctor, and I feel like that's more empowering than like getting screwed by an 80-year-old for pocket change.
Depends on what kind of car you buy.
My wife's a doctor. She can get whatever car she damn well pleases, my friend.
What happened? What happened that became like empowerment? Like where was the shift?
I think there was a shift, and it's a shift that's happened throughout American society that went from the notion that men were acting like pigs and they should stop acting like pigs to what if everybody acted like pigs? And so instead of just saying that standards exist and people don't live up to them, but the standards are actually not a bad thing, we just decided, you know what, we don't want to be hypocrites. We're getting rid of all standards whatsoever. Everybody shouldn't have standards. And if you believe that anybody should have standards, then you're a hypocrite. And when all the standards go, then everything goes. So, like, I actually kind of agree with the original feminist idea that men were kind of acting like sexist jackasses and they should stop that. But the solution to that was not, okay, now women should imitate men at their worst and that's a freer, better society. Like, I just don't think that that's, again, it's a free country, do what you want on the legislative level, but as a cultural matter, I don't think that leads to a lot of human happiness.
I look at it like sexual televangelists. That's what I look at like pornography like. I think that you should be allowed to rip people off with a really obvious ruse. Like if you're one of those late night people that can put hands on people and raise them from the dead, if you're one of those people, I feel like, God, that's so obvious. It's almost like a good little pitfall to have out there in society to teach people that some folks can be deceptive. And I feel like really manipulative women that trick old guys into marrying them and then take all their money, I feel like that's sexual televangelism.
That's deserved. At a certain point, you're like, okay, I sign off on this.
Come on, stupid.
Yeah.
You didn't see this coming? It's like,
listen, this is a great country.
Yes,
I mean, it really is.
it
Like, you can make
is.
money doing pretty much anything. Like, when people say it's hard.
Bountiful. Welcome to the secret shop. Ha ha! Fresh meat! Time to cut my losses.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Unstoppable.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Fresh meat! Flash me! Cut off in me pride.
Sister, I kept the home fires burning.
Malfunction?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
My target eludes me. You'll catch your death out there.
Illusion.
Gold! Flash me! Dominating. I'm dead.
Chill out.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Invisibility.
The enemy's top tower has
Flash
fallen.
me!
I see you all in silence.
No!
Your top tower is under attack.
There are some things you weren't meant to see, such as tomorrow.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Silence afflict thee. My damage redoubled.
Ano ka?
I didn't want to be seen like this.
Fat on the fire.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
Fresh mate!
Invisibility.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Immortality.
Haste! Money to burn.
Fresh meat. Double kill.
Hard to make money in this country. There are a lot of people making money a lot of different ways in this country. And, I mean, for God's sake, Colin Kaepernick is making millions of dollars kneeling for the national anthem. It feels like, and calling America racist while cashing the check. This is a great damned country.
Well, now we're getting into. Do we have enough left for tomorrow? We don't have tomorrow. Good. I'll bring it this week. Ben Shapiro, we are live. The people have spoken.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here, man. I became a fan of yours when I watched you with what the fuck is his name? CNN asshole.
Piers Morgan.
Oh, that was glorious. when you went after him with the Sandy Hook thing, like right away, immediately, like it was just glorious, and you could tell that he didn't know what to do with it, and he literally said, "How dare you?" Which is what I say to people all the time when I'm joking.
Yeah,
I say, "How dare you?"
Exactly. As one of my friends said, it looked like he was clutching his pearls. He was really pissed. He was
I'm
really
sure
pissed.
He was,
it was a 2-segment interview, and during the break, I said to him, "Thanks so much for having me on." He kind of growled at me. He was not a happy camper.
Yeah, well, you crushed him, and one of my other favorite ones was Chelsea Handler crushing him, where she was literally talking like, "You don't even talk to me in the break. In the break, you're checking your phone and checking Twitter," and you could tell he was like, "Oh no." He just, he came from that weird British tabloid environment, and you found out that the company that he worked for did really creepy shit, like check people's voicemails. They hacked into people who were dead, and they gave the family false hope because they had checked the voicemail, and they found out that someone checked in. They thought, oh, maybe she's still alive.
And then we made him a host on like the X Factor and brought him on CNN. It was awesome.
I just don't
Good
understand
media decisions all around.
Why CNN thought that. We have this fascination with British people.
Yes. If you have a British accent, we automatically add 20 points to your IQ.
Yeah, they're great for like selling mops late night and non-stick cookware. And I enjoyed John Oliver. I think John Oliver is great. And apparently he has, a lot of people think of all British accents as being the same, but he has like a blue-collar British accent.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't.
I can't tell the difference too much, except when I'm watching My Fair Lady or something.
Well, I could tell people from like Manchester and stuff like that because they have like this sort of like way of talking so fast that all the words kind of pile into each other. But yeah, Oliver's his recent one, Andy Bravo got really mad at it. The recent one about Alex Jones is fucking hilarious. I don't know if you've seen
it's almost impossible to make something not funny about Alex Jones.
Yeah, you got to meet Alex. Have you met him?
I don't know that, given how much I've made fun of him.
Oh, it'd be fine.
Oh, really?
Trust me.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a.
He wouldn't like
guy.
to strip off his shirt and start.
He might, but he'd calm down. You're a good guy. We're basically on the same team. He would come around.
Well, if you remember, the Piers Morgan thing happened 2 nights after Alex was on Piers Morgan. So Piers was like flying high because he had that whole debate with Alex, and Alex did his shtick, and it was really over the top. And he thought I was going to be like Alex Jones Part 2, and it was going to be Piers, succeeds again. And Alex and I could not be more different in our approaches.
No, you're very rational and very reasonable. And, we've been talking about some of your debates. There's not a lot of guys like you out there, which is really interesting. It's like you're a fast-thinking, fast-talking, very smart young guy who's also a conservative. Like, there's not a lot of those out there. And this is one of the things that we're encountering today is especially on college campuses, there's this very strange separation between the left and the right, to the point where the right is like almost non-existent, or at least doesn't have any representation, and they're actively shunning that representation. Like, they're pushing people out. I know what's going on with you in Berkeley. Has that been resolved?
Yeah, I think that so Berkeley, after the publicity, they said they're going to
explain to people if they don't know the whole story.
Yeah, so UC Berkeley, if you recall last year, I actually spoke there before any of this happened. I spoke at UC Berkeley in like April 2016, and then Milo was supposed to speak there, and he actually went there, and there was a riot where Antifa infiltrated the student community, and there are all these pictures of them bombing things and blowing up cars and or setting them on fire at least, and throwing things at windows. And so Berkeley shut down that event for safety reasons. Then Ann Coulter wanted to speak there, and they basically used what they call time, place, and manner restrictions to stop her. They kept saying, well, we have safety problems, we can't figure out how to do the event, and in the end they just canceled it because they didn't have security. And then Young America's Foundation, which sponsors me to go to a lot of these campuses, they said, we want Shapiro to come. And again, I spoke there like a year and a half ago, and they gave them 2.5 months advance. And Berkeley said, well, we have no venues available. And so this seemed to be another cover for, we're not going to allow a conservative on campus because there are security problems. So we made that public. And then Berkeley said, no. Well, we'll make sure that you get in. They gave us an alternative venue, and they even said they'd cover the security fee because they didn't like the bad publicity.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah, so that should be good.
Well, you know what happened with Jordan Peterson yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, just yesterday, Jordan Peterson was banned from YouTube. And YouTube has a new policy that it's very weirdly worded, but apparently they're allowed to block and restrict any kind of videos that are about religion or that could be deemed offensive, which is almost everything.
Yeah, that's right. Anything that's remotely, anything that's interesting is going to be offensive to somebody.
So it won't be monetized. It also won't be in the
Promoted.
videos of interest or...
I know they did this to Prager University as well. They'd blocked like 10 of their videos a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
So it's this is nasty stuff. And listen, YouTube's a private company. They have the right to do what they want, but don't proclaim that you're a free speech promoting institution if you're going to block people like Jordan Peterson, for God's sake.
Well, the problem is they're not blocking things that are offensive to other people. They're not blocking certain things that are representing Islam in a positive light.
That's right.
Or there's a lot of weirdness with this left-wing choice of what to censor and what not to censor. And it's not just dangerous, it's also bad for the whole idea of being a progressive or being a liberal, because it makes them look really petty and really weird and really resistant and hesitant to actually have real debate.
Yeah, for sure. This is one of the reasons why I'm very meticulous in my terminology about people who are on the other side of the aisle. I actually separate people who are liberal from people who are leftist. So when there are people who try to ban speech, I call them leftist, and if they are not interested in banning speech, then they're liberal, meaning they want bigger government, they disagree with me on politics, but they're still willing to have a conversation, they want an open forum. People who are on the hard left think that it's actually an insult to their identity to disagree with them, and this is what I experience sometimes on campuses, Cal State LA, where there's a near riot when I speak, or University of Wisconsin, where people storm the stage and stand in front of it and won't leave, or Penn
Right.
State, where we have, again, another near violent incident over at Penn State, or DePaul, where they actually banned me outright. So sometimes you get this routine from people who think that they conflate their viewpoint with their identity, and then if you have a different viewpoint, you're denying them their humanity. And it's like, no, I'm not denying you. I just think what you're saying is dumb. Like,
That's a very good point. That's a very good point, is that they have their identity completely connected with their ideology. And when you oppose these people, when you have these debates with these people, what's really fascinating is the level of hysteria that gets reached while you're staying calm.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed, is that there's a ton of, I tend to keep relatively calm, just as a human being. And very often when I'm debating someone, you see them getting more and more and more emotional. And people on the right love this because, of course, it's the triggering of the snowflakes. But the
Right.
easiest thing in the world to do is trigger some idiot college kid who doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. And what's hard to do is actually discuss issues with somebody who's intelligent enough to make the point. But the level of hysteria on the campuses has really increased. I mean, I now have to travel with 2 members of security to every campus, just because you don't know which campus is going to go off. I never had to travel with security before. It's the weirdest thing in the world.
How long ago did this start happening?
February of 2016 is when I started traveling with security. So I spoke at University of Missouri. Remember they had the big blow-up at University of Missouri with Black Lives Matter taking over campus offices and suggesting that there was some sort of big racism problem at Mizzou, which is just ridiculous. And so they flew me in, I did a speech there. And then the next time I spoke was Cal State LA, and they brought in a couple of security guys, and I was like, what do I need security for? I'm just speaking on a campus, who cares? We get to the campus, and they had already tried to cancel my speech because of security, and I said, I'm coming anyway, so tough. I had to be escorted in by 20 armed police officers. I had to be escorted off campus by motorcycle cops flashing their lights. There were 300 students who had blocked all of the entrances, were physically assaulting people trying to get into the theater. The police had to sneak the students in 2 by 2 into the theater. They told them that until I left the campus, they couldn't actually let the kids out of the theater because they were afraid that if they let the kids out of the theater, they'd be attacked as they were released. That one was pretty wild. So after that, it was like, okay, well, I guess the security's necessary.
Wow. What is shifting? Like, what is ramping things up?
I think the identity politics is ramping things up. So I think there's a new mentality out there. It's this intersectionality politics on the left that says that there are a bunch of victim groups, basically. Right? There are blacks and Hispanics and gays and Jews and Asians. They're all victim groups. And we get all those people together to attack the system because the system is keeping them down. And and there's a hierarchy among these victim groups. And if you are a straight white male, you're at the very, very bottom of the hierarchy in terms of viewpoints that should be acknowledged because you're the creators of this vast white supremacist system that keeps down everybody else. If you're a black woman, you're near the top, right? If you're LGBT, you're at the top. If you're a white guy and you challenge the viewpoint of a black woman, your viewpoint is an attack on her identity, and therefore she has the right to shut you down. And so the idea is that your words are violence to her identity, and therefore she has the right to react. This is the term you hear on campus a lot is microaggressions. This idea that my opinion microaggresses you. Now, even that terminology I think is really stupid, because normally in regular life we would say that's insulting, and you said something I don't like. The terminology microaggression suggests aggression, like I'm actually doing something aggressive to you, and the rational response to someone aggressing you is to use physical force in response. And so you start to see a more violent response. I think it's been growing in our politics. I think there's a reactionary side on the right that's growing. If there's an identity politics on the left that says, no, black identity politics, gay identity politics, female identity politics, I think you're starting to see in some areas of white identity politics that's almost formed in response. Like, okay, well, if everybody else gets to have their identity politics, why can't we defend ourselves on those same grounds? I hate that shit. I mean, I think it's terrible.
I hate that shit too, and I would like to find the person who invented the term microaggression. Because that fucker, whoever it was, they created quite a mess. Now, I'm sure you saw what happened at Evergreen with Brett Weinstein, where literally the left is eating itself, and that's where it gets crazy. It's like you're not progressive enough unless you're literally submitting to leaving your class because you're white. Like, you can't be there because you're white. They want a day of absence, meaning the professors, the white people. And then when you don't do it, you're somehow another racist and a Nazi. I mean, the whole thing was very bizarre to watch, but not surprising, because you see it so much, so often all over the country right now. And it's almost like some new flower of ridiculous thinking and behavior has blossomed, and it's in bloom everywhere. And when people can point to it existing in other places, like in Missouri, where that woman, what was her name, Crick? Was that woman?
Melissa
yes.
Click,
Yeah, whatever her name was.
Yeah.
When you see it in video, when you see her on video saying, can we get some muscle over here?
Exactly.
Like, this is fucking insane. Like, you're telling a photographer, and by the way, a minority, an Asian man,
Asian guy,
Asian man taking photos of a public place that you've created some safe space. But it's this weird thing where it's half of it is identity politics, but it's also wrapped up in this need to control people and control people's behavior, control their vernacular, control the way they communicate, and how much you give in to groupthink. It's weird.
It's scary. And Jonathan Haidt, who's a social psychologist over at NYU, he did a really good piece for The Atlantic in 2000. Social psychologist over at NYU, he did a really good piece for The Atlantic in 2000. Social psychologist over at NYU, he did a really good piece for The Atlantic in 2000. Social psychologist over at NYU, he did a really good piece for The Atlantic in 2000. Social psychologist over at NYU, he did a really good piece for The Atlantic in 2000.
Oh, I can't pay it. Oh, I can't pay it unless I mute it. Oh, I can't pay it unless I mute it. Oh, I can't pay it unless I mute it. Oh, I can't pay it unless I mute it. Oh, I can't pay it unless I mute it. Grabe yung pagkuhanin nila. Kuhain. Grabe yung pagkuhanin nila. Kuhain. Wasted talaga abagsak eh. Kuhain. Wasted talaga abagsak eh. Kuhain. Grabe yung pagkuhanin nila. Hindi na uso yung one tap. Nirarang yung algorithm. First click ba?
Utterly crazy.
Well, especially when it was going on what
While Obama
man
was president, the Attorney General was president. And I always said this about Baltimore. We kept hearing Baltimore, right, where they had the riots. They had riots, and they were saying, well, the Baltimore PD, they're cracking down on black people. Okay, the chief of police was black. The majority of the city council was black and Democrat. The entire the district attorney who was prosecuting the case was black. The majority of the police department was minority. The attorney general of the United States was black. The president of the United States was black. But the majority of the city of Baltimore is black. But apparently, it's the white guy's fault. At some point, you're going to have to make your ideas actually work in concert with reality. I can't do this with you.
Do you ever step back and look at this trend and look at what's going on in popular culture and look at what's going on with identity politics and this war between the left and the right and wonder where it's going? I mean, it feels like the people on the left are completely emboldened by the fact that you have this guy in office who has said things like grab him by the pussy and he lies all the time and makes fun of people's plastic surgery. And you think that having this guy in this position, I guess, in some way emboldens them and makes them even more convinced the fact they're right. Fight, put up the resistance and hashtag resistance, hashtag resist. It's all over the place. Where does this go?
I think, no place good. I think what's happening, and it's one of the things that I personally am not a fan of, and this goes all the way back to the Piers Morgan debate that you mentioned. I mean, I started off that debate with Piers Morgan saying to him, you don't get to attribute intent to me that I don't have, right? You're standing on the graves of the kids of Sandy Hook in order to promote your political agenda, implying I don't care enough about dead kids because I don't agree with you. That is the sweet spot where a lot of people like to live, which is if we disagree on politics, it's because you're an asshole. Right? It's not because we disagree on the best method to get to the goal or we have different goals. It's because you're a bad person. And I think that what you're seeing is with Trump, there's an attempt to cast all of his voters as people who love all of the things that are bad that he does and says. It's not that they voted for him because they thought Hillary Clinton was the worst presidential candidate in the history of America, which is true, right? So they voted for him because they like the grab him by the P word stuff, right? They voted for him because they like that he's vulgar and he lies a lot. They voted for him because they are bad people, right? This is why people misread, I think, Hillary Clinton's deplorable speech. The implication was, okay, everybody who voted for Trump is a bad human being. They tried this with Romney, too. I mean, they tried to castigate Romney, who's whatever you can say about Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney was maybe the most honorable person ever to run for the presidency. They tried to cast him, as Joe Biden said, a guy who wants to put y'all back in chains. And he said that he straps dogs to the top of his car. He's an evil, nasty guy.
Did he really say that?
Oh, yeah. This was a big issue in the campaign.
Dogs?
So there was a story, I think it was in the Boston Globe, about how, back in 1982, he went on a family vacation, and when they were traveling, he put the dog in a cage and put the dog on the top of his car. And this was like a big campaign issue, right? You remember Binders Full of Women? And you remember
that.
You remember in the
47% number.
Right, exactly.
Don't pay attention
right,
to
he's
them.
mean. He hates the poor. He hates women. The Binders Full of Women thing was particularly stupid because the entire point he was making is that I was trying to recruit women to my administration so they would bring binders full of female resumes to me, so I could staff more women. And they turned it into Binders Full of Women. He's like Hugh Hefner. Yeah, Mitt Romney? Like, really? So this attempt to castigate the other side is really bad. And I think that you see some of that on the right, but I think it's more reactionary. I think that the unearned moral superiority that the left likes to kind of wallow in, I think that's more on the left than on the right, although I think that there is an attempt by some on the right now in response to do some of that.
Well, it becomes these sticking points that you use to win, and it becomes something that people repeat over and over again, like the deplorable thing.
Racist, sexist, bigot, homophobe.
Yeah, it's just, I was walking down New York City, down the street, right after Trump won when they were protesting, and there was this guy right next to me fucking screaming. He wasn't even in the actual parade itself. He was, on the sidewalk. But he was screaming, Donald Trump, KKK, racist, sexist, anti-gay.
Yep.
He had just boiled it down to this thing. But the best part about it was he saw a black guy coming towards him, and he just started screaming, "Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!" And I saw him. I saw his soul, like in that one move.
Exactly.
That shift to screaming "Black Lives Matter" when he saw a black guy.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
The whole thing was just.
So there's the intersectionality for you, right? You know, you have to know how to appeal to every racial group on the basis of a stereotype. It could have been Thomas Sowell. He wouldn't have known.
Yeah, it's almost like the laziness in having the ability to communicate is one thing, but having the ability to express a complete thought that covers something as nuanced and as complex as American politics in 2017. That's so let's just yell out, "Donald Trump, KKK," and this ability to like boil down what's the difference between the left and the right to like a little statement is, or a bucket of deplorable, basket of deplorables, whatever it is, binders of women. It's so tempting because it's so powerful that it works. You could put it on the back of a bumper sticker and.
I think we've also been shaped a little bit by. We all live in Hollywood. I mean, you live in Hollywood. I live in Hollywood. That means that, and I think all of America lives in that milieu because everyone watches TV, everyone watches movies. So when we do politics, we tend to see it through the prism of House of Cards or any of the other political movies you've ever seen, and that means there's a bad guy, right? There's a bad guy. There's a villain. And the villain it can't just be that the villain is somebody who's incompetent. Like usually in politics, if somebody is bad, sometimes they have a malevolent point of view, but that's pretty rare. Usually it's somebody who's misguided, maybe they have some bad ideas. Usually they're just stupid or incompetent. Like this is what I keep saying to people who oppose Trump. Like, why are you attributing to him malice when stupidity would do? Like you keep saying that everything Trump is doing is out of some sort of malicious genius. Are we watching the same film? Like if you have a problem with Trump, it seems I have a solution for the left, by the way. If they really hate Trump this much, listen, I thought Obama was a crappy president. I have a deal. How about we just minimize the power of Washington, D.C., and then we don't have to give a crap who's the president of the United States? You think anybody in 1832 really cared who the president was? It had no impact on their lives. But now the presidency has this outsized impact. We care about Washington all the time. We treat it, I mean, the truth is we watch it for fun. I mean, right now, the last week particularly, with Scaramucci, it's impossible not to watch it for fun, but it's actually kind of serious business. Like, there are other world leaders who are actually looking at this like, this impacts my nation. For us, we look at it and we go, well, I wonder what's on TV on tonight's episode of Trump, the series.
Well, when you say reduce the power of the president, I think there's a lot of people that would think that would be a great idea because having one person has the authority over 300+ million people, it is kind of ridiculous at this point in time. But how would you go about doing that? Like, what would be the best way to implement something like that?
I mean, it really isn't just the presidency. You'd have to reduce the power of Congress as well. I mean, you'd have to go back to a federalist-based system where localities and states have more power over local issues, and the federal government just isn't that powerful. Because what's happened basically in the constitutional structure, the federal government was never supposed to be anywhere near this big. Right? There are very certain delegated powers in the Constitution of the United States that Congress has, and they are very small. I mean, it's things like building post offices and interstate roads and regulating interstate commerce. But the idea that they could regulate, your toilet flushing is just that's silly. I mean, the founders would have thought that was ridiculous. Yet you have a federal government that's that big. So Congress regulates on that. But if you're in Congress, the last thing you want is to be answerable for that. So what you do instead is you drop vague statutes, right? You say things like, we're passing a law that says that we should fix the environment. And then you kick it over to the executive branch. And the executive branch, run by President Trump or President Obama, has a bunch of executive branch agencies like the EPA. And the EPA puts together all these regulations that you've never seen, never heard of, you never elected these people. They put together all the regulations, and then those are the ones that actually govern your lives. So if you're in Congress and things go bad, you say, well, that's not what I meant to do. I told them to do good stuff. And the bureaucrats who are not elected don't have to care. So basically you have everyone kicking the can to the other person for purposes of responsibility. The only way this is going to happen is if the American people just decide they're sick of the federal government running all this stuff, and they start actively working to elect people who want to minimize their own power, which is difficult. I mean, most people in power don't want to minimize their own power.
Yeah, that seems almost impossible. It seems like no one who's worked so hard to get to the top of the game is going to try to...
The other way to do it is to elect people on the state level who are pretty zealous about their own authority. Right? You've seen this from like Greg Abbott in Texas, that every so often he'll say to the federal government, listen, you're telling me to do something? Go screw yourselves. Like, what are you going to do about it?
Well, Texas is a weird one. Like, they're almost ready to leave.
Yeah,
like at any point in
think
time,
that's
they're
right.
ready to put a fence up and go "fuck you." And I mean, weren't they for the longest time? They were not really a state, right?
They're still called the Republic of
Yeah.
Texas, right? So yeah, I mean, people in Texas, I mean, it's a wonderful state. I love that when you drive through Texas, every single store is called Lone Star,
Gambling on.
Lone Star Brewery or Texas this. Everything is named after the state. Like nothing is really named after the country. It's all named after the state. Like, a lot of state pride in Texas.
There's a lot of state pride, maybe more than any place else I've ever been.
Yeah, well, not a lot of state pride in California because everybody's a transplant. And
Yeah.
also,
Well, there's
like,
some, people who got here and it represents something that they always wanted, some sort of a liberal paradise where you could get famous for doing nothing. I mean, it kind of is that.
I feel like there's some city pride. Like there's Hollywood pride, there's
sure.
San Jose pride, but like California pride, I mean, the people who run the state are idiots.
Well, California's so confused. I mean, we have a grizzly bear on our flag, but we don't have grizzly bears.
We have a team called the Los Angeles Lakers,
I'm
not
a predator.
a lake in the state, right?
Yeah, our lakes are all man-made. We have to keep pumping
Nimbly
water
I
in because they
go.
fucking dry up.
Our river is
Yeah.
just a giant concrete
Yeah.
ravine.
The
Yeah, it's
LA
pretty awesome.
River is hilarious. When I've shown people the LA River, I'm like, that's the LA River. They're like, shut up.
Yeah, the
I'm
romantic
like,
and scenic
it's a
LA
real
River.
Like, that's not a river. No, it's the LA River. Like, it is LA. It's a fucking
Yeah.
concrete, shitty slide for water.
And this city is so dirty. I mean, it could
weird.
like I've grown up my
Skipping
entire life here. I
grace.
mean, I was born in Burbank, grew up in North Hollywood. Like I've lived here my entire life. The first time I realized I liked it is when I moved to Boston for law school because at least the weather here is good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's gotten so shabby lately. It's such a shabby city.
The weather's amazing. But have you ever been to Mexico City?
No.
I've been a couple times for UFC events. I'm not going back because I would get headaches from the pollution. And what Mexico City to me is like LA in the future, but with zero respect for the traffic lights. When I mean zero, I've never seen anything like it. It's crazy. They're very nice people.
Yes.
Everybody's worried about getting kidnapped over there. I find Mexican people to be some of the nicest
natural.
people and real friendly and easy to get along with,
Sprink?
but they don't give a fuck about traffic lights. When we were stuck in traffic, like there's bumper to bumper and it's a green light going this way, cars just go in front of you and they just sort of make their way through and people hit the brakes and they make their way through the intersection. It's a straight up red light and they just go. And it's not just one. One guy goes and another guy goes
I'll
behind him and then you got
trample
like 20 cars and it's just gridlock
Yeah,
everywhere.
it's funny you say this, but it's actually
My
indicative
double
of
starting.
why the United States works. That people actually follow traffic lights. Like, it's true in Italy. Also, it's true in Israel. Like when I visited Israel with my wife when we got married, no one pays attention to the traffic rules. Everyone's honking their horns at each other. I'm American, so I'm like, why are these people so rude all the time? And my wife's like, honk the horn. She's Israeli. But it is why, like, in America, because we have a baseline, and this is what I think is breaking down, actually, so not to get too deep on a point about Mexican city traffic, but I think that, the country was based on this idea. There's a social fabric. We all have respect for each other enough that we're going to follow the basic rules of the game. And that's true as far as traffic lights. It's true as far as financial dealings with one another. And when you lose that, when you lose the basic respect for the guy who lives next to you, you need to get through the red light. Screw him. It doesn't matter if it's red. Then it's kind of indicative of a culture in collapse generally when small rules start to go broken. Like in Italy, the problem in Italy is that 50% of their economy is black market because they have high tax rates and no one pays them. You're starting to see that in California too. California has the highest taxes in the country by far. We also have the #1 rate of deductions. So we pass all these high taxes so we can, congratulate ourselves for our social justice. And then we avoid all the taxes as much as we possibly can.
It's wonderful for the accountants.
Yeah, exactly. Those people are making a frickin' fortune.
Well, I just also feel like when you get a giant number of people smashed into a small area, and with LA, it's not even a small area. It includes Greater Orange County, and it goes into the Conejo Valley, and it's just like there's so many of us. There's so many.
Yeah.
It's almost like you get that sort of diffusion of responsibility thing where there's just too many people to care about and you lose this feeling of value that you have for fellow people. I lived in Boulder for a little while.
Okay.
And when I lived there, the People's Republic of Boulder, you want to talk about lefties.
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit. If you had a right-wing anything on your lawn, like a sign for someone running for, they would take it down. They literally take things down. But when I was there, I was amazed at how many people are polite when they drive and they wave. And there's only 100,000 people.
Exactly. So that's what I was going to say. I'm looking it up while we're sitting here. It's like 110,000 people in Boulder, and the population of LA County is 10 million people.
It's at least.
It's
plus Mexicans. You got to count Mexicans, and then you got to count everybody's connected to all the other counties around it. It's not like there's some border.
Yeah.
You just drive around.
That's exactly right. So it is. The first time I visited Oklahoma, I had this. I was in Oklahoma for doing a radio show. And
Southern California, look at that, 23.77 million.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma, and I'm walking down the street, and the first thing that, and this, some lady and I catch eyes. Now, in L.A., you're from L.A., you look away, right? You don't want to get stabbed. So if you catch eyes with somebody, it's rude. You don't catch eyes with people in L.A. And I'm walking down the street, we catch eyes, lady goes, how are you? I called my father. I was like, where am I? What's going on here? Like, this is not regular. But I do think that there is something to the idea that if you have too many people in too small a space, we're all up in each other's business so much that it's very hard to say to people, okay, liberty, stay away from one another, leave each other alone. It's like, yeah, but he lives next door and he's a jackass. Hate that guy. Because he's like right next to you.
Right.
In Oklahoma, the guy next to you is 3 miles down the road.
There's that. There's also, it's been replicated in rat population density studies that you get more mental illness, you get more weird aggressive behavior when they stack rats in these cubicles and then just jam them closer and closer together. And that's exactly what's happening with people. It's what Manhattan is famous for. It. I mean, I enjoy visiting Manhattan, and every time I'm there, I'm always like, no, I can't live here.
Oh,
just too many humans.
I was there last week, and I like the sky, so you can't actually see the sky in Manhattan, right? I mean, you just see these brick buildings, 25 stories high. And I noticed that we were walking past a store, and there was a shirt on sale. And the shirt's entire text was F you effing F.
This is fun.
And I thought, only in New York could you sell this, right? I mean, you try to take this anywhere else, and people would have been like, wait, what now? But New York, I'm sure that's a bestseller. That's why, honestly, I think it's one of the reasons why Trump won is because he's basically just a guy from New York. He's like a taxi driver from New York who's really, really wealthy. And, he does what a taxi driver from New York would do if you're really, really wealthy. He marries models and builds gold toilets and all this kind of stuff. And people in the rest of the country actually take that language seriously. So when he says stuff like, yeah, we're going to bomb the shit out of them. People in New York are like, yeah, that's what we do, And people in Oklahoma are like, wow, he's serious. Like, that's actually going to happen. And it's like, probably not. Probably that's just how people from New York kind of talk.
Yeah.
We saw this last week, right? He was talking about the cops, and he was saying this thing about
covering their heads.
Covering them. And he's talking like a Long Islander. He's talking about like, they throw them in the back of the paddy wagon, and we do all the, and you don't put your head on the. It's fine. They bump their head. They just killed someone. And so the entire media went, how dare he? He's talking about how cops should rough people up. Listen, is it appropriate for the president of the United States to talk like that about treatment of suspects?
Yeah.
No. Are we supposed to take this super seriously? Like this is like Trump is actually recommending a policy change with regard to.
The room.
That's what he does. He works the room. He's a New York real estate guy who works the room. And more than anything else, if you understand New York and you understand LA, you understand Trump. He's not a giant mystery, right? He's just any other reality TV star. He's a marketing image guy. I mean, that's what he does. Like, he's not even that great at real estate. He puts his name on the side. He brands himself. He puts his name on the side of buildings. They pay him not to be involved in the real estate business so they can put Trump on the side of his hotels. Great. I mean, that's what he does. That's why I'm kind of shocked that he's kind of crappy at the imaging as far as being a president. You'd imagine that he would be better at this part of it, at least.
I just think he didn't understand the volume of hate that was going to come his way. And I think he's such an egomaniac, he has a hard time dealing with it. He has a hard time, separating. And that's one of the things that I've read about him, that he's getting better at getting away from the comments and not reading comments on Twitter. But he fucking blocks people. And so you know about that.
Somebody sued him,
Well, there's a group of people suing him, and now they're actually starting to rule against public officials, people who are in the public light, being able to block citizens and having their own opinion about what this person's doing or not doing. So then you have to say, well, are you allowed to be vulgar towards the president? I mean, how far does that go? I mean, what are you allowed to say?
I mean, my view is you should be able to say whatever the hell you want about anybody. But
you can't threaten them.
Well, you can't threaten them, obviously.
Right?
But it does go more to the level of pettiness. He's the most powerful man on the planet, and he's busy blocking people on Twitter at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that whole Joe Scarborough and what is her name?
Mika Brzezinski.
That was
the
just
bloody face thing.
He was saying that this is the fucking president. He's saying she showed up with bloody scars, or she was bleeding from her recent facelift.
Exactly. And first of all, it turns out that it probably wasn't true. But second,
of course it wasn't true.
I mean,
who the fuck goes out when you're bleeding?
I agree with you. But but this I wrote a piece about a National Review about this. You say that the level of hatred directed toward Trump is warping Trump. I think that it's also warping some people on my side of the aisle who are so interested in the fight that they're less interested in advancing the policies that I'd like to see achieved. So I think there's a whole group of people where, let's say that Trump would just resign tomorrow. He'd say, you know what, I've had it, screw it, I'm out. And Mike Pence becomes president. And then Mike Pence proceeds to do all the things conservatives want him to do. You know, we get tax reform, and we limit immigration, and we do all of these things. But he does not tweet about Mika Brzezinski's bloody face. I think there's a whole group of people on... Now, I can say, as somebody on the conservative right my entire life, if Obama said that, we would not let him forget that for 1,000 years, that the White House is shabby. I mean, it's an ass move to say that the people's house is... First of all, it's a mansion, right? Like, and second of all, this is the most iconic building on the face of the planet.
Yeah.
And, it's shabby.
How is it shabby? What was he saying it was shabby?
He said they were asking him why he visits his golf courses so much. And he said, because my golf courses are nicer, because the White House is shabby. But there are people on the right who are like, fine, it's funny. Like, you know, at least he's trolling the left. At least it's ticking them off. And say, guys, ticking off the left is not a substitute for defeating the left if you actually care about defeating the left. Like, this is one of the things that drives me nuts, because my life been to promulgate particular ideas, not just to piss off the left. But I think that in the fight, there are a lot of people who have fallen into the trap of thinking these two things are identical, right? You piss off the left, that means you're winning. It's like, no, pissing off the left may be part of it, but that's not how you win. You win by saying things that are true, and if they get pissed, they get pissed.
Well, my good friend Bill Burr did this piece about Obama back when Obama was mocking Trump and saying the one thing that I am that you'll never be is the president of the United States. The crowd went nuts.
Yeah.
Remember when he did that? Oh, yeah. And Obama was saying this on stage, and you see Trump in the audience boiling with his, big frog double chin, just sitting there eating it all. And that fucking stuck in his craw.
Nimbly I go.
There's a whole story that came out from BuzzFeed about his interaction with a guy named McKay Coppins, a reporter for BuzzFeed, in which McKay was basically like saying to Trump, like, you're a joke, you're not going to run. I think Trump ran just because he was sick of people telling him that he wasn't going to be president. Like, I really think that's half of what drives him. That doesn't mean that he can't do good things. I hope he does do good things. He's the president. I want every president to do things I like, but he's going to have to get it under control a little bit, because he was willing to keep the mooch. I mean, the mooch was only ousted because of John Kelly, and the mooch is
what did the mooch say? What was his? Oh, it was about Steve Bannon sucking his own cock.
Yeah, that's exactly right. About him performing acts of.
Why would he think that he could say that once he's in the office? I mean,
first of all, why would he think that Steve Bannon could even possibly do that? I mean, Bannon's not that flexible. I know, Steve. That's not something in Steve's repertoire.
A giant unit. But it doesn't matter, just the idea that he would think... I mean, he must be emboldened by the fact that Trump has said so many outrageous things.
Well, I mean, there were reports from the New York Post that Trump liked it. That all that happened is that there was so much blowback that he had to replace Kelly, and he puts Kelly in there, and Kelly's like, you can't do this.
Right.
And Trump's like, okay, fine.
But doesn't it seem more crazy to fire a guy after 10 days than it does to sit him down and say, hey, man, don't say that again.
You would think that's what... Right.
Let's move forward.
That's what they should have done the next day. But the problem is he'd been doing it for a week at that point. Right?
Yeah.
He was out there like saying that Reince Priebus was leaking on the president and was an enemy of the president for a week.
And he was saying that he was going to get him fired.
Right. Yeah. And at the same time, remember, this is the same week that Trump himself is tweeting out that Attorney General Sessions, who was his most loyal supporter for a year and a half, that guy is like a traitor.
Right.
And that he wishes he would go away.
Because he recused himself. Yeah.
First of all, Trump can fire any of these people at any time. Like, this is very passive-aggressive. For a guy who made his living saying you're fired on TV, it's amazing that all the people that Trump has fired have been fired actually through surrogates.
Yeah.
Right, Mike Flynn resigned. James Comey was fired basically through Rod Rosenstein and Sessions. And then Rosenstein had to recuse himself, which is how you get the special counsel.
And Comey found out on television.
On TV, right? He sends like
hilarious.
An emissary to go to L.A. and give him a letter. And like everyone he fires has to be fired in the most roundabout. I think that Trump actually, I think the dirty little secret is I'm not sure Trump actually likes firing people. I think he kind of likes torturing people, but I'm not sure that he actually likes firing them.
Well, he maybe doesn't like people being mad at him face to face.
I think that's
he wants them to love him in front of his face. So, like, when he's not there, he can make a phone call. Fire him. You're fired, Jetson, and hang up the phone. And you don't have to actually see the guy. He wants that guy to like it.
Let's race.
Yeah. The Comey thing was really bizarre because it was like, oh, you can do that? Like, this guy is looking into improprieties, and you can just say, no, you can't do that anymore. You're fired. You can't look into the things I've done wrong.
Yeah, well, the way he did it was the stupid part. So I was calling for Comey to be fired since last year. I thought the way he handled the whole Hillary thing from beginning to end was terrible. I thought that Trump should have replaced him before he became, basically day one. Here's my new cabinet. Comey, you did a great job. Usher him out the door, bring in somebody new. He kept him around. And then the first thing he said to Comey, you remember, was when he met him, he said, "You're more famous than I am." Well, when Trump says that to you,
It's a hoax.
you know, that's the writing on the wall right there.
First of all, it's not true. But second of all, I think maybe there was also a part of the problem was that Comey's a giant.
Yes.
You know, Comey's, what is he, 6'8"?
6'8", 6'9", yeah, something like
just
that.
Giant dude towered over
The whole
Trump.
thing is such a comedy. And Comey saying he was trying to hide in the curtains to avoid Trump. So you just see Herman Munster over there hiding in the curtains.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
weird.
no
Now, what
way.
did
I'm
you
enjoying
think?
the show. I mean, it's wild.
If I didn't think that nuclear war was a possibility, I'd probably enjoy it more. But if I see a fucking
Foraging.
Korean missile headed our way, I'm going to be pissed. When Comey was handling the email thing, what specifically did you not like about it? What I thought it was crazy was when he restarted or reopened the case because of Huma having used her computer with Anthony Weiner's,
Nimbly I go.
all that stuff. I was like, that's not enough. Like, that seems crazy. The deleting the emails, to me,
Yes.
seemed like, I had Mike Baker on from the CIA, and he said essentially anyone else would be in jail for what she did.
For sure.
For sure, right?
And, well, Comey, so he screwed it up and then he re-screwed it up. So when he originally said publicly, we're not going to prosecute Hillary Clinton, he was doing something he didn't have the authority to do. The FBI does not decide whether to prosecute people. They refer the information to the DOJ, and then the DOJ decides whether to prosecute people. It was Attorney General Loretta Lynch's decision whether to prosecute or not. The statute itself, I mean, I'm a lawyer, the statute itself did not say, do you have intent to commit espionage? Do you have intent to make classified secrets public or expose them to the possibility of being made public? Intent is not an element of the crime, right? If you do it, it's a crime. So my wife, she's a doctor, and that means that she is under HIPAA requirements. There's no element under HIPAA that says that if she reveals somebody's, proprietary medical information by accident, well, there's no intent, so she's okay. That's not part of the statute. If she brings somebody's medical records out to her car and somebody steals the medical records, if she's working with the VA or something, that's a crime. It doesn't matter if she intended to do it and just left it in her purse. So Comey read the element of intent into the crime to get Hillary off. And then he said, okay, we're not going to prosecute this. We're going to leave it alone. He shouldn't have intervened in the first place. Remember, he made an entire case basically for why she should be prosecuted. And then at the end he goes, but no, we're not going to do that. He also said we're going to keep Congress updated on any future developments. Well, you get to October, and there's a future development. They found this laptop with all sorts of information on it, with new emails from Hillary Clinton that they haven't seen before. And now he has an obligation to inform Congress because he told them that he would. And so he screws the pooch again, because he's afraid that if he doesn't reveal that information, Hillary goes on to win, and then it comes out there's something criminal, then people are going to blame him for Hillary winning and putting a criminal in the White House. So instead he said, I'll be fully transparent. I have to honor my institution. I'm going to put this out there. Of course, then Hillary loses, and now he screwed it up twice, and then he gets into the White House, and now he's supposed to be investigating the Trump-Russia stuff at the same time. So now he's investigating basically both candidates in the 2016 election. He handled this the wrong way every step of the way because he was so focused on what will uphold the integrity of the FBI and the integrity of the investigations and the integrity of the DOJ. He was less worried about, okay, what do I actually have to do under the law? What's my obligation under the law? His obligation under the law was to shut his pie hole, hand the information over to Lynch. If Lynch wanted to kill the investigation, let her do it.
So, in a sense, Trump was right in saying that he's a grandstander.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that part was right. But the problem, remember, was not the firing of Comey. It was that 2 days after he fired Comey, he went to Lester Holt on NBC, and he said, the reason I fired Comey was not all the excuses I gave about the Hillary stuff. It's because of the Russia stuff. I was angry about how he was handling Russia. I mean, that's really stupid.
Yeah, well,
that's intensely stupid.
It's intensely stupid, but it's also strange that it didn't go anywhere.
Right.
Like, that was it. Like, that's against the law.
Well, it's obstruction. So obstruction, looking at the statutes, obstruction is a little bit more than that. So you have to actually obstruct an ongoing investigation into criminal activity. There's a counterintelligence investigation going on, but not necessarily a criminal one.
Okay.
So not to get too specific about it, but...
Oh, well, that is specific, but you should get specific about it.
Yeah, I mean, the obstruction laws, I've looked into kind of the statutes that they've used to suggest obstruction, and it's not clear that there's any statute that specifically governs something like this. Plus, it is true that Trump does have the power as the chief executive to fire, as the commander-in-chief, to fire the FBI director for any reason he chooses. Now, all that said, he can be impeached for any reason, criminal or non-criminal, right? Impeachment is not you don't actually have to have committed a crime to be impeached.
Well,
right?
most people don't even understand what impeach means. They think that somehow or another impeach means you get kicked out of office.
Right.
That's not
right.
what it is.
There's the House, and they have to vote to impeach you. And then there's the Senate, and they have to vote by a 2/3 majority, or 60, I think it's a 2/3 majority, to actually convict you of a set of crimes they come up with. But these are all political definitions, right? When it says high crimes and misdemeanors, it doesn't mean they actually have to prosecute you like they would in a criminal court and you'd have to go to jail or any of that kind of stuff. Like, they could impeach anybody at any time. Clinton didn't even have to commit perjury. If they wanted to, impeach him, they could. They could have impeached every president you can impeach. It's just a vote. It's just a vote. So all the talk about what's criminal and what's not criminal, the problem for Trump, there are two ways of reading Trump's behavior in the whole Russia thing, right? Way one is he's got something to hide. Now, that's the most obvious way. He's got something to hide. That's why he gets rid of Flynn. We don't know why he got rid of Flynn. He gets rid of Comey. We don't really know why he got rid of Comey, and then brags to the Russians that it took pressure off him on the Russia stuff. Yeah, so way one is he's hiding something, and now he's firing everybody who gets in the way. And there's, the chain of evidence doesn't not fit that. I mean, the people he's angry at in order are Attorney General Sessions, the Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, the former head of the FBI James Comey, the acting head of the FBI McCabe, and the special prosecutor, right, Robert Mueller. So those are all people involved with Russia. Those are the only people he's really angry at. So there's something to be said for the idea that maybe he's trying to hide something. On the other hand, we haven't actually seen any hard evidence of collusion itself. So we saw an attempt to collude by Donald Trump Jr., but we haven't actually seen any evidence that the Russians were providing special information to the Trump administration, which was then being weaponized for use in the campaign. We haven't seen any of that stuff. So here's the other plausible theory, and this goes to Trump's personality. He's so petty, and he wants to be loved so much, that he is angry that people keep saying he won because of the Russians. And so now, every time people say that, he just gets pissed, and he fires people. So Comey, I mean, this is totally plausible, right? Comey comes to him and has said privately that you are not under investigation. And Trump says to him, well, why don't you just say that? And Comey says, well, I can't say that, because if I say that, I'm going to have to update Congress if you do fall under investigation. And Trump doesn't like that. He wants the public to know he's free and clear. So he fires Comey. And then he goes up public and he says, I didn't like how he was handling the Russia thing. I'm innocent. Why won't these people leave me alone? Right? So there's two ways to read this. Either he's totally innocent but stupid, or he's trying to hide something. Those are the only two plausible ways of reading the situation.
The Donald Trump Jr. thing was really bizarre because he released all the emails. Like, I just... almost like, look, I've got nothing to hide. Like, you aren't supposed to do any of these things you're saying in these emails.
Yes, that was not a good moment for Trump Jr.
Do you think he got, and then you hear that he was coached by his dad.
Again, none of this is good stuff. I think that Donald Trump Jr. releasing the email, first of all, it is imperative to note, 8 minutes later, the New York Times released basically the email chain, right? So he was beating it out of the gate. And so he puts that out there.
Which is a smart move.
I mean, it would be smart if it would be smart if he had found a way to spin it. Right, like if he had done it, this is the thing in politics now. The way politics works now is your smartest move, if there's dirt about you, is to be the first person out the gate with it, and you put a spin on it, right? So, like Barack Obama, imagine if Obama hadn't said anything in 2008, and then we found out a week before the election that he did coke in high school. Now, a lot of people wouldn't care, a lot of people would, right? In 2000, George W. Bush was hit with a DUI charge from like 1973, and it probably lost him a point in the polls. So what Obama did is he wrote an entire memoir, and he just kind of dismissed it, right? In the middle of the memoir, he goes, when I was in high school, did a little blow. No problem, did a little blow. And everybody went, oh, okay, did a little blow. All right, cool. So if you're going to release this kind of stuff, you have to put a spin on it. Trump Jr. didn't. He just put out the emails, and the emails themselves contain the damning material, right? It says right in there.
Right.
There's a Russian government lawyer. The Russian government sees this as part of its effort to aid Mr. Trump's campaign. And Donald Jr.'s like, thumbs up, guys.
He was like, I love it.
Sounds awesome.
I love it. Let's meet.
And so that does not look good. It's not quite as much as people on the left want to say it is, meaning that there's no evidence yet that any information was actually exchanged with the Russians or that anything came of the meeting. Most of the people in the meeting who have said something have said nothing came of it. But we don't know whether Trump knew about the meeting. I find it kind of hard to believe he didn't, considering every major campaign figure was there. But and then they just keep lying, and this is the part that's a problem. Are they lying because they just think they can get away with it and they're stupid, or are they lying because they're actually being meticulous about their lies? I tend to think the former, because this isn't a professional administration. I think Trump fibs a lot. He says things that are, like, on stupid things. Yeah. He says things like, the leader of the Boy Scouts called me and told me that he loved my speeches.
Best speech ever.
And then the leader of the Boy Scouts like, what? So is that a calculated lie to hide something, or is it just that Trump lies by nature and so he does it a lot?
Well, I think he's just so used to putting that spin on things,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
publicity spin.
Right.
And the thing that he said about this was that this is what
I'll
politics,
trample you.
this is what happens in politics. You get dirt about your enemy, and people exchange information. It's just what happens.
'em.
It's just you're seeing it now. So a lot of people are like, yeah, well, that makes sense.
Right, and this is something that, again, I think that we're shaped by Hollywood a little bit. Politics is dirty, but some of this stuff is not usual.
Let's race.
Right, it's actually not particularly usual to meet with a government that is really not friendly to the United States to
Sprite?
receive information about your political opponents. But if you've watched House of Cards, you think, well, I mean, that's like 2 steps down from throwing somebody under the subway. So
Do you
what's the
watch
big
House
deal?
Cards?
I don't, because I work in politics, and when I go home at night, the last thing I want to do is watch entertainment about politics. I watch Game of Thrones. That's as political as it gets.
Yeah, House of Cards is a great show, but if it's half right, like I
Enchanting.
always wonder. The thing that gets me is when people suicide themselves that are on
Yeah.
their way to trial. I'm like, okay, I don't want to be that fucking guy. I don't want to be that tinfoil hat guy. But how many people are going to suicide
Before I
themselves? I mean, for sure, someone's
hop,
been
skip,
murdered.
and a jump.
Somewhere along the line, someone knew something, some powerful people got to them, and they murder him. It's gonna happen.
Nimbly I
It
go.
has happened. It must have happened.
I mean, I think it happens a lot in Russia. I don't think that,
100%, right?
I don't believe what Trump said. And again, I think this is what Trump has a skewed vision of what politics is. And because he thinks that the outer limit of politics is Russia, he thinks anything inside that limit is now okay.
But do you
So-
think it's ever happened in the United States or just in Russia?
Like political assassinations,
Yes.
Huffing it.
I can't name a specific example of where it has. I think that's.
Are you open to the possibility?
I'm open to. I mean, if someone shows
Like
me
Lyndon
evidence,
Johnson. Think Lyndon
I
Johnson
do
could
not
whack
think,
somebody?
I don't think Lyndon Johnson whacked anybody.
What about Kennedy?
I don't think that Kennedy whacked anybody.
What about Hillary?
I don't think Hillary whacked anybody.
If I had my last $1,000,
Here I come.
I'd be super tempted to bet on black. I'd be super tempted to go, you know what? I think she went dark. I think she's whacked a few people. Let's go. Let's see what we got here. I want to see Whitewater. I want to see Vince Foster. I want to see that Enron guy who shot himself in the head twice. There's a few. If I could, man, I think it's happened. I just don't know who.
I'm sure it's
and
happened
when.
at some point, but again, if I don't know who
Right.
and when, I'm hesitant to. Like, I
course.
think that we tend to think things are regular when they are. I mean, that'd be really irregular,
down.
right? So we tend to think
I
that this stuff
guess.
is happening like every day, and that's why you see Trump on TV saying, "Well, Putin, like America hasn't killed people," and it's like,
Right.
well. No, not quite like Putin. I mean, like Putin legitimately murders his journalistic enemies.
Yes.
Like I
Yes.
haven't seen you trying to double tap Jake Tapper. So I'm
Right.
pretty sure. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure. No, it's not a regular thing around here. Even Obama wasn't trying to like kill Chris Wallace.
Horns
Right, but
out.
maybe maybe I don't know. Well, Putin is obviously the extreme example, right? Well, obviously the
With
extreme
skipping
example is
grace.
North Korea, but Putin is in that range of
Yeah.
like a totally feared,
Gambling on.
essentially a dictator who's
I mean, there are a bunch of them, right? I mean, Erdogan in Turkey.
Sure.
Maduro.
Assad.
Assad.
Yeah.
Maduro now in Venezuela, who's
Yeah.
literally jailing
Venezuela
his political
is
opponents.
now like a complete dictatorship, and this is
natural.
very recently.
Right, but America is I mean, would you believe it if I said, like, leaders in France had people regularly whacked? I'd find it a little bit hard to believe. I don't think we're significantly worse than France in the whacking people in politics business.
I don't think regularly, but I think every now and then the move is.
I'm open to the possibility, but I'd have to see the evidence. The lawyer in me.
Well, I don't think we're a house of cards. I don't think
I
it gets that
spring.
ridiculous. But
The point I'm making is if you think that's a
Yeah.
regular thing, if you think that it's not like a rare thing and maybe once in a while, once every 20 years somebody gets whacked quietly for political reasons.
Yes.
If you think that's like a regular thing, then fibbing is like way inside the line.
Right.
Right? Like you hiding documents is
Hightailing
really,
it.
or you like writing your son's stupid statement about a stupid email exchange and then fibbing about it publicly. Like that's really
Buckle
inside the
down.
line. So again, I don't think that, I think some of this, I have a rule about the Trump administration. I never attribute to malevolence
Let's
what I can
race.
attribute to stupidity. Because I think that that's more likely to be the case. It's like the Occam's razor of,
Right.
of the Trump administration.
I think that is a smart way to think, but I think sometimes malevolence is real.
No, I agree.
Remember the Gary Condit Chandra Levy thing?
Yeah, that was weird.
That was a weird one.
Yeah,
Where if for people who don't know the story, this guy was having an affair.
Yeah.
The girl turned up dead, and then 9/11 happened right away afterwards. So people kind of forgot about it, but they found her body in the park, and everybody was like, Jesus Christ! Like this is a woman that was about
It's
to
a hop,
testify
skip,
that
and
she
a
was
jump.
having an affair with this guy, and that one was a good one.
Yeah,
That was- in terms not a good one, obviously a terrible one.
So I think
but
I
in
think
terms
that.
of
So let me say this: I think that you know, if there's murder in politics, it'll probably tend to fall more into the personal than the political.
Yeah.
It'll probably fall less in terms of like I have a political vendetta against this guy and I'm going to kill him. We haven't really done much of that since Alexander Hamilton and Burr. But there are. I mean, listen, Teddy Kennedy left a woman in the back of his car in a body of water. So
right. Drunk driving, right? That was the thing with him. He just didn't want to be responsible for something horrible that he did.
Right.
Similar to Dick Cheney not meeting with the police for like something like 18 hours after he shot his friend in the face.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was trying to assassinate his friend.
No, he was just drunk hunting.
And that's
yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean,
I would imagine.
I can't rule that one out. So.
Horns out.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
honestly, I'll find Teddy Kennedy a little more suspicious. You leave the woman in the back of the car, swim out of the car, go to a house, sleep, come back the next day, and my God, she's dead.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it turns out when you leave somebody underwater for 12 hours, they tend to do that.
Yeah.
It's weird how that works.
Well, unless he was so drunk that he didn't know what he was doing, which can happen. You can get blackout drunk where you wake up and you go, wait a minute, did I crash my car?
So I don't drink that heavily. Is that really a thing? Like you climb out the window of the car, swim out to the river bank, go to somebody's house, come back like a day later. You're like, oh, shit, there was a girl in the back seat.
I've never had it happen, but I have had, I've had what I would call slideshow nights. You know, where I get hammered and then like I wake up in the morning with a pounding headache and I just have these flashes in my head like, who was that person? Like, where was I? Where were we? Oh, yeah, there was that. And then you eat breakfast with your friends. They go, you remember that thing? And you go, oh, yeah. Jesus. So it's not necessarily blackout like I did something horrible and I completely forgot about it, but I forgot a lot about it.
Okay.
But some people, I have a friend, and he goes gerbil eyes. There's a switch that goes off 3 or 4 shots in, and he's gone, and he's not there anymore. And you almost gotta like nerf the world around him, and protect him, and get him in his bed. And he wakes up in the morning, he doesn't know a thing. He doesn't know a thing about what happened, and it's really bizarre. It's a legitimate.
So you guys nice to him, or you do terrible things to him while he's
No, we're nice to him, but. Your instinct is to get the fuck away from him and just let horrible things happen. But the stories are legendary. But he gets shark eyes. He gets these black, like soulless eyes where he's gone. And you go, oh no, he's gone. Yeah, it's weird. But I wonder what that is. I feel like that's a neurological issue. I feel like if alcohol does that to you, there's probably like some switches that aren't connected right in the head.
I would imagine there's something going on, yeah.
There they are.
Yeah. So Teddy Kennedy, who knows? I mean, he was obviously a raging alcoholic. And that could have been a part of the problem. I mean, he literally might have gone home not even knowing that he killed somebody.
I mean, that would have to be it's his only defense.
Yeah.
So you'd imagine.
Well, that was one of the things that they said that they would have used as a defense again with OJ. That OJ with the CTE, that he might not have even known what he was doing. That he might have flown into some blackout rage.
That would have been an amazing defense.
Yes.
Like I would like to hear that. Like everyone who has CTE now gets to like run around chopping up their ex-wife and randos who end up at their house. That's a hell of a defense, sort of like the Twinkie defense, right?
Yeah, well, the Twinkie defense was hilarious. But there are people that think that, you know, you're going to see more and more things like that out of NFL players with massive brain trauma issues.
It's actually a serious legal question, you know, like there's always been the question of...
It was a couple weeks ago. This kid doesn't even know he did this.
Oh, God.
Oh, wow.
Former NFL player Devon Hall accused of killing his mother. He doesn't remember.
Yeah, he's like in jail right now and doesn't recall this at all.
Yeah, well, that's real.
Yeah, I don't find that wildly implausible.
No.
I mean, the fact is that we have an insanity defense, right?
Yeah,
I mean, and
Sing
what it
along.
means is you don't know right from wrong. Well, if you don't know what you're doing, like this is something they teach in law school. What if you're sleepwalking and you kill somebody? And there's no motive, so it's difficult to like. You need mental treatment, but should you be in jail for that? Not really. I mean, they've had cases where people are like sleepwalking and they think that, and they're dreaming at the same time, so they think that their wife is actually like. This defense has been used, where they think their wife is some sort of monster in the rooms. They like club her to death, and then they wake up and they're like, oh, that was my wife. It's a really creative defense, or it's true. I mean, one of the two. So.
Well, if we know that people can go crazy, and we know that brain trauma is a real issue, the two of them together, I mean, there's something about getting knocked around in the head where it's so completely unpredictable, and then you add in this impulsive nature of their behavior that happens. There's something really weird about brain trauma. It causes a lot of very strange impulsive behavior in people. They really can't understand even why they're behaving the way they're behaving. It's just not good. obviously this is way off track, but it's. I mean, my point
It's
is,
not that far from politics to brain trauma.
you don't want a former NFL player being the fucking president. That's. They did the CTE study. There was 111 players, and 110 of them had CTE.
I mean, you tell me. I mean, you have more experience with this. I mean, I didn't find that shocking at all. I mean, they've been calling people punch drunk since you know, 1910. So.
Well, see, the thing is, when you get to that, when you get to the slurring your words part, you're so gone. Like, you're already gone. There's a lot of people that have CTE that speak really well, and they're very articulate, and they're very reasonable, and you wouldn't even understand that they're dealing with all this host of neurological issues. By the time your voice, obviously I'm not a neurologist, but by the time, as it's been explained to me, your voice is slurring and you're dealing with like real heavy-duty symptoms, like you're fucked. Like you're so gone. Like you're way off the deep end.
So here's a weird question for you. I mean, what would you do about, like, I think the NFL is going to start losing viewers because of this.
I think they are. I think you're right.
And you know, I wonder about MMA.
It's a factor. I think there's two things going on. There's the fuck it factor, where people like, I don't care, I want to watch people get their ass kicked. It's fun. It's exciting. People love it. And
it's consensual.
It's primal. Yeah, and people know what they're signing up for when they do it. They know the consequences of it, and it's worth the glory to be the guy who delivers it versus the guy who receives it. So I think there's that. But then there's also, like the Colin Kaepernick thing. I think that probably cost a lot of ratings for the NFL.
Sure. There was that poll that came out that said, I think of the 12% of people who said that they were not watching NFL games last year, 28% of that 12% said that the Kaepernick national anthem thing was the reason.
Yeah, I mean,
so
some people,
it
probably emboldened them. They probably liked it, and they wanted to watch it more.
This was fascinating about the cultural breakdown of the country. Basically, white people hated it and black people loved it. This is how the polls were. It was like 72% of black people thought it was great, and like an equal percentage of white people thought that it was just terrible. Which is a fascinating look at sort of how race relations work in the country at large. It's actually one of the reasons I think that ESPN's been losing ratings. Like, I used to watch ESPN religiously, and now all I want is to just watch my sports and not be bothered with the politics.
Right.
Because I say I do that during the day, and it's a pet peeve of mine that every time I turn on ESPN, I have to lecture about Caitlyn Jenner or about Black Lives Matter. It's like, shut up. Caitlyn Jenner hasn't even been athletically relevant since before I was born. I was born in 1984.
Well, the Caitlyn Jenner piece, when they did it for ESPN, and I don't know if this is true or not, but the word was that her getting Athlete of the Year, or whatever the award was that she got.
It's like Hero of the Year. It's like the Hero of the Year award. Yeah.
Hero. Was directly tied to the exclusive interview with Diane Sawyer.
That makes sense.
They sold the two of them together as a package deal, which I buy 100%. If you don't, come on, think
you don't
about
know how TV works if that's the case.
Where she came from. She's a fucking Kardashian, okay? She's a giant Kardashian.
That's right.
That's what she is. Now, notice I'm saying she.
You're saying she. I would say
very politically correct.
Yeah, I'm not.
But the video where they circled her house and she was like moving in the shadows behind the drapes. Did you ever see that?
No.
Oh, it was wonderful. It was wonderful. It was like the first time she was revealing herself as this woman. So they're circling her house. She's this glorious house, and like looks like it's in Malibu or somewhere. Or they're circling the house, and it's in the hills with a helicopter, like filming. This is like fucking high production value shit.
Yeah.
This isn't just like, hey, we met with Caitlyn at home. Caitlyn, tell us your troubles. Like Kristen Beck, the former Navy SEAL, who just sits down very reasonably and says, "This just feels better for me. This is who I am."
Right.
No. There was like curtains and shadows, and it was mysterious and. And then she starts talking, like, "Well, I've always been a man." And you're like, "Oh God!" And then there was the weirdest part where she said she got surgery, but it doesn't make me any. It wasn't like I was any less of a man or less of a woman before the surgery.
Right. Well, this is the case about gender, right?
Well, then why get the surgery? That was like.
There are a lot of questions as to the logic of all of this. Like, you call Caitlyn Jenner Caitlyn Jenner is a biological man. I know. Sorry
I'm triggered.
Sorry to break this to all the people who listen to your show. Caitlyn Jenner's. I had a tweet this week.
All the people that listen probably agree with you.
Yeah,
at least a good amount do.
The number one retweeted tweet I have ever had 100, and I tweeted I think a day ago, and it has 120,000 likes. And there was a headline from CNN that said transgender man gives birth to It was transgender man assigned the female sex at birth gives birth to healthy baby boy. And so I tweeted, woman gives birth to boy.
Right.
Because it's a woman. I mean, like, that's not a headline. I'm sorry. Like, just because the woman believes she's a man doesn't make her a man. Like, biology still exists. Sex still exists. If you want to say she's a woman who feels like a man, that's fine. If you want to say that... And by the way, I don't even care if she gets hormone treatments or if she wants to have surgery. Like, it's a free country. Do what the hell you want. But when you start insisting that I just throw biology out the window, I don't understand why that's any better than I, as a religious person, saying every time you say something, you have to mention God.
Right.
Like, I don't have the right to do that to you. Like, well, that's idiotic.
Are you fascinated by it? Are you fascinated by the transgender,
I'm fascinated by the society's obsession with it.
Yes, that's a good way of saying it.
Yeah.
There's not just an obsession. It's compulsory and it's rabid.
So I think that there's a couple of things that are going on. One is that it's very dark, but I think that there is an element of like, this is different, and we get to revel in the weirdness of it. But we're gonna pretend that it's all about the civil rights of it, right? We're gonna feel like special because we're on their side, right? We're not watching Caitlyn Jenner because it's a curiosity and because it's weird and entertaining. We're doing it because we're on Caitlyn Jenner's side,
But
and we
there've
feel
been
really good
trans
about
people
ourselves.
forever.
Yeah, right. I mean, Renee Richards was a trans person, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it's happened throughout history. I mean, there's what was I reading a couple of days ago about a Roman
With skipping
like,
grace.
there was something about reports of some trans soldier in the Roman army, more than 1,000 years ago. It's got to be if it exists now and it's existed before it was popular.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be a lot of people that turn trans now just because it's exciting. Oh, there it is, right there. A trans soldier in the ancient Roman army.
That wouldn't.
Of course.
It wouldn't be surprising.
I'm not shocked.
No,
I'm not shocked.
I mean, it's a condition. I mean,
Correct.
the
Something
DSM called
going
it
on.
gender identity disorder, and then they called it gender dysphoria. It's a condition. I mean, like,
It
I'm not saying
was
conditions
gender
don't exist.
dysphoria, but that in a lot of people's mind is labeling it somehow or a negative.
Well, I mean, it is highly
guess
linked to
you're
suicidality. There's a 40% lifetime suicide rate for people who have
Let's race.
this particular gender disorder. That seems to me not to be like a great positive.
Whether or not they transition, yeah.
Whether or not they transition, yeah. I mean, and again, I don't care if you transition, do what you want to do, but the idea that we as an entire society have to redefine what sex is, and we have to blind ourselves to what biology is, this is something I'm not willing to do. I think that it's actually damaging to kids, particularly.
I'm more than willing to call her a she, and change, but you can only change your name once.
I'm willing to call Caitlyn Jenner Caitlyn Jenner. I'm not willing to call Caitlyn Jenner a she.
Oh.
Because you can't change your sex. You can change your name.
Right.
You can change your name to whatever you want. I don't care. But you can't. Caitlyn Jenner is not a chicken. Caitlyn Jenner is not a woman. Caitlyn Jenner is a man, a biological man. And if a man lost his penis and in a tragic accident, it wouldn't make him a woman. And if he were born with high doses of estrogen in his bloodstream, he would also not be a woman.
Right.
You're determined by your chromosomes. And this is not even talking about intersex people. Like, intersex is an actual status. Intersex is a biological status. But this nonsense that if you, Joe Rogan, decide tomorrow that you are a woman, no surgeries, no hormone treatment, nothing. You just, tomorrow, you wake up, and not decide, but you feel like a woman. Then you have always been a woman. We must treat you as a woman.
Yeah.
You don't have to change anything about yourself for us to even determine whether you're a woman. We just, like, no. I'm sorry, no. I mean, like, I had mental illness. I had a grandfather. I get so much shit for this. But I had this is not me being unsympathetic to people who suffer from a condition that is really tragic and obviously harms people, in terms of, the rates of suicide and depression are astounding. My grandfather was a bipolar schizophrenic, and it would have not been good for him or my family if people had said to him, Nate, you're right, the radio is talking to you. Nate, you're right, the curtains are talking to you. They put him in a mental hospital, they gave him lithium, and then he was better, and he could actually live a normal, relatively happy life. There's no good treatment for gender identity disorder, gender dysphoria, whatever you want to call it. But to suggest that it is a condition that doesn't require treatment, that really, it's just that you're actually brain female, again, this is ascientific. There's no scientific evidence to back this whatsoever. Even these studies that have been done talking about there's a female brain and a male brain, first of all, if you say this to a feminist, you're a sexist. Right? If you say to a feminist, there's a female brain and a male brain, and male brain works differently than the female brain, the feminist will look at you like, how dare you?
Well, it's also one of the rare times where you're allowed to celebrate classic definitions of female beauty when a man embraces them when he becomes a woman. Lipstick, high heels, short skirt. This is like not sexist.
Caitlyn Jenner was only a woman when Caitlyn Jenner was on the cover of Vanity Fair and Bustier.
Right.
Yeah. But if he had just said, listen, I look exactly the same as I did yesterday, but I'm a woman.
Yeah, if he got a short haircut and dressed like Billie Jean King.
Right. It's the reason why the media loves Laverne Cox. Because Laverne Cox has had surgeries and looks a lot like a woman. So
I don't know who Laverne Cox
the one
is.
the guy from the transgender woman from Orange Is the New Black.
I never watched that show.
I've never watched that show either, but she's on the cover of Time magazine.
Oh.
Or he's on the cover of Time magazine.
Well, there was the woman in that show. Isn't that the one where the girl who is that the girl?
Okay.
That's Laverne Cox.
Okay.
There you go.
That's a woman or man?
That's a man.
It used to be a man.
It used to be a man.
It's a woman now. Very tricky.
No, still a man, but
transgender tipping point. I'm so out of the loop. I'm that old man. I'm that old man who
well,
I always
look
wondered.
at that headline there, right? It says America's next civil rights frontier, and that's the key. You have a bunch of people in the United States who are suggesting that they want the next civil rights fight. Always the next civil rights fight, right?
Yeah.
So that the civil rights fight is immigration, or the civil rights fight is gay marriage, or the civil rights fight is transgenders. Okay, how about this? How about there was only one real civil rights fight, and it was about black people who had been historically oppressed in the United States for 200 years.
There had been slaves.
Yes, who had been slaves, and then Jim Crow.
Nobody's owning transgenders.
This is correct.
Yeah.
Okay. The worst that Caitlyn Jenner had experienced was being incredibly wealthy in a high net worth suburb. This is not to say that transgender people aren't discriminated against in some areas of American life. I'm sure that's true, but it's also like behavior is not the same as being born black or being born Asian or being born with disabled. If I'm a business owner and I hire you and you're a man and you come in the next day and you're dressed in a woman's clothing saying you're a woman, but you still have a full beard. Like, I don't see why I, as a business owner, am expected to eat the cost of that. Like, that seems bizarre to me.
Eat the cost is a great way to phrase it. I didn't have a dog in this fight. I was completely open and liberal about it until there was a case where a man who had been a man for 30 years became a woman for a little less than 2 years and then started MMA fighting women.
Yes, exactly.
Beating the fuck out of these women and not proclaiming that he or she used to be a man because in quotes, it was a medical condition that I did not need to disclose. Like, that's not a fucking medical condition.
Right.
And if you ever watch the fights, she
like
wasn't winning.
Is this Fallon Fox?
Yes. She wasn't winning because she was skillful. She was fucking manhandling these women. It was ugly.
Of course.
It was horrible.
Of course. Like, this is, but again, it's so funny how the transgender movement destroys the feminist movement by living off of the sort of lies that the feminist movement promulgated. So the feminist movement said stupid things like women and men equally athletic proficient.
Well, that's something that has been repeated very recently, that there's no biological difference in the genders and it's all social.
Absolute horseshit. I mean, I'm just sorry. There's no scientific evidence to back that, and it's particularly true with regard to actual physical capacity. This is just nonsense.
Not just no scientific evidence, but a mountain.
Yeah. I mean,
mountain of it against
my favorite study on this is, you remember there was those commercials about like throwing like a girl, running like a girl.
Right.
Remember those feminist commercials saying, "What is it to be running like a girl?" And they would show an adult woman and she'd be running all girly, and then they would show a little girl and she's running, and it's still a little girly, but she's running, like normally. But
fierce.
It's only exactly fierce. It's only society that has forced the little girl to run like a woman. First of all, I have a 3-year-old girl. She runs like a girl. Second of all, and it's not because I'm teaching her. And it's not because her mom runs, because she doesn't, right? But
does she play with dolls because you're a sexist pig?
It's because of that. My daughter started off liking trucks like in the first year, and I didn't give a shit. And now she likes playing with dolls and dressing up in princess dresses. Like, who cares? She's a girl. She's always been a girl. She'll always be a girl. Whether she likes trucks or whether she likes dresses.
That was an issue with one of my daughters too. My daughter was a little worried about her. I go, she's gonna be a dyke. She's like, no. I go, what's the big deal? You like lesbians. Who cares? I don't care. I'm like, I do not care. And she's like, and then she turned the corner, and then but we just let her be whatever she's in. But she was really into like Batman for a while.
Yeah, my daughter is into Batman, and then she was into Wonder Woman. Like, who cares? But but what's funny about this is that the left kept saying, even when I met my wife, right, who's a conservative, and I made her more conservative when we got married because that's what men tend to do to their wives, but I remember early on we had a conversation about this, and I said, women don't throw like men.
This is fun.
And she got like all offended, and I said, but that's factually true. She said, right, but it's insulting. It's like, no, that's factually true. Like, I'm sorry, there have been studies. Out of 1,000, if you took a woman throwing a baseball and then 1,000 men throwing a baseball, the woman will throw faster than out of those 1,000 men, this is in the book The Sports Gene, the woman will throw faster than 2 of those men out of 1,000. And we're not talking about like Goose Gossage here. We're talking about like
regular humans.
We're talking about the accountant from down the block. We're talking about Paul Ryan flinging a baseball.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's not the way this stuff works.
Well, that was the counter that Fallon Fox used, was that she actually lost to a woman. She lost to a woman named Ashley Evans Smith. But what I said was, no, this proves my point, is that you're not good. You're
Right.
just a man.
Well, this was, John McEnroe got slapped all over the lot when he said about Serena Williams. She's great. Serena Williams is great and all. But if Serena Williams were he said she's the best female player ever. And they were like, well, why not just the best player ever? And he's like, because she's a woman. Like, if she were a man, she'd get her ass kicked. And everyone was like, no, how dare you? There is something called the Universal Tennis Ranking. She would rank in the mid-ranks of college male players if she were a man. And Serena Williams had said like 5 years ago, no, I never want to play with like Andy Roddick. He'd kill me. She actually did this. There was a 200th ranked man in the world who she wanted to just warm up with. And they played a normal match for he won 6-1, 6-0. Right? And he was like ranked 200th in the world. And the only shock was that he dropped a point to her.
Well, there was the issue of Renee Richards when Renee Richards started playing tennis against women and kicking their ass. And he was a middling player at best as a woman, or as a man, rather. But as a woman, he was a fucking killer.
This is what should insult feminists. It turns out that Caitlyn Jenner won all these Hero of the Year awards and everything. We men are so great that even when we decide to be women, we're better than women.
That was the most bizarre thing. He'd only been a woman for 6 months.
But he's amazing
he won
at
Woman
it.
of the Year.
He's incredible at it. He was a natural.
He's a gold
medalist. It turns out that men are better
woman.
even at being women than women. Like, no wonder feminists are pissed, and they should be. And this whole glossing over the difference between feminists who have been claiming that women are distinct from men and important and different and better in certain ways. Like, I don't understand how you hold these two simultaneous thoughts. Hillary Clinton needs to be president because we need a female president. But also, Donald Trump, if he said he was a woman tomorrow, would be a woman. How do you hold those two simultaneous thoughts? I always thought that in the last week of the election, if Trump thought he was going to lose, he should have just declared himself a woman. And then he, too, could have run as the first female president.
That would have been amazing.
That would have been incredible trolling.
If he just showed up with a dress and lipstick.
Man. And the entire left
I
could have
identify as a woman. I'm the best-looking woman ever. I've been voted as the best-looking woman of all time.
Yes.
Melania's now a lesbian.
The great arguments that I got in online, when it wasn't even arguments, but so many people were calling me a bigot because of this Fallon Fox thing. It was stunning because it was so confusing to me. I'm like, I'm talking about defending a biological woman. Like, these biological women, at least two of them, got the fuck beaten out of them by Fallon Fox before they found out that she used to be a man. I'm like, that's not an issue to these people? And so this one woman said, she's always been a woman. And I said, okay. She gave birth, she impregnated a woman and got her pregnant. I go, what about then? She goes, even then.
Yeah,
so even then, she was a woman. She was a woman. She was fucking a woman with her dick and getting that woman pregnant. Like, we are in fantasy land.
Yeah, it's crazy towns out there.
This doesn't mean. This is what's crazy. Like, you can't, just because something's illogical, you can't just decide that someone's a bigot. Like, we're in a weird area. We're talking about bone structure, and here's the crazy
muscle
thing.
density.
There's the crazy thing is that they always rely on these gender reassignment doctors to define the terms. And it's really interesting because I got deep into the rabbit hole with this because I was really shocked at how many people were angry at me.
Yeah.
And there is one doctor who is a board-certified endocrinologist who sort of broke it down. She's like, not only is the science behind this crazy, but when you have gender reassignment surgery, one of the big issues with men transitioning into women is bone density. She's like, when you have gender reassignment surgery, you're taking estrogen, which actually preserves bone density. She's like, not only do they have less bone density once they become a woman, they might have more.
Whoa.
Because you're preserving it. Like, you're not going to automatically be just like a woman in a year or so.
I don't think surgeons, I mean, I know too much about doctoring from having spent 1,000 years with my wife's medical education to believe that doctors have the capacity to magically change a man into a woman. No.
Maybe it's going to happen one day with like CRISPR or something like that when we start using, genetic, literally genetic
before
editing.
birth, maybe. I mean, if you actually edit the chromosomes before birth, but no. I mean, like, no. If once your genes have been defined, once your chromosomes have been defined, like, this is 5th grade science, people. It's 5th grade science.
What scares the shit out of me is when you hear these stories about people deciding that their child, who's like 8 or 9 years old,
this is effed up beyond belief.
It's scary because you can't, like a 9-year-old, like a fucking 17-year-old doesn't know. That was the thing about that Ruby Rose girl. She was saying that when she was young, when she was a teenager, she wanted to be a man. She wanted to be transgender. And that she had gone through that phase, and now she's so happy that she didn't do anything.
Right. Well, they say that 80% of kids who experience any sort of gender dysphoria as children grow out of it. So when you have a society that reinforces it, and then in Canada, they're passing laws now that say that if a kid says, you have a girl, and the girl says, I'm a boy, and she's 3, that the government can come into your house and take the kid, because obviously if you don't want to humor the kid and get the kid treatment or surgery or hormone blockers, then you're obviously doing something wrong to the kid. This is just, it's insane. First of all, if anyone tried to do that with my kid, I would meet them at the door with a gun. I mean, this is the kind of stuff where you're talking legit civil war. Like when you say that the government can take people's kids from them because the government knows better than you how to parent your kids on basic things like, are you a boy or a girl? That's going to get violent pretty quickly. If you send someone to my door with a gun saying, I'm taking your daughter from you because your daughter says she's a boy at school, and you're not going to take her to a psychiatrist to start her transitioning process, no.
But how did we get so far down this rabbit hole of insanity? And this is not taking away the personal choice of a 60-year-old man like Bruce Jenner who decides he wants to be a woman.
Do what you want. Free country.
Go have at it. Have a good time. But how did we get so crazy that becomes an option, that people they're not paying attention to the massive variables that a child encounters, psychological variables, stress variables, what's going on in the home, what's happening hormonally, what's happening psychologically, what is happening to you, and how can you decide, like, this is it? You're gonna allow this kid to make a lockdown decision to begin gender transition surgery at like 9 or 10 years old.
Yeah, hormone blockers in there to an 8-year-old.
Yeah, and then they'll show you like this girl who's like 13 who used to be a boy, and you see her act and talk, and they go, how could you imagine that this isn't a girl? Okay, I don't know. I just don't know what happened.
I'm going to go with the fact that there's a Y chromosome in every cell of that person's body, except, ironically, for some of his sperm cells, to tell me that that's probably a boy. And yes, you can block the manifestation of some physical characteristics. That does not change the chromosomes. And there are legitimately intersex people, right? I mean, there are people who legitimately have conditions like Klinefelter syndrome. I mean, they're like these are actual biological things. But if you're telling me any boy can be a girl, no. The answer is no, and that's not biologically correct, and you're not doing any sort of service to a child, especially evidenceless. I mean, you're doing no service to a child by humoring what is obviously a mental condition. And a mental condition, by the way, again, linked 40% lifetime suicide rate is higher than any other population on planet Earth by a whopping margin. I mean, telling kids that we are going to force you into the, like you express when you're 5, that you think you're the opposite sex, and now at 8 we're going to transition you into this, and your suicide rate is exactly the same as somebody who didn't do that, right? Or it's very similar to somebody who didn't do that, and like this is somehow supposed to benefit the person. It's just, it's beyond imagination. I mean, I think it's cruelty.
Well, it's very strange, for sure. And as someone who doesn't experience gender dysphoria, I like to, when someone's got some sort of an issue, whatever it is, whether you call it an issue or a condition or whatever the fuck it is, and I don't have it, I try to be as standoffish, I try to be as objective, I try to be as kind as possible. This is a weird one, though. This is a weird one because it's become some sort of a fad, and any criticism of it whatsoever, even discussion of it, you are labeled as a transphobic piece of shit.
Yeah, I think it's only weird, honestly, because it's run into the weird sexual politics that dominates in the country.
Right.
Because if we were to talk about anorexia, which is a form of body dysphoria,
yes,
all right, or if we were to talk about, I mean, there actually is something body identity integrity disorder, right, where people like want to lose an arm. Like we would be saying, well, the problem is in your brain, it's not in your arm.
Right.
Like chopping off your arm seems a little extreme, but if you want to do that, like go ahead. But if you were a kid and it's a 5-year-old, you wouldn't say, oh, well, this kid's going to suffer with this their entire life. Like, let's just chop off their arm now. Prevent their arm from developing. Like, this is not... And to tell the entire society that this is a positive good is a whole other thing. It's one thing to try and treat people who have a disorder humanely. It's another thing to redefine terms of the entire civilization as well as biology in order to fit that. It's valuing the subjective over the objective. Science is objective. Your feelings about who you are is subjective. You can have those feelings, but once you are trying to translate those feelings into the objective standard we all must hold by, now you're encroaching on my territory. It's not just you doing what you want to do anymore. You're telling me what I have to do, and that's a different thing.
Right. Well, now, when people say that there's this 40% suicide rate amongst transgender people, one of the arguments that I've heard is it's because they're not accepted.
Right. I've heard this too, yeah.
Yeah, and that if they were accepted and then they felt themselves and they felt loved for their true self, then it would be just like everybody else.
And
but
I've seen no evidence to suggest that. If there is a decrease based on treatment, then it's marginal at best.
But that dysphoria, is it uniform? Like, I would like to know, like, is like gender dysphoria, is it in a similar percentile as anorexia, or what bodybuilders get, or what strippers get when they get triple F tits?
I don't know. I'd have to look up like the anorexic suicide rate.
Body dysphoria is a weird thing. You know,
it is.
I've met people. There's a girl that goes to my yoga class that's anorexic, and it's so disturbing. It's so sad.
It's horrifying. It's horrifying.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm not saying that we should mistreat people, but if again, you're talking about an entire society being forced to redefine basic biological terminology,
right?
Then, like, be an adult. Like, live with this. I'm happy to treat you with. Listen, I would hire a transgender person, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to change what reality is in order to humor you. Like, if you call yourself Napoleon, I'm not going to call you Napoleon. You're not Napoleon. Like, this is not something I'm up for.
Would you take it into consideration, though? I mean, when you were looking at this, like, what if someone was really good at their job, and someone else was equally good at their job but not transgender? Would you lean towards the not transgender person because you say, well, the transgender person, they're dealing with a host of psychological issues, obviously?
Well, I mean, I think that you would have to think about, typical aspects of reliability, just the same way you would with any other mental disorder. If you knew somebody was manic depressive, which is super common, and you have somebody who's equally qualified who's not manic depressive, you might think, well, that might have an effect on how they do their job.
Yeah.
So maybe. I mean, I haven't had enough personal experience with transgender people to know whether it would impact a secretarial job or something. Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. But again, to pretend that, like, transgenders in the military, this seems to me like a decision that should be made by military people who actually have to determine how much does this impact the job.
Yes!
And if you already have a group of people with a 40% suicide rate who have higher levels of instability as a group, not individually, as a group, and you're choosing which groups to pick from to be on the front lines in small units, living under severe pressure for months at a time.
Yeah.
Like, is that what you're going to go for, or is that something where, like, you'd have to overcome certain presumptions in order to get there?
Yeah, I tweeted something that Kristen Beck wrote the other day about when the military ban, when Trump, apparently there was not a real ban.
No, it's bullshit. I mean, basically, Trump was trying to distract from the Sessions thing.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. 2 minutes later, he was back to tweeting about Sessions. This was the part about that I didn't like. Like, I actually agree that there is a question as to whether the military should be recruiting transgender people, because I think that the military has certain, like, it creates a bunch of questions. Not just questions about who showers with whom, but also questions like, okay, you have a transgender man. Does he have to fulfill the female standards of fitness or the male standards of fitness?
Right.
Like, these are actual questions.
Yeah.
How does it work with troop cohesion? Right.
Yeah.
You have a group of men, and now you have a man who's technically a man, but do you treat him as a woman? Like, does he have to carry the same amount of stuff as the guy? Like, how does that work exactly?
Right.
Does the cost of gender transition surgery and hormones and psychologists, like, does that come into play at all here? Would you recruit from the anorexic community for the military? Like, these are, like, real questions. But that said, that's why they commissioned a study from General Mattis at Department of Defense. He was going to look into all of this and then give a report in 6 months, and Trump just sort of tweeted it out there. I agree that I think that Trump's his general attitude on it is probably correct in terms of what the military is there to do and what it's not there to do. But what I don't agree with is how he did it at all, because it's disrespectful to the people in the military who are transgender. I mean, like, I wouldn't want to find out in a tweet. I'd want a better rationale than 2 tweets and then we're back to like, look, they're doing more than I mean, they're serving the military. I didn't serve in the military. It seems like it would be pretty hypocritical of me to say, well, it's perfectly respectful to say in 2 tweets you're out, because that's the way it is, without any sort of supporting argumentation. And he didn't actually implement a policy. He didn't give the policy to the Defense Department so they could even implement it. The Pentagon says they're not implementing it because they don't have a policy. So it's a PR thing.
This is a weird PR thing, but it really stirred up people in the
Which
comment
was, I think,
section.
it was designed to do, right?
I'm sure. Well, either that or he just felt like tweeting.
I think that's what it was. I mean, he wanted to shift the conversation. And it was the funniest thing about that is that he did it in 2 tweets. And the first half of the tweet was, in consultation with my generals and my military experts, we have decided that we will no longer accept ellipses, 10-minute gap, transgender people in the military. So there was a story at BuzzFeed that was kind of funny. They went and interviewed a bunch of people in the Pentagon, and a bunch of the people in the Pentagon were like, during that 10-minute gap, I didn't know whether we were going to nuclear war or what, right? Because that first tweet was like, we will no longer accept. It could have been
North Korea's
missile, missile test program.
Right.
So,
wow.
Yeah, but this again is evidence. I think it's an example of, even if I think the policy is good, good policy done the wrong way is actually counterproductive for the policies that I want to see done. Like, I want it laid out by Mattis. I want it laid out by the Defense Department. I want all the reasons laid out so we can have a good discussion over it. I don't really want just, like, thought vomit on Twitter. That's just not, I don't think it's effective.
Well, it also seems that this issue is such a hot issue, and it's also an issue that you're not really allowed to have an opinion on other than the standard opinion that this has always been a woman trapped in a man's body, and this is the way it is, and
by the way, this
it's totally healthy.
This Descartian notion that it's like a man, that's like the soul in the machine, and there's a woman deep down for 40 years who had 3 children with a man's penis, and now is escaping. There's like Ghostbusters. Like, again.
Ghostbusters.
It just.
Have you seen The Man in England? Was it in England? No, it was Germany. The man that identifies as a 6-year-old girl.
Yes.
And so they turned him into a 6-year-old girl.
So there's this clip.
Pigtails.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that clip of me that's gone around the internet a fair bit where I'm talking to a college girl about this, and she's saying, like, men can be women and women can be men. And I said, well, how old are you?
I love that clip.
I mean, come on.
Why aren't you 60?
Why aren't you 60?
Yeah. And
right?
she's like baffled, like, what?
And then it finally hits her, and it's like, well, you know.
Yeah.
So I think this is what's kind of frightening about the age we live in, is that we can't even come up with common definitions of basic things. How are we supposed to have conversations with each other if you can't decide what a man is or what a woman is or whether a scientific fact ought to be relevant or not?
Yeah.
Right? At least we could decide what was a scientific fact or not before. And now it's like the subjective has just eaten everything. If I don't think it's a scientific fact, it's no longer a scientific fact. And therefore
we've
I no
changed
longer
the
accept
parameters of the argument. It's become about freedom. The freedom to be your authentic self versus biology.
And right. And again, be your authentic self. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. Like, you know, more power to you. But it is no longer about your freedom to be your authentic self when you're talking about either legislation that impacts how I run my business or how I raise my child, or you're suggesting that it is my duty to humor your authentic self. Like, I think there are a lot of people who do stupid crap their entire lives. It's not my job to humor their authentic self. I mean, I'm pro-drug legalization, but I've never done drugs, and I think that drugs are stupid. You know, don't tell me that I have to, like, cheer when somebody smokes a joint. Like, do what you want, but don't tell me that I have to redefine what I think is good and bad behavior. Like, that's silly.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And the other thing that it became this weird political hot point where we were talking about bathrooms.
Yeah.
And then it became like the number one topic.
Because it was easy for people to sort of boil down the argument into that, I think.
Right, of course. Like this, what about my children? My children are going to go in the bathroom, and a man with a dress is going to come in. He's going to claim that he's identifying as a woman. And it got to the point where so many people were upset about it that people were boycotting South Carolina. Remember that?
Oh yeah, you know, the one I thought was amazing was the NCAA saying they were going to remove the Final Four from North Carolina because they passed the bathroom bill right in North Carolina. And I asked online, okay, so when are you going to abolish the separate male and female divisions of the NCAA? Like, I mean, you've said that we can't have separate male and female bathrooms where biological males play, and you know where biological males go to one bathroom and biological females go to another. So why do you have separate divisions? Why do you have an NCAA women's division and an NCAA men's division?
Where does this go?
I mean, eventually,
how does this boil down?
I mean, eventually it goes to one place or another. Like, either we just say, this is a step too far, give me a break. You know, science says no. Or we say, anyone can be anything at any time. A man is a woman, and a woman is a man, and, you know, and just pick.
Have you ever seen any of the videos of people that are gender fluid?
I have seen those videos.
Those videos are fascinating. Like, they wake up one day and they're a woman, and the next day they're a man. And there was a guy on NPR on Radiolab on the podcast who transitions at times of stress.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Like, in the middle of having a conversation, I just switched. I'm Paul now. I'm a man now.
So when he's more stressed, does he switch into a woman? Because that'd be really sexist, right? I mean, I think that, like, if he was stressed at work and he switched into a woman and started crying, that seems kind of sexist to me. That's implying that women are the people who cry at work. So
that is sexist.
Also, this raises a bunch of other weird questions. Like, okay, if you're like, there's been this. Again, you want to talk about weird? There's been this weird push in parts of the trans community to suggest that a male who doesn't want to have sex with a biological male who says he's a female is now a sexist against women.
Transphobe.
Is a transphobe, right? You're a bad person if you're a man who doesn't want to have sex with a man, a biological man. And it doesn't make you gay to do that, right? If you have sex with a biological man who says he's a woman, that's straight sex. But if you were to have sex with a biological woman who says she's a man, you're gay.
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
It's definitely weird, but I have seen the arguments and the blog posts and the tweets about men who discriminate against trans women, who do not want to date trans women.
And people keep saying, well, it's culturally defined. It's like, no, that's called evolution.
Well, you
Right?
can have a baby together.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. It turns out that evolution wants men to have sex with women. Like, I'm sorry to break it to everybody, but evolution relies on human reproduction. Okay? If you put that thing in the wrong place, it ain't going to reproduce. Like, that's just... Sorry. I mean, like, I don't know why I have to keep apologizing for science. And then they say that my party is the party of non-science. Like, what? Like, you're the ones who say that 2 minutes before my baby is born, it's not a baby, and a man can be a woman. But I'm anti-science? I'm wildly confused by this.
Well, the whole thing is wildly confusing. But it's such a strange subject. It's such a strange subject that's been brought to the forefront.
Again, I think it's about more the moral posturing than it is about people who actually think this is a major issue.
I think you're absolutely right, and I think people love to be virtuous. They love to be on that side. They love to virtue signal.
How dare you?
Yeah,
it is the how dare you routine.
It's the how dare you with dicks. Or lack of fake dicks. But they don't really have a lot of fake dicks. They don't really go that far. They just sort of take testosterone and see what's up. But it's just... It's a weird facet of our society today that is unexpected. I mean, you go back 20, 30 years and it was an oddity. And, you know, even during the Renee Richards thing, it was more of an oddity than anything. And people just sort of accepted it.
Well, this is why I say I think that a lot of the people who are virtue signaling are still treating it as an oddity. They just won't admit that.
Right.
I think that they're watching it because it's a circus to them, and I think that's actually cruel. I don't think that you should put people who suffer from mental illness on the cover of magazines. I just don't. I think that that's bad strategy.
What about bodybuilders?
I mean, I don't know that. I'll be honest with you. I don't know that much about bodybuilding. I mean, look at me. Do I look like I know that much about bodybuilding?
No, but the argument that I've heard
I'm a CrossFit guy. I'm ripped but small.
I'm more of a marathon runner. What I've heard, the argument about bodybuilders is that they suffer from it as well. Is that in order to get that big, you almost have to have some sort of a body dysmorphia.
Mm-hmm.
You have to not understand how insanely huge you are.
Yeah,
or be really into it. Their argument is they're really into it, and which makes sense to me. But I've heard people say that it's like almost like a reverse anorexia. Like they never feel like they're big enough.
Yeah, I've seen that. People say that before. Yeah.
Well, it's weird that the human mind is suspect or subject.
It's really variable, and
it's
really open to suggestion. Really open to suggestion. I mean, you see that
scares people about children transitioning.
For sure, for sure. I mean, listen, you see it in everything, including fashion. Like, how many dudes wax their chest now? 30 years ago, nobody waxed their chest.
Are they waxing? Dudes are waxing? Jamie,
shave their chest, wax their chest, whatever it is.
Questions about the youth, I turn to young Jamie.
Yeah, but I mean, you watch TV now, and every dude on TV has a chest as bare as my, 14-month-old son's.
I hear you.
And it's like, where did this come from? And this came from TV.
Ripped. They want to look chiseled.
And it also came from TV. I mean, it was like TV. It was going to be men are going to be hairless now. This is the new trend. Men are going to be hairless. Right? And you don't get the Burt Reynolds bare chest anymore. And so if people are susceptible to even that with regard to fashion, like people have for 5 years, people convinced themselves that skinny jeans were a thing. Like people are open to virtually any sort of suggestion.
Bell bottoms, they come in, they come out. Remember when they tried to bring bell bottoms back a
I
few
did
years
remember
ago?
that. Not a good call.
They tried. And people are like, nah, not this one. Platforms, when they used to wear platform shoes.
That's why I'm just keeping around all my dad's old clothes, because eventually they're going to come back in again.
You never know. Yeah, the idea of fashion and culture also being like the same sort of mechanism that allows people to be variable when it comes to their gender. And that's.
I mean, you actually see there's a study. I thought this was fascinating. There was a study in Britain, or a poll in Britain, about sexual orientation. And what I found was 95% of people over the age of 60 identified as exclusively heterosexual. Of people who are under the age of 30, only 42% identified as exclusively heterosexual.
Wow.
And it's like, okay, well, in 2 generations, it's not that half the population became bisexual, right? That is not a scientific thing. That means that people are open to suggestion about their sexual behavior, which you would assume. Right? So assuming that culture has no impact, and this goes against the whole born this way aspect of even the homosexual rights movement, the gay rights movement, that says, oh, you were born this way. Like, I agree that there's a genetic component to sexual behavior, but the idea that that's why 50% of the UK population has shifted toward, I'm open to anything. Culture has something.
50%?
As I say, 95% of people over the age of 60, and then 42% of people under the age of 30.
Wow.
So that's
42%
say they're exclusively
in the UK?
no 42% people say they're extremely heterosexual.
Extremely 40.
Say exclusively heterosexual. So 60%, nearly 60%, 58% say that they're on the spectrum but not exclusively heterosexual.
That's fascinating. I wonder if they only talk to women who are drunk. like young drunk girls, they get crazy.
Like,
but I think also
this
it's
is
like
an
they're trying to
an
impress
Adam
people.
Carolla thing, right? Where Adam has a whole shtick about like in the future there's going to be a point where guys are considered gay if they won't kiss another dude. Like, what are you gay? You afraid that you're gay? Kiss another dude and show me you're not gay. We've gone around the bend a little bit.
We have. Well, there's also this thing that I think happens when you have two very clear sides. You know, where you have teams and you sort of have a line in the sand that you're not supposed to cross, and there's the right side and there's the left side. And we have that in this country. We really don't have a third party option.
No.
Like, our third parties are kind of a joke. And whenever you have two opposing viewpoints, people dig in. Have you seen this new documentary about William F. Buckley and Gore Vidal and the debates they had?
No, I've heard about it. Is it any good?
It's great. It's really interesting. Debates they had during the 1968 election, it's fascinating.
I mean, I've watched some of those debates, but yeah.
It's intense.
Yeah, particularly the one where Buckley threatens to punch Vidal.
Yeah,
That was pretty
he calls him
spectacular.
a queer and says, "I'll sock you in the face and you'll stay plastered."
You'll stay
Like,
plastered.
It's weird because it's
You'll
so
stay plastered.
Yeah,
It's spectacular.
and it's such a like it's so in the speak of the day, you know, like 1968.
He's got the Brahmin accent. It's great. Like it's almost British accent. Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's really interesting. And then, but these, I mean, it's that thing. This my team versus that team. And I think the left is guilty of it as much as the right is guilty of it. It seems like it's a real issue where there's a lot of people that have ideas and opinions that sort of cross party lines. But they vote on one side or another, and they vote for their team.
I think that's right. I think that, especially in this last election, I think that was true. I think that people felt so alienated by the other side. Like, to understand a lot of people who voted Trump, you have to understand that there are a lot of people in the country who felt insulted by the left. They were just sick of being called racist, sexist, bigot, homophobes every time someone wanted to advance a policy on the left. And so they said, okay, screw that. At least Trump's not calling me that.
Right.
So I'll do that. And then there are a bunch of people on the left who now feel insulted by Trump's even presence, and they think all the people who voted for Trump are those people. And so they're fighting racism, sexism, bigotry, and homophobia by voting against Trump. Again, we go back to this, and there's a hardening of there's not one bubble in the country. There's two. You know, the right likes to accuse the left of being in a bubble in the coast. There's a bubble on the right too, which is the idea that everybody on every piece of the media is lying to you. Right? The New York Times is always fake news. Everything is fake news. You don't like it, it's fake news. These bubbles are not healthy for the Republic. I mean, we can't have conversations with each other if we do this.
No, deception is not healthy across the board. And there's another thing that's going on where everybody's a Nazi. Like, I've never heard people called a Nazi more than I have over the last 6 months. I mean, it's been crazy. If you support Trump, you're a Nazi. You're a neo-Nazi. You're somehow or another, you're a fascist. If you didn't vote for Hillary, you're a Nazi. Like, some people have boiled it down to, like, the purest form.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, first of all, it demonstrates tremendous historical ignorance. Forget the Holocaust. Like, you just look at who Hitler was and the policies he promulgated. Like, he was basically, he was all over the place. When he wanted to talk to socialists, he was a socialist. When he wanted to talk to capitalists, he was a capitalist. He was a top-down government guy for sure, but he would speak the language of you know, what would be considered the European far right today. On a lot of issues, but then he would talk about redistribution of resources and universal health care and all this kind of stuff and removing guns. But he's just a convenient club. I mean, it's just a convenient club because then, and then this is the part that scares me. Once you say that somebody is Hitler, then it actually becomes obligatory to physically resist them. Then you can't have a conversation with Hitler. Right? Like, once you say somebody's Hitler or the KKK, what are you going to do? Have a conversation with them? At the very least, you won't talk with them, and at the most, you might try to punch them.
That is really a problem with the nomenclature, right? That's really a problem with identifying someone in that way. That they are someone that you have to resist, and they are someone who cannot be reasoned with. They are someone who is absolutely evil. There's no like variables or variance in their behavior.
And listen, I like fiery political rhetoric. I find it fun, but I think that once you label somebody, you know, completely evil, you have a responsibility not to debate with them. You have a responsibility not to talk with them. Even the conversation legitimizes them.
Yeah.
I mean, like, listen, I'm sure you're going to get a bunch of shit from people for even having me on, because the idea is going to be, well, how could you have on somebody like Shapiro? You're legitimizing his point of view by having him on. I know a lot of people who I politically disagree with who have had that experience. Will have me on their show, and it's like, how dare you have Shapiro on? Because you're just granting him cover. You know, like, or we can just have a conversation and maybe we'll disagree and maybe we'll agree.
Yeah, I really don't give a fuck about those people. I think that's a silly conversation. I feel like you should talk to everybody, and if you disagree or agree, I have friends on that. My friend yesterday I had on Eddie Bravo. He believes in everything's a fucking conspiracy. I disagree with him wildly, and I love him like a brother. I don't think you have to agree with people, and I don't think you have to. The idea that you can't just have a conversation with someone about something and see if you can find middle ground or see if you can clearly define their point of view or find their perspective, that's missing today in a weird way. And one of the weirdest things about the election was the ping pong match between the left and the right as played out on national television by the media. I would watch, especially cable news, I would watch Fox News and then go to CNN and go back and forth, flip channels. You know, you have that previous channel button on the DirecTV. I would just put it on both of them and go, what's
like two
really
different
happening?
Worlds. It's two different worlds. My mom said this in 2012 with Romney and Obama. If you read the right-wing media, there was no way Romney was going to lose. And if you read the left-wing media, there was no way Romney was going to win. And she said, which one of these do I believe? And I said, it's probably somewhere in the middle. Like, I have a basic rule, which is that if you have a New York Times report and then you have a report from my site, the Daily Wire, and they share the facts, you can probably assume the facts are true. But the opinions that are, embedded with the facts, those are opinions.
Right.
And that's what's so hard about, I think, the modern media landscape is trying to separate the facts from the opinion. And so this is why when Trump says fake news, he's not wrong that CNN hates him and the New York Times hates him. He's right about that. But just labeling it all fake news is inaccurate also because most of what they're reporting is true. Right? It's just that it's biased. Something can be both true and biased.
Yes.
Right? I'm true and biased. Right? I say things that I think are factual, but I'm obviously conservative. That's my point of view. Tough shit. So
and you're a commentator. I mean, that's what you do. I mean, half of it is riling people up, saying provocative things. I mean,
this is where I think the right is correct about CNN and the New York Times and some of the other networks. Like, if you ask the right, what pisses you off more, CNN or the MSNBC? Most people on the right will say CNN, not MSNBC, because MSNBC is honest enough to say we're on the left, and CNN pretends we have no bias. We're above all that. Same thing with the New York Times. We're above all that. And then they run the most egregiously biased headlines. And we go, well, if they're lying about that, they're lying about everything.
One of my most fascinating characters of this whole play was Scott Adams. And particularly because Scott Adams, when I had him on my podcast, he was saying he doesn't even vote.
Yeah.
And he's like, what I am paying attention to, he goes, I am a trained hypnotist, and I'm paying attention to the powers of persuasion, and I'm looking at trends, and I'm making some predictions that turn out to be accurate. And he's like, he's looking at Trump, and he's not talking about Trump in these glowing terms. He's talking about him as being an effective persuader. And he lost millions of dollars because of that opinion. Talking about a guy that is not even going to vote, and this is all leading up to the election where people were fucking furious at him.
Yeah.
And even more furious at him after Trump won, because he would do those coffee with Scott things where he does on Periscope, where he wakes up and he just starts asking questions, and he's so measured and calm. And he had a podcast recently with Sam Harris where I think he was just like a little too far over the edge of apologizing for some of Trump's behavior and sort of attributing some of Trump's behavior to that you could say was incompetence and attributed to some sort of a master plan.
This is my only quarrel with Scott, I think, is that he tends to believe that everything Trump does is 987-degree underwater, upside down, hungry hippos. Like everything is just, it's all just acts of genius, and it's 3 steps down the road. And
instead of stumbling his way to victory.
I knew everyone involved in the campaign. Like, every single person who was involved in the campaign, I knew. This was a stumble their way to victory. Like, it is amazing. The minds, human beings are, we need to think, it's sort of like the Joker says in The Dark Knight, we need to think there's a plan. We always need to think there's a plan. And so if Trump won, it must be because there was some master plan that he unveiled over the course of the campaign. 3 weeks before the election, he was caught on tape saying that he wanted to grab women by the P word. No, there was no master plan.
Right.
Okay, it's just that Hillary was an awful candidate and no one liked her. Okay, the idea that Trump was even the idea that there was broad national movement for Trump that wasn't there for other candidates. He won fewer votes in Wisconsin than Mitt Romney did, and he won the state. And that's because no one liked Hillary. I mean, this is the untold story of the election. Is this was not a referendum on Donald Trump. This was a referendum on Hillary Clinton, particularly in the heartland, and people hated her guts. Right, Barack Obama won Ohio walking away. Everyone talks about Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Nobody talks about Ohio. Trump won Ohio walking away. One of the reasons he won Ohio walking away is because in 2012, Barack Obama really drove out the black vote. The percentage of the black vote, typically in Ohio, it's like 10% of the general vote. In 2012, it was like 13 to 15% of the general vote, and that was the entire margin of victory for Obama in the state of Ohio. Hillary got, closer to sort of the traditional percentages, and she lost in a whopping blowout in Ohio. No one likes Hillary Clinton, and the left was so arrogant that they thought we can take the most unpopular, unlikable, unqualified, nasty, boring human being anyone has seen in 20 years, and we'll run her. She's the one we'll run. But do you understand how incompetent you have to be to lose to a celebrity game show host? like you have to suck at this in a royal manner.
Right, well, I don't know now. Now that I think the floodgates are open, but don't you think
Senator Kid Rock, man?
Yeah, Kid Rock
Let's
is
do this
gonna
thing.
win. Apparently, he's like way ahead.
Well, so he's gonna win the primary. If he didn't win the primary, then he would have to run as an independent. Then he'd be indie rock, right?
Deja vu.
Kid Rock is gonna win the primary. Oh.
Well, we can only hope that once he's in the office, he grows into it and he becomes adult rock.
How's Ted Nugent not run for office yet? That's what I want to know. How's he not?
Nugent,
I saw him
Rock,
giving a
2020.
conversation about running for president. And that if the people really wanted it, he would do it. And I was like, oh, good Jesus. I
just can't wait for The Rock Oprah,
The Rock might win.
The Rock might win.
He's a
Hey,
beautiful man.
if Oprah ran in 2020,
Yeah.
is she?
The Rock with Oprah. It's a fucking
Dual ticket?
slam dunk.
Oh, man.
Yeah. The Rock and Oprah together.
So I have this weird idea that we should actually reinstitute a monarchy, and it should just be ceremonial, and they can be a celebrity. Right? We'll just make a celebrity monarch,
Okay.
and that person will just be there to look pretty and be
Sort of
popular.
like the Queen of England.
Exactly.
But don't really have anything
No
affect
power.
on policy.
No power,
Right.
because we keep conflating the presidency with who actually has to do things.
Right.
With people who we want to represent the country.
Yeah, we have a popularity contest to see who gets to control the news, which is insane.
That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. I think that, this is. We all think in cinematic terms now, and Hollywood is run by the dopiest jackasses. I grew up with all these people.
Right.
These are not people who you want controlling the narrative. And then we're like, you know what? Let's take if Tom Hanks would only run. If Tom, what makes you think Tom Hanks would be a good president? Like, did you look at Trump and you went, God, he's doing such a brilliant job. What we really need now is the guy from Castaway.
What we need is an actor again. We did well with Reagan. We need another actor. We did great with Schwarzenegger as the governor.
Like, at least Reagan was governor for 20 years before he was the president of the United States. I mean, like, let's put him through the ringer. I mean, Schwarzenegger proved in 8 years that he was not capable of doing anything except kind of sucking.
Well, you ever heard him talk about it? The way, from his perspective, he's like, you don't really understand how much red tape and bullshit you have to go through. He goes, I would meet with people, and they would agree with me that it's a good idea. However, they would say, my voters are never going to agree with it, so I'm going to oppose it. So even though I know you're right, there's a bunch of farmers that are going to be mad at me for doing that, so I'm not going to do that.
Well, this is the other thing in politics that really drives me nuts. So there are two promises that politicians make that are complete bullshit. The first promise they make is, I'm going to go to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to get things done. No, you're not. Okay, the system is built for gridlock. It's built for gridlock. It's why we have two separate houses of Congress. It's why we have a president who can veto. It's why we have a Supreme Court that rules on cases. It's built for gridlock. It's why we have states that are supposed to be able to check the federal government. All this is in the Federalist Papers. It was built for gridlock.
And some people are happy with that because that's how Trump is being sidelined at every time he tries to make something really important happen.
I think we all should be happy with that because the only way things were supposed to get passed was with wide public support. Right, which is probably a good thing. We don't want the government shifting wildly and veering on its axis every 4 years or every 2 years. I like the gridlock. My big problem is that the gridlock now protects a huge system that I don't like, that's been built up over 100 years in the case of growth of government. But I like the gridlock. But that's one promise that's made, and then people are disappointed. Oh, if we get in there, we're going to repeal Obamacare. It's like, no, you're not. You're not. I mean, like, you can promise it, but now you're not going to do it because you were full of crap when you said it, and now you're not going to do it. And the gridlock is there, and it's hard to change things. It takes a tremendous effort of will and electoral power to actually change things in a big way. So this idea, we'll elect Trump, and Trump would say, it's all going to be so easy. It's like, no, it's not. It wasn't easy for Obama. Obama passed Obamacare, and that was it for his presidency. He didn't do anything for the next 6 years. Right? Like, there were no major pieces of legislation. Nothing happened after that. He lost Congress, and that was it. Okay, so that's promise number one. The other promise is your anger is justified, and this is the one I hate even more. And that is the idea that, in regular life, when you have kids, I have kids, when your kid is angry, the first thing you have to teach your kid is maybe you're wrong to be angry sometimes. Right? Your anger is not justified. If you want to make good human beings, you have to determine whether they are right to be angry. Is your anger correct? Politicians are in the business of justifying people's anger. Oh, you heard this about the Trump voter a lot, right? They're so angry. They're so angry. Okay, well, I'm angry too about things, but are they angry about the right things? right? Like, and Trump would say, you're right to be angry because you've lost your job in Podunk, Ohio, because it's being stolen by the Chinese or by the Mexicans or something. And it's like, well, is that factually true, or are you just pandering to the anger? And on the left, you hear people say this to black folks in the inner city. It's the system that's keeping you down. It's a racist, white supremacist system that's keeping you down. Say, well, is that true, or are you just pandering to the voter? Because it's hard to tell people hard truths like you're not right to be angry, get off your ass and do something with your life. And it's true for regardless of race. You know, go out there. No one cares enough to stop you in your life. Your life is your own. No one in the United States cares about you, wants to stop you, wants to throw obstacles up in your own way. I'm not sure you can win an election on the basis of go live your own life. Even though everyone keeps claiming they want to live their own life, I think most people are full of it. I think most people don't want to live their own life. They want a politician to tell them that all of their complaints about life being unfair are justified, and the politician's going to solve all that. We don't want people who stay out of our way. We want people to be mommy. And you know, that's a tempting proposition for politicians.
Well, there's certainly a lot of that when you're talking to adults, because you're dealing with people that have the momentum of all their failures in their life and all the different things that are not going right. And then here they are at this moment today, right now, and they want to figure out why and why they're not on track and how to get on track. And the easiest way is to point the finger or blame someone else. And everybody has their own hand. I'm not saying that people's hands are fair and that, you know, one person doesn't have it easy. A lot of people that have it easy.
I have it easier than a lot of people, for sure.
For sure.
Absolutely.
But the reality is there's a tremendous amount of psychological factors that go into why someone does or does not succeed. And to placate them or to, you know, to play on those psychological factors as, you know, not being their own fault. It's very tempting because it works with people. People love to hear that. They love to hear that it's not your fault.
Yep, and I think that's what politicians have become in the business of doing. And it's both right and left. It's people saying that it's not your fault because you're being screwed by some foreign country. It's not your fault because the immigrants are doing it to you. It's not your fault. Well, maybe some of that's true, but you have to show me why it's true. You have to show me what the actual, like, did you lose your job because of China? Or did you lose your job because you're in an industry that is being crowded out because of technological change and because your union struck and created wages too high to be globally competitive? Like, let's look at the actual logic here as to and then how can we change it? How can we make it better? How can we? Is it something we have to do, or is it a matter of you need to broaden your skill set? Like, you see a lot of people now who are stuck in the mindset of 30 years ago that you're going to work a job and stay there for 20 years, and then you're going to leave with a gold watch. And that's not the way the job market works anymore. I mean, if you're entering the job market right now as a college student, you can expect that in the next 10 years you'll probably work 4 jobs. You know, like the turnover is too great, and you have to be constantly increasing your skill set.
Also, with every new innovation, there's businesses that branch out and become new, and then there's also businesses that die, and there's no bringing them back. You're not going to bring back the printing press.
Exactly.
You know, there's a lot of stuff that.
But for the guy in the printing press industry, you tell him that. Try to get elected from the printing press guy.
Well, I mean, right now they're trying to stop automated cars. I mean, that is. I mean, there was a vote, right? Wasn't there a vote like within the last day or two to try to block automated trucks?
From Upland Drew,
because there's a tremendous amount of people that's what they do for a living.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a lot more efficient when it's not people.
And, you know, this is the great fallacy that's been people have been trying to fight since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, is this idea, okay, well, the new technology is going to kill jobs and then no one will ever work again. It's like we've had the same unemployment rate in this country for the last 100 years, and the technology is a little bit better.
Teamsters convinced Congress to block driverless trucks.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Seems crazy. It seems like you're fighting an inevitable tide.
Well, I mean, imagine that, like, how is that going to work for all the other industries that are affected? Let's say that you now have, you're artificially raising the prices of all the goods that now have to be brought in by the Teamsters, and now it's more expensive, so it's more money out of your pocket and my pocket. And that's money that maybe I was willing to buy American, but now I'm going to buy Chinese because I have to feed my family. Like, that's not how economics works. It's just not how economics works.
Is there any argument that they're not ready yet, that these trucks aren't viable?
So that's one of the issues, is that with a lot of the automated trucks, basically, in order for them to work, you need dedicated lanes. Because otherwise, human error is such that if there's a Google car on the road and you're a bad driver, the Google car is probably going to get in a crash, or might be more likely to get in a crash than if it were a human driving it.
Have you ever seen people freak out those Tesla cars? Have you ever seen what they could do to them?
I haven't seen those tests. I actually saw somebody do it to a Google car.
When when a car is on that automated thing, if you just swerve at it, they slam on the brakes and back up on you. Like, people have done it to people and filmed it when they see people using automated cars. It's not done. It's not.
No,
it's not
no,
100% ready.
Yeah, it's the mix again. It's sort of like how there's a lot of fuel-efficient lighter cars on the road, but they're a lot more dangerous than the heavier cars because the heavier cars, the clunkers, are still around from 1970 in their tanks.
Yeah.
They just run through 3 Priuses.
How do you feel about universal basic income? Because that's a subject that comes up a lot lately. When Elon Musk is talking about these driverless cars, one of the things he's saying is that one thing that we're going to need is universal basic income. He said we're going to have to figure out some way to feed all these people that are going to get taken out of the job market because their jobs have become irrelevant.
So I think that universal basic income is for when the technology gets so good that there legitimately are no jobs. I don't think that we're there yet. So if you have a machine that can make everything basically for free, and then there's a bunch of people who you don't need anymore to do work, then you can talk about a universal basic income because there's no scarcity. Scarcity is what creates a need for labor. So if there's scarcity in any industry, then there's going to be a need for labor. There's going to be need for new labor. People are going to still have to, work on these trucks and deal with technology. And the computer industry didn't destroy jobs all over the United States when typewriters went out. So I think it's a little premature. I'm not sure there will ever be a day when there's a machine when the machine society is so well developed that it can take over all jobs. I do think you're seeing a bifurcation in the labor market. So I think people who are in jobs like yours and mine, like we're lucky. This is a creative job. It's hard for machines to create, but for jobs that are single task jobs, a lot more of those are going to be technologically driven. And so people are going to have to, work the right side of their brain a little bit. We're going to have to train people in a different way. But my perspective on universal basic income is when you have a 4% unemployment rate, it's very difficult to say you need a universal basic income. Like it's, again, 96% of people in the labor market who can work are working. So that's not suggesting to me that there's this vast underclass of people who are totally incapable of working. And once you do that, you see what you've seen actually with the disability programs in the United States, right? Where now everybody's on disability. Like the fastest growing government program in America is the disability program, where people declare themselves disabled so that they can get government pensions, basically. Once you have a universal basic income, is there an incentive to work? And also, I'm not sure that you've solved a lot of people's problems. Like people still need something to do with their day.
Yeah, but the idea
how many
is that
60-year-olds do you see who retire and they're dead within 3 years?
The utopian idea is that somehow or another you're going to open up these people's inherent creativity and they'll find something they actually enjoy.
Yeah, that's a bunch of hooey. I mean, how many people say, again...
I love that you said hooey. What are you, like 32? How old are you, man?
I'm 33, yeah.
When you're 33 and you're using the term hooey.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's, again... I hope I never retire because I just know too many people who retire and they're, I'm going to retire, I'm going to golf, I'm going to paint, I'm going to create.
Die.
And 6 months later, they're dead.
They're dead, yeah. Well, people enjoy doing things and feeling like they're valuable. And I don't know if that necessarily has to be a job, but it's a very clear, definitive test of whether or not you're valuable. If somebody gives you money and you get that money and you're like, look, I'm valuable, I'm doing something, I'm contributing, I got a check for my week's work.
There's a lot of hours in the day, and it's going to be hard to fill that with watercolor painting and beat poetry classes.
I don't know, man. I'd find shit to do, but I've been fairly self-employed most of my life.
Yeah, I think
I've gotten into.
Some people are driven. Like I would find stuff to do too,
yeah.
But there is a difference in not all human beings are the people who would actually go out and take classes and find things to do.
Do you have aspirations outside of commentary when it comes to politics?
Maybe some point down the road.
Do you think you run for president or something like that?
I mean, apparently anyone can, and this is what I'm finding out.
Sure.
So,
but you're a reasonable guy.
I don't know. I mean, I like what I'm doing in the sense that I get to work on what people believe, which I think is sort of the root of politics. I'm not sure implementing is the same thing. As I said, I'm not sure that the president can get. Like, I'm more focused on getting people to think in the terms that I'd like them to think. About limited government and you taking control of your own life, and I might be able to do more good. Promulgating that message using a growing medium. Like, we're very lucky. I mean, the podcast went from having 3,000 listeners, 300 episodes ago to now we have 300,000 listeners a day. So it continues to grow. So as that crowd continues to grow, it's actually harder for me to say I'd want to jump into politics, not easier, I think.
The limited government thing to me has always been a fascinating subject because the people that don't want limited government, that is the utopian ideal in my mind, that somehow or another the government's going to be effective if you give them more money. Like I had an argument with a friend where he wanted people to be taxed more because he felt like that money could be distributed to people and you would get like more funding for the arts was one of his arguments. But my thought was like, first of all, the arts, like when when people like them, they pay for them.
Yep.
Like, that's not
Yep.
good. And funding for the arts means you're gonna have like fucking LACMA. Like you go to the LA County Museum of Art and you have a fucking box on the ground that someone's calling a piece of art.
Did you see that guy? I think he went to. It was either in San Francisco or LACMA, where he went there and he took off his glasses and he just put them on the floor, and then he stood next to them, going, kind of standing there and kind of stroking his chin. So there were 30 people all around him staring at the glasses on the floor. It's like, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's fucking horseshit, right? That the modern art exhibits, like there was another one recently where someone like left behind a pineapple or something.
Yeah, this
like
is
that.
I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really is crazy, and it's also pretentious. And it's also stoking those fires of pretension and making something that's not legitimately creative, making it celebrated because you don't really have the ability to create something that's legitimately creative.
Yeah, I was pointing this out today with regard to it's funny how a lot of people who want bigger government, they embrace states that start to grow the government, and then when things go to shit, they're like nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
So Venezuela is the most obvious example, right? Venezuela has turned from what was the richest country in South America and had the best oil reserves of anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, basically. They've turned it into just a garbage heap. People waiting in lines. I have a friend named Nami Horowitz who went down there and did some documentary stuff down there, and he was, I think his cameraman got shot. He was watching people like literally shooting dogs in the streets for food. And this is, Caracas is the most violent city in the Western Hemisphere now. And all of this is because Hugo Chavez was a piece of garbage who centralized all power to himself, redistributed the wealth to all of his friends and cronies, and then supposedly uplifted the poor, except that now everyone is poor.
Wait a
right?
minute,
And
wasn't he friends with Sean Penn? I don't even know what you're saying.
yeah, exactly. So on my show today, I played like Sean Penn and Jesse Jackson and that freak Jeremy Corbyn, who's the head of the Labour Party in Great Britain, and they're all just praising Chavez. Right? He's the great guy. He was a hero to the poor, and now Venezuela's going to shit. And where are all these people? Like, would someone stick a camera in Sean Penn's face, like now, and just ask Sean Penn? So, like 5 minutes ago, you were saying this was awesome.
Well, there's got to be some sort of a left response for that. Like, what is their take on why it all went bad?
Well, it's the no true Scotsman fallacy, right? This is them living on. It's because they never really got rid of enough private industry. If they'd just gone further, it would have been better. It's like, well, the Soviet Union didn't work out that great either, but. Like I actually got a response. It was really funny. Today, I tweeted out that according to the World Bank, Venezuela has one of the least income unequal societies on Earth. So it's actually pretty income equal, right? Because nobody has anything, right? And it's garbage. And so the official Socialist Party tweeted me, and they said, this is because socialism has never truly been tried. Okay, dude. All right. Sure. Why not?
Well, the wonderful idea of socialism is that it's going to even everything out, and that you shouldn't get paid more. That no one should get paid more, and that everyone should have some sort of a peak that you can reach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's some sort of competition involved. There's got to be some sort of incentive, but only so much.
Right. This is like the Bernie Sanders. This is democratic socialism.
Yes.
Like formal socialism is the state owns the whole thing, but democratic socialism is there's private industry, but only to a certain point, and then we tell people no
But
more.
then you find out about Bernie and his wife's idea was to buy up a bunch of land and expand the college, and then the fucking college went under, and now they're being sued and
2 vacation
investigated.
homes.
Yeah, come on, man.
It's all based on a lot of myth making about like Western Europe and the Netherlands, right? So there's all this talk, these democratic socialist countries, they're working great. First of all, a car in Denmark has a 60% import tax. It costs literally twice what it would cost in the United States. Tax rates in Denmark are insane, except for corporate taxes, which the left in the United States really, they love corporate taxes. They want those higher. Denmark has some of the lowest corporate taxes and regulations in the industrialized world. So everybody is coming in and investing in Denmark. It's only the citizens who are getting screwed by paying for this giant welfare state. Then their GDP tanked. And now they've had to elect right-wing governments to slash back the level of government. I mean, it turns out that capitalism is the great engine that drives... Like, Singapore is... There's nothing on Singapore, right? Singapore is like a rock. Okay, so there's nothing there. Singapore has one of the most powerful economies on Earth because they basically have no business regulations, no taxes, and no tariffs. So you can do whatever you want. And when people can do whatever they want, they make a lot of mutually beneficial exchanges. End of story. This is not that difficult. But it is difficult if you think that life is unfair, right?
So what would you propose? Like, what would you propose for the United States? Like, the United States, obviously, what Trump wants to do is reinvigorate manufacturing, make things in America again, bring back the labor force, take away the jobs that are going to overseas and other countries in South America.
So I think that that's a bunch of slogans from him, and I don't think it means anything. So number one, I don't think a manufacturing job is more important than a tech job.
Right.
Okay, a job is a job, and in industries that are thriving, you actually need more jobs, and in industries that are not doing as well, if the jobs, disappear, that's just the wages of a global economy. And I know it sounds harsh to people who are in those industries, but it's not a referendum on you or your value. It's just saying that certain industries over time always, are outsourced. Like, we used to make T-shirts in the United States. We don't make T-shirts here. We make them in Vietnam, and it costs us like $5. Right, so my view is, I'm not going to privilege ones. I understand a lot of this is politics. You want to favor manufacturing bases because there are a lot of manufacturing hubs in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. But since I don't care, right, since I'm not a politician, my view is that if you want a thriving economy, you relieve as much regulation as possible, you lower the taxes for everyone, personal and corporate, you attract as much foreign investment as possible, and you allow people to build businesses with as little risk as possible, and then you allow them to compete, and if they succeed, they succeed, and if they fail, they fail. And you get rid of tariffs as well, because I want cheap inputs for my product, and I want cheap products on the shelves at the store, so I don't have to pay $1 bajillion for a pair of shoes. So my view of this is that economics is an element of freedom. I am a free person. I get to do with my money what I damn well please, and you don't get to stand in my way unless there is some sort of moral thing, right? Like, if you want to say, let's put sanctions on Iran, let's put sanctions on China. China's funding North Korea right now. It hurts our national security. We want to put sanctions on China to try and pressure them into ending North Korea. That's a national security thing. But the idea that, like today, Trump rolled out this new plan on immigration, and he says, I want to cut down on legal immigration, but the reason is because I want to raise wages of people in the United States. And I think, well, that's not productive, because what you're actually doing is you're restricting the supply of labor, artificially increasing the wages, which artificially increases prices, which means it's not competitive on a global scale, which means the companies outsource. Right? It's the exact same thing as minimum wage. You create a minimum wage, you're artificially increasing wages, that increases prices, that makes it non-competitive, people outsource. So it actually achieves the opposite of what you're trying to achieve. All government intervention in the economy, save for interventions that are designed to prevent externalities, things that I do that hurt you, all of those are unjustified in my view.
What about environmental protection?
So those are externalities, right? So, like, if I were to pollute a river, it's not my river. I don't get to pollute it. I don't get to throw my trash over my fence into your yard, right? That's a different thing. That's it.
Yeah, that's one of the most disturbing things about this administration is the cutting the funding for the Environmental Protection Agency and the changing of their standards, removing some of the funding for things like satellites that they're using to track the climate change and things along those lines. And that scares the shit out of me. Like, it scares the shit out of me that they're going to ignore the environment in favor of the economy.
So I think that some of the environmental regulations are badly drawn. Right. And some of them are overwrought when it comes to, for example, fracking. Obama pushed a lot of environmental regulations on fracking, or the Keystone XL pipeline, that kind of thing.
How do you feel about fracking?
I'm very much in favor of fracking.
But what do you think about, like, when you hear stories about more earthquakes happening and unstable water supplies, and water tables?
So from what I've seen, the earthquake evidence is extraordinarily weak. Yeah, from what I've seen. I'm again, if you present me evidence that I find convincing, I'm happy to change my mind on this.
Right.
And as far as water pollution, again, the evidence has been pretty weak. So if that changes, then I'm happy to regulate. As far as
when you say it's been weak, there has been instances of fracking leading to pollution, right?
Sure, but that's not every fracking leads to pollution.
Right.
And so the question is, how broad is the regulation?
Or how many are you willing to accept?
Right, which is the truth for all business, right? And like, how much we all drive cars, how much pollution are you willing to...
water bottles, somewhere there's a seagull choking on a cap.
Correct. So, like, how much are you willing to accept? Like, what I don't appreciate is when people kind of futz the evidence, when it's like, oh, well, I set my water on fire because of fracking. It's like, well, no, that's not because of fracking. That's because of the groundwater. But in any case, as far as the satellites and global warming, listen, I think that it's pretty clear that the climate is warming. I mean, the greenhouse gas effect is a thing. The question to me is less whether it's happening and more what are you going to do about it? Because even the left seems to have no real solutions as to what to do except for massively cutting economic growth. And it seems to me that if we're talking about an increase, according to the IPCC, of something like 7 degrees Fahrenheit over the course of the next century, then on average, right? Not universally, on average. Then it seems to me that it's easier to just say that the climate changes over time, and maybe cities that are on the coast are going to have to pull back a little bit over time. Like 100 years is a long time. 100 years ago, we would have said that the pollution was the chief thing to worry about in the United States because we were all using smokestacks and yeah, exactly. And now, not really even through regulation, but just through market competition, you've gotten better environmental products. Right. So I think that the market does take care of a lot of these things. People don't actually want to live in human waste. You know, like we actually don't want to do that. So.
You know what's been disturbing me recently is how many times I see Bill Nye on TV talking about climate change.
Well, he has the same qualifications I do. I mean, he has like a mechanical engineering degree.
Yeah, well, isn't he kind of a comedian?
Yeah, I mean,
I think he is. Like,
from my childhood, yeah.
I believe he was like a comedian.
He's a stand-up guy, yeah.
Yeah, and he does. Did you ever see his thing with Tucker Carlson?
Yes.
Which was great.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson kept saying, "Okay, but you're talking about science, so tell me how much of an effect do human beings have on climate change, and what's the science? Show me." And all he wanted to say was that, you know, are you a
consensus settled? Yeah, exactly. And
but like, what is the difference?
Or give
how
me a
much
range.
is changing?
Right,
yeah.
give me a range. Like, it doesn't even have to be an exact number, but give me a range, and then tell me, okay, what do we have to do in your opinion, in order to stop the climate change where it stands, or if we can't do that, in order to minimize it, what's the actual risk? Also, like people keep giving these catastrophic scenarios where it looks like the day after tomorrow, and Dennis Quaid running into subways and shit. And
one of the weirder ones he said was that we were supposed to have an ice age. Now that's not going to happen. Like, Jesus Christ, man, that's good.
Yeah.
You know, Randall Carlson, who's been on my podcast a few times, and he's an expert in collisions and asteroidal collisions. And one of the things he said is like, he goes, global warming is not great. He goes, but it's way better than global cooling.
This is true. This is true.
Global, global cooling kills everybody.
Right. The little ice age was not a good thing for the world.
No.
I mean, the global warm period was actually a pretty good thing for the world. So, I mean, this is the other thing is that there are costs and benefits to the climate changing, which it has throughout time.
Right.
What are we willing to sacrifice in order to make that 7 degrees into 6 degrees?
Right. And just losing some coastline is not the real issue.
Like I'm sorry about
pollution is far more devastating.
Right. I mean,
losing coastline.
So I think that if you're going to worry about the emissions problem, worry about the sea absorption of emissions, right? That like the toxification of the oceans. Like that seems to me to be a bigger problem than the climate changing over time. We're pretty adaptable. Like there's a lot of land. Okay, so we move. We have historically.
Right.
I mean, Venice, the sea level rises in Venice every year. People are going to move. I mean, like that's the way it works. There's this weird idea, and it's true in economics. It's true with global warming that where you were born is where you must die, right? And that you can never move. And it's like, well, this is the most mobile society in human history. We can get on a plane and be on the other coast in 6 hours. It's easier to move than ever before. So if you really think that the climate is that bad, first of all, I'd like to ask Barbara Streisand if she's that deeply concerned about global warming, why she doesn't sell her coastline estate.
Yeah.
But it's like, am I going to lose a lot of sleep if a bunch of Hollywood stars lose, 5 feet off their coastline because we didn't kill the industry of the United States and lose $4 trillion a year? Like, no.
And I'm not really sure that would have worked that way one way or another. It has been absolutely proven that human beings are having an effect on the carbon dioxide levels.
Of course.
Right?
Of course, yeah.
100%.
And there's a greenhouse gas effect, sure.
100%. So,
but the modeling's been so wrong that, like, there's no level of certitude, and then there's no level of solution that I know for sure is going to do this. So you're talking about human beings suffering in the now for the later. And let's be real about this. Like, yes, there are a lot of emissions from the United States, but the leading emitters on the planet right now are China and India. And they're not going to stop this shit anytime soon. Like, that's not going to happen.
Well, there's also this thing that happens where if you even discuss it, you become like a Hitler or a Nazi. You become a climate change denier.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get locked into one of those labels, you're a piece of shit.
Well, this is it
and
again.
Nobody wants to be locked into those labels, so they don't even want to have the discussion or the debate. And that's one of the things that I felt like Bill Nye was not prepared for, because I felt like he's so lazy with this conversation because so many people just appease him and agree with it.
Yeah, I think that's
that when
right.
Tucker Carlson was challenging him on it, he didn't have any data to support this argument. He just wanted to sort of like play word games and have this, say, well, you guys on CNN, there was one time when they had some guy on who was saying exactly what we were saying, that the models, they have not been proven to be accurate, and that Al Gore's movie predicted that we'd be underwater in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Like, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, his predictions in that movie are not correct. Yeah,
They're not correct at all. And he's made like some insane
there's
amount of money.
There's a
off
sequel
of it.
too. Yeah, he's got a sequel out this week.
Isn't he like the first billion-dollar green guy?
Yeah.
Like he's made a shitload of money off of giving these speeches and
Cap and trade and
the whole thing is very strange because it becomes this untouchable subject like what we were talking about before with transgender people or many other subjects become you can't discuss them. They're not even open to debate or scrutiny. They become locked down. And when Tucker Carlson was pressing Bill Nye, like what are the numbers? Like what is happening? Tell me how much of an effect are we having? And Bill Nye had nothing on it, and he just became stammered and started getting angry. And it's like, wow, this is weird.
Yeah.
This is weird to see.
I mean, if this is the cause of your life, you should know a little bit more about it than everyone who disagrees with the denier.
And I think the way Tucker handled it was brilliant.
I thought it was Tucker's best moment, I think, on the show, yeah.
I think so, too, because he was saying, essentially, he was like, I'm not denying it. I'm not saying it's not. I just want you to tell me, like, how much of an effect. Tell me.
Yeah, exactly.
And he had nothing. It's like, so maybe Bill Nye's the wrong guy to have there. But Bill Nye shouldn't be selling himself. Like, you can't have me come on a fucking show and talk about global warming because I don't know anything about it.
Or at the very least, Bill Nye should say, listen, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change did this study.
Right.
You can look up the numbers there. I don't have them off the top of my head.
Or have the numbers.
Right.
Have the fucking numbers. You're going to be on one of those shows? You're going to be on for 7 minutes.
So everybody in the media is lazy. Nobody
there's a lot of that.
Nobody actually does their prep for debate or for TV appearances. Like, because the truth is, you think you're going to be on for having done 1,000 TV hits at this point, most people think, okay, I'm going to be on for 5 minutes. I can get through 5 minutes, right? Like, it won't be that bad if I'm on for 10 minutes. How bad can it be? And the answer is you can get pantsed on national TV in 5 minutes if the person knows what they're doing.
Well, you've done that to many people. One of the things that I think is, do you talk fast always? Is like you're born this way? Is this like
everyone in my family talks this way.
Your family just talks fast. Because I was wondered if this was a strategy developed to be really good at those shows.
No. It's been fortunate that it fits that way. But yeah, even my kids talk this way. Even the 3-year-old talks this way.
We see some people that are just really good at ba 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 ba, and you get them in the podcast, and after like Peter Schiff's a great example of that. After like 20 minutes, I'm like, you want a drink? Let's have some whiskey. We had a couple of glasses of clink, cheers, and we settled down. And then he settled into like a normal way of talking. But he's just so used to like force feeding you facts and opinions and. It's just it's such an ineffective way to communicate with those 3 heads and the one person who's the host, Megyn Kelly throwing a question, and then this person's talking over that person, and it's such an ineffective way to communicate.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that I do like about long form podcasts like this one or like mine. I like the ability to actually expand on a point.
Yeah.
On TV, it's like, okay, you have 30 seconds of a point. Excellent. We can make that work for us.
It's the only place left that you can do this, unless you're making YouTube videos, and Jordan Peterson's obviously finding out that that's a problem.
Yeah.
But unless you're doing something along those lines where no one's there but you, and you get to expand and express yourself, there's no other form of conversation like podcast where you're not getting interrupted by a commercial, you're just talking, and you know as well as I know that conversations sort of evolve and move, and they, when I get to know you better, I see how you're thinking better, and I kind of have more questions to ask, and you expand more, and you get to know a person for real, and that's just those television shows are so it's so divisive in that way.
I mean, honestly, it's hard for me to watch cable television because of that. I don't feel like I'm getting tons of information that way.
Well, CNN had 9 fucking people on the other day.
That's crazy. The panel on CNN, it's Hollywood Squares now.
Yeah, Anderson Cooper's sitting there in the middle, and there's people, and then there's people that are just.
Ooh, I made a diagonal. Cool.
And they're interrupting each other and saying, "Excuse me while I talk. You mind not interrupting me for a moment?" Like they're grandstanding and trying to have this point that they think is going to be a zinger because they wrote it last night. And it's just like, oh.
The best you can hope for is that you have 30 seconds where you say something that goes viral. That's basically that's the extent of it.
Yeah, well, you've done a lot of those.
Yeah, I won't say I'm not good at it. I'm good at it.
No, you're good at it. But it's like we were talking about before, that a lot of the people that have debated you that are they're really fucking lazy. Like they have this supposed passion for something, but when it comes to preparing for this sort of interaction, they're not really doing that. They're not.
For sure. And I think that, part of that is there are people who are experts on particular topics who could, I'm sure, know more about their specialty than I do on a lot of topics. Like if I were to discuss climate change with a person who is like an expert on climate change, I would not know as much as that person.
Sure.
But, there are a lot of people who think they're generalists and have never read a book.
Right.
Like I know one fact about one thing, and it's that you're a denier.
Yeah.
And I mean, if I know 2, then I beat you. So
Right.
that's
Well, that's the climate denier thing seems to me one of the laziest things about the left. And this is not saying that there's not some sort of a real issue with human waste, because I think there is. I think there's a giant issue with plastic in the ocean. There's a giant issue with pollutants in our water system, in our air. And there's a lot of issues with the side effects of being a person in an industrialized civilization. We burn things, we create poisons, and we've got to figure out a way to be sustainable. I don't think there's any denying that by anybody.
I think it's also worth noting the market makes these things better in many cases. I mean, the fact is that if you look at the areas where, for example, everyone is down on carbon-based fuels. Okay, fair enough. But if you go to places that don't have carbon-based fuels, they're burning animal dung and wood. There's nothing worse for particulate than animal dung and wood. So as we get, and if we did even better than this, we would get to nuclear power, right? Which unfortunately a lot of people have banned because of unbased fears. Like most of France's electricity is provided by nuclear power, and that's about as clean as it gets. So, you know, I do think
until it goes dark.
Well,
until it goes Fukushima.
Even in worst case scenario at Fukushima, I mean, if you're talking about global warming and environmental damage, the amount of environmental damage supposedly done by carbon emissions is a lot larger than Fukushima.
Right, but the local damage is devastating. That's the disturbing thing, that they don't have a way to stop that. Like they figured out a way to like put a wall of ice around the containment area, and that didn't work. It seems so fucking science fiction-y. They really don't know what to do. And
I don't know enough about nuclear containment to take off on that one. But
nor do I.
Let's just say that one disaster basically there have been 3 major disasters, right? Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, and Fukushima.
Yeah.
The only one that's happened, 2 of those 3 have happened in the first world, right? Fukushima and 3 Mile Island. 3 Mile Island basically ended up having no long-term impact. So Fukushima is really the only major disaster in 40 years of industrialized countries using nuclear power.
Well, apparently they had some weird meltdowns here at Rocketdyne that
really?
weren't really discussed. Yeah.
You don't tell about it?
Well, they're you know, it was all during the 60s, 50s or the 60s, when they were involved in the rocket program. But the Rocketdyne stuff, my friend's dad is a scientist, and he was explaining to me the half-life of whatever was released in the atmosphere. It's nothing to concern, but there's a bunch of Rocketdyne was like right down the street. There was a bunch of articles that were written about it, like worrying about people that have higher cancer rates in this area, and you know. But there's also like, I think there's a website called The Sins of Rocketdyne.
Really?
Yeah. See if you can find that. I think there's a website dedicated to that people. But there's a lot of cancer just living in cities, man. Like, they say that one of the worst environments for a human being is living in a place that has a lot of brake dust. Like, if you're living in Manhattan and you got your window open, you're just inhaling particulates from people. There it is, the sins of Rocketdyne. But the thing is, like, I mean, how much more cancer are these people? This is from 2003.
Yeah, sometimes the statistics on cancer are hard to correlate because you'll have groupings that are sort of weird, and that's just because random statistical grouping happens. So how much of it is due to X factor or Y factor? If we knew that, then presumably the cancer rates would be going down a lot. But they haven't really in most cases. So it's pretty rare you have like a all around me, I look like I'm the man. Breast cancer, we have no idea why it happens.
Well, so, also the valley itself, like anything that happens in the valley, like when you drive from like Thousand Oaks over the hill and you look down at the valley and you're like, Jesus, that can't be good.
Yeah, I hear you. I've been flying into the valley my entire life, and every time you fly into the brown gunk soup that is the valley atmosphere, you think that's not great.
Yeah,
I mean, that is one area where obviously we have gotten better. I mean, the smog alerts have gone down tremendously in the last 30 years.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot better. But that's also one of the things that Donald Trump has relaxed some of the standards.
The CAFE standards?
Wasn't it?
I don't know if he really did.
Wasn't it emission standards he changed?
The car emission standards?
Yeah.
Maybe. It's again, I wonder how much of the car emission standards, like there's actually a pretty thriving debate in the libertarian community, particularly, about whether CAFE standards are what drove greater fuel efficiency or whether it was the price of gas that drove greater fuel efficiency. That as the price of gas has risen and fallen, you see people change their buying habits. Right in the 90s, everybody bought an SUV, and then the prices went up and everybody bought a Prius.
Well, the Prius thing is interesting, too, particularly like the Tesla thing, because then you look at the environmental disasters of creating these batteries.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, this is not totally green.
Yeah.
Like, there's some weird gray area, too.
It's pretty complex, and I think that The one thing we know is that there are millions of people all over the world for all of human history who've been living in absolute penury and misery, and we now support 7 billion people on the planet, and the rate of global poverty has dropped by 50% in the last 30 years. A lot of that is technological change. A lot of that is fossil fuel use. And so before we, we always have to these are two things that are worth thinking about balancing. And this is what's, again, a little frustrating, is that sometimes you see people on the environmental left who will say, well, this has to be done or it's the end of the world. And it's like, well, how about those people in developing countries? How many of those people are you going to say have to live in poverty in order for this to happen?
Right.
And then on the right, you'll see people say, well, no environmental regulations at all, just let it all hash out. And, sometimes the market hashes it out and sometimes the market doesn't hash it out. And so, I think a little caution is warranted.
I think that's a very reasonable point of view. And that's one of the things that I really like about your commentary. I know you're a right-leaning guy, but you're very reasonable. You make arguments that are sound and easy to trace. It makes sense.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
I think we need more of that, and I think it's rare that you find that in a 33-year-old guy. That's some strange sort of conservative character that travels around clowning
Pissing
people at
off,
universities.
exactly.
So the Berkeley thing is going to happen. When is it going to happen?
September 14th is the date it's supposed to happen.
Dude, good luck with all that.
Yeah, well, if they cancel it, we'll still go.
Are you going to go on a bulletproof Pope mobile?
Yeah, hey, he wears a funny hat and so do I, so I think we can both...
Yours is a little low profile, though.
Yeah, we keep it on the DL around here.
When you do show up at these places and you see the Antifa people and they're screaming and yelling and cheering, and that's got to be a surreal thing. That it's just you and your thoughts and your opinion. I mean, you're not selling babies. You're not there slaughtering dogs in the Yulin Festival.
Exactly. It's weird. I think that. I'm not arrogant quite enough to think that a lot of those people know who I am. I think that what happens is that there's sort of a call that goes out from a select few saying, this KKK member is coming to campus, go stop him. And that's what happened at Cal State LA. Like when I spoke there were actually a couple professors who were telling their students that I was a closeted member of the KKK.
Yes. Meanwhile, you show up wearing a yarmulke.
I'm their favorite person, the KKK. I'm like a charter member. It's my thing. And I was literally in 2016. It was hilarious. That year, 2016 was a wild year. So David Duke accused me of being a far leftist. Black Lives Matter accused me of being a member of the KKK, and I was the #1 recipient of anti-Semitism according to the Anti-Defamation League. I was the #1 recipient of Twitter anti-Semitism in the United States for journalists last year. So I do have a little trophy in my house. It says Most Hated Jew in America, which is a hell of a title.
Is it a green frog?
It is. It's a green frog and then a little model of a gas chamber. It's perfect.
You were #1?
Yeah, by a huge margin, by the way.
Wow.
Blowout. It was like 40% of all anti-Semitic tweets on the internet directed at journalists in 2016 were directed at me personally. It was a party.
Holy shit.
It was a good year. It was a good year, Some years are more productive than others.
What did that feel like?
Well, I mean, it felt like my Twitter feed was just a dumpster fire. Anytime I retweeted anybody, I'd get people emailing me, please don't retweet me. Because as soon as I retweet someone, they just be hit by waves of these people.
And that's died off?
Yeah, since the election, it's really gone down a fair bit. But, there were some pretty serious, death threats. Like, I got people calling my cell phone. I had to up my security. I already had a shotgun, but it was...
Jesus Christ. Well, what started it off?
Probably me quitting Breitbart. So when I was, I was not a Trump supporter. I didn't vote for either candidate in this year's election or last year's election.
Who did you support?
In the primaries, Cruz.
Yeah, Cruz.
I supported his positions. He was the closest to me politically. I was not pro-Trump during the primaries. He didn't earn the vote during the general election. I thought, there's two ways to look at your vote, and this is what I always said to people. I said, vote for who you want to, but for me, there's two ways to look at your vote. It's a coupon that expires November 9th, right? And so you either use it or you lose it. Or it's just, it says something about what you are willing to accept. And it's possible that there can be an election where both candidates suck and you just don't want either of them.
So what did you do during the election?
I voted down ticket. I skipped the top of the ticket.
Wow.
Which is the first time I've ever done that. So I didn't think either of these people was qualified to be president of the United States.
Wow.
So once Trump was elected, then it was like, okay, if he does good stuff, I'll praise him, and if he does bad stuff, I'll hit him, as I would any other president. So, so I've been sort of calling balls and strikes with him, and some of the stuff like Gorsuch I love, and some of the stuff like Mika Brzezinski's bloody face I'm not so hot on. So but yeah, so I think what led off was it was a combination of three things. One, I'm Jewish, and obviously so. Two, I was working at Breitbart, and then I quit in the middle of the election cycle.
Tiger runs.
After there was that whole... Do you remember the Michelle Fields incident? Where Corey Lewandowski grabbed a reporter from Breitbart by the arm, hard enough to bruise her, and then Breitbart...
Did he actually bruise her?
He bruised her. I mean, she took pictures, she reported to the cops. It was, unless you believe she bruised herself.
It didn't look much like a... I mean, when I watched the video, it looked like he just kind of grabbed her arm. It didn't look like he... Her body didn't move like she was being injured.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. That was her account. That was also the account of Ben Terrace at the Washington Post, right? Was that she was grabbed hard enough to bruise, and then she had bruises.
So you know what? Let me, as a fight commentator, there's a lot of things that I see live that look a lot worse than when you watch them on video. You know, when people get knocked out, like that wasn't much of a punch. I'm like, oh, you had to be there.
Yeah, I mean, the example that comes to mind is the Ali Liston punch, right? In fight number 2, right? So
that was probably a fake.
That was probably
punch,
a fake, though. So that's probably a bad example, but
yeah.
Bottom line is that there were a bunch of different excuses that Breitbart went through on that one. One was that she was never grabbed at all. The second was that it was a Secret Service guy, and then the third was that Trump thought she was a security threat, and Corey Lewandowski had to protect Trump from this 90-pound soaking wet, girl. And so once Breitbart did that, then the real question for me was not, what a horrible thing had happened to her. It was much more about, as a journalistic entity, do you stand by your reporters, or do you stand by the candidate who you support? And once Breitbart made clear to me that, I already knew they supported Trump. That wasn't any great shock, but I was kind of their token non-Trump guy.
Come now.
And once it became clear that they were willing to sort of sacrifice journalistic credibility on the altar of getting close to Trump, then I was out. Then it's no longer a journalistic outlet. So I quit, and that sort of started the ball rolling. As far as
So you really didn't get anti-Semitic responses on Twitter before that?
Not too much. Not too much. So I won't say that Breitbart directed it at me, because I don't think they did, but I think that there are a lot of people who follow Breitbart and Milo Yiannopoulos, and they were pissed at me, and they'd seen me as like an ally, and now they saw me as an enemy, and this kind of thing. So that's their prerogative.
Fun little war for them, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, people enjoyed it, obviously.
Yeah, that's a weird thing about the online hate is how much people enjoy it.
Well, it's anonymous. You never get tagged for it.
For now. It's anonymous for now.
For now. I mean, I've said this to a bunch of college students about the alt-right. First of all, I think it's important to mention, a lot of people who say they're alt-right aren't actually alt-right. Just because you like a meme doesn't make you alt-right. But there's a group of people who actually like Richard Spencer and Jared Taylor and the race-based identity politics of white supremacy, and those people are actually alt-right. When the alt-right is coming after you, then it's not a lot of fun. But there are a lot of young students who will retweet things from things that are obviously nasty and are going to hurt them in their future career.
Yeah.
Right, where they'll be joking around on Facebook and using the N-word. And I'll say to them, guys, you may think it's funny, and 10 years from now, your employer's going to find that, and you're going to be toast. And there are a lot of people who sort of fall into this idea that what you do online is anonymous, and it is not. It is not going to remain anonymous.
It's just a matter of time before it blows.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think there's going to be any anonymity in 10 years.
I agree. I think that we're moving in that direction. And this is actually a thing that bothers me in general. Did you follow, I'm sure you did, the Donald Sterling saga out here?
Yeah, sure.
So it really bothered me.
Yeah, me too.
That everybody was willing to take Donald Sterling's team away from him because he said something shitty to his girlfriend about Magic Johnson. When there's no evidence that there's actual discrimination among clients at the Clippers. And again, if there are actual evidence of discrimination, then sure, boycott his team and do what the NBA has to do. But I'm pretty certain that every human being says crappy things to their intimate loved ones about groups of people and other people. And if this now becomes the standard, then I think that we're all toast.
Oh, for sure. And his defense of it was very reasonable. He's like, I was just trying to get laid. He's like, I was just saying,
have you
shut
seen
the fuck up. He was like, he thought he was alone. He thought he was with her, and no one was recording him. And she was trying to say that she had recorded all of their conversations, that it was a part of her job.
He's like a senile old guy, and he's obviously not with V. Stiviano because she's a Nobel Prize-winning physicist. I mean, this is
he bought her a condo and a Bentley and a Ferrari, and he was just trying to fuck her.
His interview with Anderson Cooper was one of the classic interviews of all time.
I never saw it.
Oh my goodness, the moment where he says, because there's a moment where he turns to Anderson Cooper and says, Anderson, have you ever fallen in love with a woman?
Rampant.
And Anderson Cooper, who is, super gay. Yeah, Anderson Cooper goes, he starts laughing. He goes, no, I've never had that experience. Well, Anderson, when you do fall in love with a woman, and he's so unaware. And it's like, I'm sorry, I can't consider this guy, he's a KKK threatening figure. The guy can't even, find the toilet in the mornings. He's, stumbling over his ottoman,
I had a bit I did about him, defending him. Where I was like, because if you look at what he actually said, everybody's like, he's a racist, he's a terrible person. He said, do me a favor. He goes, He goes, don't take pictures of black guys. He goes, in the next sentence, he said, I don't care if you fuck them. Just don't take pictures of them. I go,
faster.
In my world, that's pretty reasonable. Like, you got a girl, you're buying her a Ferrari. All he's saying is just don't take any pictures. You can fuck them. She should just, like, leave well enough alone. You're getting a Ferrari out of the deal.
No, I think that was that whole thing was just like it was our capacity to get ourselves outraged so we could show everybody how outraged we were.
Well, the president of the NBA, whatever the fuck his name is, what is it?
Adam Silver now. Adam Silver.
The guy that got on TV and was talking about it like it was the most horrific thing that's ever been said by any human being.
Like he's reinstituting Jim Crow at Clipper at Staples Center.
He should have gotten on TV and said, "Look, this is obviously you know what this was. This is a gold digger and an old man. It's a story as old as time. He said some stupid shit. Old people say stupid shit.
He's a senile old guy.
Here's the thing: don't take his advice when it comes to race. And he probably should have said, look, but on the bright side, he told us she can go fuck black guys. So hey, everybody's happy. Good night, everybody.
Would have been better presser.
Would have been the greatest press conference.
The ratings would have been amazing.
It was like self-righteous and bullshit. And
well, I mean, a lot of that again is I think that if you look at the NBA statistics and who watches the NBA, the outsized number of people who watch the NBA are black, and they spend an outsized amount of time watching it, and so Donald Sterling pissed off a lot of black folks with that, understandably, and so a lot of people were like, I think the NBA was like, we're not going to lose our fan base over that. It was a money decision, in other words. I don't think it was a values decision as much as a money one.
I agree with you 100%, but I don't think they had to make that decision that way.
I think they could have suspended him. They could have divested him and put his kids or his wife in charge of the team. Like this idea that you're going to force him to sell his team, or you're going to disband the Clippers because there was a tape of an old man saying stupid ass things to a gold digger
And
it's
didn't he sue anyway? And he wound up making more money from that team than he ever would have. It became much more valuable.
For $1 bajillion, yeah.
It became much more valuable. The whole thing is bizarre. Yeah. That's it, dude. We just did 3 hours.
Well,
isn't that crazy?
I appreciate it.
Flew by.
That was great.
Well, listen, people have been asking for a long time for you to come on, so I'm glad we finally got together. And,
yeah, me too. Well, thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Let's do it again.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thanks, Ben. See you guys. See you next week. Or girls, too. Non-binary folks, too. Everybody. All-inclusive.
That way. Not that I needed it. Faster. Thunder approaches. Fleet of foot. Barrier up. Stricken. Fail. Attack. So it goes. Juggernaut! Yes! Barrier up! Thunder rolls! With all my craft. It's not time yet. Advance!
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
It's not time yet! Striker runs! Go! That way! Foul creature! From upland Druid I ride. Stand aside!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
The system adapt and thunderclap! Static storm!
Don't run off.
High pressure system! Eludes me. Rampant! Come now! Faster! Rolling thunder! Thunder rolls! Method to my madness! Ah, no! I grow in power and craft! From upland Druid I ride. Beware the clouds! Fleet of foot! Go! Rolling thunder. Barrier up. Thunderclap. With a cold craft.
It's gonna be a massacre.
Foundling's life is all a gift.
I forecast your demise. Striker runs. Rampant.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
That way. Yes. And beware the deja vu. Faster. Static storm. My weathercraft increases.
One night claims another.
Fleet of foot. Advance. Come now.
Illusion.
Fleet of foot. Faster. Barrier up. Thunder rolls. That way. Rampant. Rolling thunder. Advance. Go. Thunderclap. Striker runs.
What a bounty!
Gold for my coil.
Offering accepted.
With all my craft. Come now. Yes. Fleet of foot. That way. Yes. The system thunderclap. Back end static storm. Ow! Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Beware the clouds.
They
Striker runs.
What is this madness?
Not yet. Go. Barrier up. Ah! Bury me beneath the endless grasses.
I grabbed 50 random people in a brand new Lamborghini. Everyone put your right hand on the car. Whoever takes their hand off last gets the $300,000 car. And I have over 50 different cameras monitoring every single hand on the Lamborghini. We'll know if they take it off.
Do you see how beautiful this car is? It will be mine.
As long as it takes, we're not going home. You're probably wondering, how do you use the bathroom? Chris, rip off the windshield wiper.
Rolling thunder. Faster. Come now. Rampant. Storming in.
You deserved it.
That way. Fleet of foot. upland druid I ride. Advance.
Your top tower is under attack.
Thunder rolls! Rampant. Hand in.
You, no one will.
Faster. Go. Glimpse.
That's exactly.
Striker. Thunderclap. Hand in.
Dominating.
Rolling thunder.
You okay?
Foul creature. Beware the deja vu. Barrier up. Come now.
You two, follow me.
Yes. Stricken. Fleet of foot. Rampant. Go. Lost knowledge is found. From upland druid I ride. And glimpse. Yes. I'm not ready. Thunder rolls!
Dire's courier has been
Wait
slain.
up.
Rolling thunder!
I left my hoof prints in their backside.
Advance! That way! Thunder rolls!
Oh dear.
Faster! Striker runs! Come now! Thunderclap! From upland druid I ride. Go! Yes!
What are you buying?
Faster! Come now! Barrier up! Striker runs! Oh! Advance! Back you go! That way!
Killing spree.
Trophy kill.
Rampant! Fleet of foot. Rolling thunder. Rampant.
Your bottom
Striker
tower is
runs.
under attack.
Dominating.
That way. Beware the clouds.
Your
Immediate
bottom
result.
tower is under attack.
Yes.
My favorite.
Faster. Fleet of foot. Rolling thunder. Deja vu. Go. Oh!
Don't run off.
Advance.
The tables turn.
I grew craftier.
That went well.
Thunder rolls. Stand aside.
Gotcha.
Fleet of foot. Ah. Ah. Rolling thunder. Go. Method to my madness. Beware the clouds. A gilded death. Advance.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm under
The
attack.
enemy's top tower has
From
fallen.
Upland Druid I ride. Very. Yes. Striker runs.
Appalling.
Ah! Rampant. With all my craft. Come now. Illusion. Faster.
Death smiles.
That way. End it. Striker runs. Charged up. Rolling thunder. That way. Fleet of foot. Come now. Storming in. Go.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Thunderclap. Back you go. Faster.
The enemy's top barracks
Yes.
have fallen.
Come on, sprites.
Advance. End in. Go.
The enemy's top barracks have fallen.
That way. Glimpse. Barrier up. Faster.
Wait up.
That's exact.
Yes. Advance. Fleet of foot.
his ability.
Come now! Thunderclap! Golden opportunity. Immediate result. Rampant. Thunder roll! Barrier up! This'll give you static. Stand aside.
I swear a bounty on me.
Hand in. Beware the cloud.
Is silence.
Striker run. Rolling thunder. Yes. Go. Fleet of foot. Thunder rolls. Thunder. Striker runs. Advance. Beware the clouds. Faster.
The enemy's middle tower has
Come now.
fallen.
That way.
Where are you going?
Rampant. I grew craftier. Go.
Best you leave the fighting to a real hero.
Faster. Striker runs. Rolling thunder.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
That man under attack. Barrier up. With a cult craft.
The enemy's middle barracks
Thunderclap.
have fallen.
Oh.
The
Advance.
enemy's middle barracks have fallen.
Yes. Fleet of foot. Rampant. Come now. Striker runs. Advance. Hand in. Thunder roll. Oh. Faster. My weather craft increases. Come now.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Go.
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
Thunderclap. Attack. Let it go.
It's neither fair nor foul.
Rampant. Foul creature. The system adapts.
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. Mega creeps.
Hurry up! Static beware the clouds! Fleet of foot. Hand in!
Come get healed.
Thunderclap!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
This levels the field. I'm under attack!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You did your best.
Deja vu! Barrier up! Thunder rolls! Striker runs!
Radiant victory.
Yes!
return to ban. Your turn to pick.
Any way you select. Cut to the chase. Make a splash. Slitherly.
The battle begins.
Time to sink or swim. Slither hither. Yes. Honor guides me. Attack. Indeed. The sea calls.
commanded.
No.
Serpent, I'm under attack. There I am. So you say. No Slytherin may fail. From sea to shore, loaded to the gills. Yes.
First blood.
Slytherin. Serpentine. Indeed. The sea calls. From sea to shore. Ah! Gutted. Ah! Cut to the chase. Gut you! The melee resumes. Make a splash. As commanded. Attack! Yes. Now you pay. The tide raises all. Yes. Any way you slice it. Honor guides me. Oh, look, it's me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Slither hither. So you say. No Slytherin may fail. As commanded. Yes. Yes. No Slytherin may fail. Slither hither. My song grows sweeter. I'm not ready. to the chase. Loaded. We'll sing harmony.
That's for me.
So you say. From sea to shore. Cut down.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I will
Your
gut
bottom
you.
tower is under attack.
We'll sing harmony. Thieves all. Serpentine. Melee.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Make a splash. Honor guides me. The sea calls. Any way you slithering. My net grows stronger. The sea calls. Serpentine.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. You're through. Now you pay.
Middle is missing. Silence afflict thee.
No Slytherin may fail. I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm just getting the swing of things. From sea to shore. Quick death. No Slytherin may fail. Slice you nice. to the chase. Flay you open. Slitherly. My sin. Indeed. My legs. So you say. Honor guides me. I will gut you. Make a splash. 'Tis a rising sea. Slither hither. Gut you. Ow! No. Oh, look. It's. Ah! Any way you slice it. As commanded. I'm under attack. Yes.
We're out of your depth.
Serpentine. No Slytherin may fail. Restitution.
This ain't
Cut
how I
to the
pictured it.
chase. My blade sings.
Unstoppable.
You're
The enemy's
through.
middle tower has fallen.
Gutted. There I am.
Your middle tower is under attack.
From sea to shore. As commanded. Make a splash.
Wicked sick.
A foundling's life is all a gift.
Monster kill.
Yasha. The sea. Indeed. Now you pay. Now you pay. Added to the rest.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Any way you slice it. Honor guides me. say. Slitherly. Slice you nice.
Invisibility.
Slither hither. There I am. Honor guides me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Melee.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your
From
middle
sea
tower
to
has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
no Slytherin may fail.
Your bottom
Make a
tower is
splash.
under attack.
The sea calls.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
No Slytherin may fail. So you say. No Slytherin may fail. Deep Sixth. Attack! Slither hither. Suffer!
Dire structures are fortified.
Cut to the chase. Indeed.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Attack! Serpentine. Slither. Oh, look, it's me. Yes. Worthy of the net. Any way you slice it. There's a new catch in my voice. As commanded. As commanded. Yes. Slither hither.
Why not?
No Slytherin may fail. Cut to the chase. For the trove. Manta style. Fillet you open.
I'll take that.
Serpentine. We'll sing harmony. Yes.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Slytherin.
Triple kill.
Sweeter dreams. From sea to shore. Slytherin may fail. Thieves all! The sea calls. Make a splash. There I am. Indeed. So you say. Suffer. Make a splash. Honor guides me. Yes. No Slytherin may fail. Slither hither.
Should've run while you had the chance.
Slitherly. We'll sing harmony. No Slytherin may. The tide raises all. Serpentine. So you say. Quick death. My blade sings. The sea calls. Indeed, illusion. From sea to shore. Cut to the chase. As commanded. Slice you nice. Cut down. Any way you slice it. Yes. Serpentine. No Slytherin may fail. Yes. Cut to the chase. Oh, look, it's me. The sea calls. Any way you slice it.
Silence.
Ah! So you say. Ah! I slither no more.
Next time, wear safety goggles.
All in a day's killing.
Unstoppable. Wicked Sith.
Dirty
Bang!
what just washed ashore. Indeed. No Slytherin may fail. Make a splash. Slither hither. Slitherly, loaded to the gills. Thieves all. As commanded. Yes. Honor guides me.
I'll
From
take
sea
that.
to shore. No Slytherin may fail. Cut to the chase. The sea calls. Restitution.
Haste.
From sea to shore. Serpentine. Any way you slice it. Make a splash.
Godlike double kill.
Melee.
Dial stations
I'm under
are
attack.
fortified.
Honor guides me. Slitherly. Indeed. Oh, look, it's me.
What?
So you say. Yes. It's not time yet. Yes. No Slytherin may fail. Slither hither. Gutted. Tis a rising sea. No Slytherin may fail. Cut to the chase.
Don't mind
There
if
I am. The sea calls. Yes. As commanded. I will gut you. Honor guides me. Ah! Ah! A death with honor.
I free you from life.
Granted.
Redemption will Heart of Tarask. We'll sing harmony. Yes. For the trove. Snagged. Indeed. Attack! Ah! Ah! Not yet. Ow! Now
Double
you
damage.
pay. I'm under attack.
This isn't the end.
My song. From this sleep you will not wake. Slitherly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Got you. From sea to shore. Yes. Oh, look. It's me. Ah, netted. Flay you open.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
My siren song resumes. Any way you slice it. So you say.
Your top tower is under attack.
Bury me
Your top tower is under attack.
As commanded. Cut to the chase. Now you pay. Yes. Serpentine. From sea to shore. The sea calls. Slitherly. There I am. No Slytherin may fail. Prepare to die. Honor guides me.
unstoppable. You are no match for my master.
You're through. There's a new We'll sing harmony.
Please here, don't put
I'm under attack.
an honorable device. Into the black seas of infinity.
Serpentine.
Your middle tower is under
So
attack.
grows the golden trove. Thieves all! Gutted! Slitherly!
top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
So you say?
Your top tower is under attack.
Flay you open!
Your top tower has fallen.
As commanded. Indeed. Cut to the chase. Deep Sixth. From sea to shore.
Illusion.
You're through. No Slytherin may fail. Yes. Loaded to the gills. I will gut you. Slither hither. As commanded.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Any way you slice it. Ah! Now you...
Unchained.
Justice of Slithis. The sea calls. Worthy of the net. Serpentine. What have we here? So you say. Make a splash. Slitherly. Ow! Yes. Indeed. No Slytherin may fail. Honor guides me.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
The sea calls. So you say. For the trove. No Slytherin may fail. Suffer! Serpentine.
No!
Yes. Indeed. It's not time yet. Melee!
Thanks.
Slice you nice!
Roshan
Immortality.
to the radiant.
Slither hither!
Invisibility.
Cut to the chase. Make a splash. We'll sing harmony. Gut you. Quick death. From sea to shore. Any way you slice it. As commanded. Slitherly. Yes. Honor guides me. As commanded. My blade sings! Ah! Attack!
You're not done with me yet.
Oh, look! So you say.
Another one down.
Slither here.
It was worth it.
Indeed. It's not. Ah! Yes. From sea to shore.
No one tries to control the Monkey King.
Bleeding mock!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks have fallen. Your middle barracks have fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Silence.
Back from the deeps. No Slytherin may fail. The sea calls. No Slytherin may fail. Slytherin. Gold for the deeps. I'm under attack. Serpentine. Ah!
Best death yet.
Slytherin. Caught you.
Be still.
Cut to the
On
chase.
my eyes. Very well. I accept your surrender.
From sea to shore. Ah! Indeed. Ah!
Your bottom tower
Honor
is under
guide.
attack.
No.
Proper safety is really boring.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
feel you all in silence.
Your ancient is under attack.
That was just a rumor. Silence.
Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
I failed the Slytherin.
Where do you want? Salamat po. Ay, Dios.
You like him, and I was asking him. They said he says a lot of funny stuff on Twitter and TikTok. It's the TikTok thing, because the TikTok algorithm. He did something where he started something where you like join his group,
Yes.
and then you're supposed to like post stuff.
It's brilliant. That's how he gets followers, but also
blew
gives
up.
you a page.
He blew up.
Yes,
He blew up because of
he's
it.
a brilliant
Fucking
man.
smart. Yeah.
My thing is with the left who wants to cancel him and take him away, and they're like, we shouldn't look up to that. Okay, then who should we look up to?
Joe Biden.
Who do you want to fill in for that?
But also, it's not their job to just say, "Hey, this guy's a danger to young men." What are you talking about? Like what a lot of times he was talking about how he says, "Become a high value person, man or woman, and don't fuck with people who are low quality."
He fucked
people.
up with the misogynist.
Yes.
Because if he didn't do that, if he just did the pro male stuff,
Yeah,
and
he'd been all right.
And pro accountability and pro discipline stuff.
Yeah.
And, he has this post. He goes, the way I think in the morning, how I feel, has no bearing on what I do. He goes, I do everything I'm supposed to do. He goes, I get up. He goes, if I don't feel good, I still work out.
Of course.
He goes, I still work. I still go. I do everything I'm supposed to do because that's how you get ahead in this life. If you just concentrate entirely on your feelings, you're never gonna fucking get anywhere.
Correct.
And that's true. And that's a good lesson for people to learn. The problem is the other shit. Like there's a video of him. I don't know what the context of the video is. He's like
hitting that girl.
No,